Section 1 of Three Soldiers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by M.B. Three Soldiers by John Dos Passos. Section 1. Les contemporains qui souffrent de certaines choses ne peuvent s'en souvenir qu'avec une horreur qui paralyse tout autre plaisir, même celui de lire un conte. Stendhal. Part 1. Making the Mold. 1. The company stood at attention, each man looking straight before him at the empty parade ground where the cinder piles showed purple with evening. On the wind that smelt of barracks and disinfectant there was a faint greasiness of food cooking. At the other side of the wide field long lines of men shuffled slowly into the narrow wooden shanty that was the mess hall. Chins down, chests out, legs twitching and tired from the afternoon's drilling, the company stood at attention. Each man stared straight in front of him, some vacantly with resignation, some trying to amuse themselves by noting minutely every object in their field of vision: the cinder piles, the long shadows of the barracks and mess halls where they could see men standing about, spitting, smoking, leaning against clapboard walls. Some of the men in line could hear their watches ticking in their pockets. Someone moved, his feet making a crunching noise in the cinders. The sergeant's voice snarled out, "You men are at attention! Quit your wriggling there, you!" The men nearest the offender looked at him out of the corners of their eyes. Two officers, far out on the parade ground, were coming towards them. By their gestures and the way they walked, the men at attention could see that they were chatting about something that amused them. One of the officers laughed boyishly, turned away, and walked slowly back across the parade ground. The other, who was the lieutenant, came towards them smiling. As he approached his company, the smile left his lips and he advanced his chin, walking with heavy, precise steps. "Sergeant, you may dismiss the company." The lieutenant's voice was pitched in a hard staccato. The sergeant's hand snapped up to salute like a block signal. "Company dismissed," he rang out. A row of men in khaki became a crowd of various individuals with dusty boots and dusty faces. 10 minutes later they lined up and marched in a column of fours to mess. A few red filaments of electric lights gave a dusty glow to the brownish obscurity where the long tables and benches and the board floors had a faint smell of garbage, mingled with the smell of the disinfectant the tables had been washed off with after the last meal. The men, holding their oval mess kits in front of them, filed by the great tin buckets at the door, out of which meat and potatoes were splashed into each plate by a sweating K.P. in blue denims. "Don't look so bad tonight," said Fuselli to the man opposite him as he hitched his sleeves up at the wrists and leaned over his steaming food. He was sturdy, with curly hair and full vigorous lips that he smacked hungrily as he ate. "It ain't," said the pink flaxen-haired youth opposite him, who wore his broad-brimmed hat on the side of his head with a certain jauntiness. "I got a pass tonight," said Fuselli, tilting his head vainly. "Going to tear things up?" "Man, I got a girl at home back in Frisco. She's a good kid." "You're right not to go with any of the girls in this goddamn town. They ain't clean, none of them. That is, if you want to go overseas." The flaxen-haired youth leaned across the table earnestly. "I'm going to get some more chow. Wait for me, will yer?" said Fuselli. "What you gonna do downtown?" asked the flaxen-haired youth when Fuselli came back. "Dunno. Run around a bit and go to the movies," he answered, filling his mouth with potato. "God, it's time for retreat." They overheard a voice behind them. Fuselli stuffed his mouth as full as he could and emptied the rest of his meal reluctantly into the garbage pail. A few moments later he stood stiffly at attention in a khaki row that was one of hundreds of other khaki rows identical that filled all sides of the parade ground, while the bugle blew somewhere at the other end where the flagpole was. Somehow it made him think of the man behind the desk in the office of the draft board who had said, handing him the papers sending him to camp, "I wish I was goin' with you," and had held out a white bony hand that Fuselli, after a moment's hesitation, had taken in his own stubby brown hand. The man had added fervently, "It must be grand, just grand to feel the danger, the chance of being potted any minute. Good luck, young feller. Good luck." Fuselli remembered unpleasantly his paper white face and the greenish look of his bald head. But the words had made him stride out of the office, sticking out his chest, brushing truculently past a group of young men in the door. Even now the memory of it, mixing with the strains of the national anthem, made him feel important, truculent. "Squads, right!" came an order. Crunch, crunch, crunch in the gravel. The companies were going back to their barracks. He wanted to smile, but he didn't dare. He wanted to smile because he had a pass till midnight, because in 10 minutes he'd be outside the gates, outside the green fence and the sentries and the strands of barbed wire. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Oh, they were so slow in getting back to the barracks, and he was losing time, precious free minutes. "Hep, hep, hep," cried the sergeant, glaring down the ranks, with his aggressive bulldog expression to where someone had fallen out of step. The company stood at attention in the dusk. Fuselli was biting the inside of his lips with impatience. Minutes at last, as if reluctantly, the sergeant sang out, "Dismissed." Fuselli hurried towards the gate, brandishing his pass with an important swagger. Once out on the asphalt of the street, he looked down the long row of lawns and porches where violet arc lamps already contested the faint afterglow, drooping from their iron stalks far above the recently planted saplings of the avenue. He stood at the corner slouched against a telegraph pole, with the camp fence, surmounted by 3 strands of barbed wire, behind him, wondering which way he would go. This was a hell of a town, anyway. And he used to think he wanted to travel round and see places. "Home will be good enough for me after this," he muttered. Walking down the long street towards the center of town, where was the moving picture show, he thought of his home, of the dark apartment on the ground floor of a 7-story house where his aunt lived. "Gee, she used to cook swell," he murmured regretfully. On a warm evening like this he would have stood round at the corner where the drugstore was, talking to fellows he knew, giggling when the girls who lived in the street, walking arm in arm, twinned in couples or trios, passed by affecting ignorance of the glances that followed them. Or perhaps he would have gone walking with Al, who worked in the same optical goods store, down through the glaring streets of the theatre and restaurant quarter, or along the wharves and ferry slips where they would have sat smoking and looking out over the dark purple harbor, with its winking lights and its moving ferries spilling swaying reflections in the water out of their square reddish glowing windows. If they had been lucky, they would have seen a liner come in through the Golden Gate, growing from a blur of light to a huge moving brilliance, like the front of a high-class theatre that towered above the ferry boats. You could often hear the thump of the screw and the swish of the bow cutting the calm bay water, and the sounds of a band playing that came alternately faint and loud. "When I get rich," Fuselli had liked to say to Al, "I'm going to take a trip on one of them liners." "Your dad come over from the old country in one, didn't he?" Al would ask. "Oh, he came steerage. I'd stay at home if I had to do that. Man, first class for me, a cabin deluxe when I get rich." But here he was in this town in the East, where he didn't know anybody and where there was no place to go but the movies. "'Lo, buddy," came a voice beside him. The tall youth who had sat opposite at mess was just catching up to him. "Go to the movies?" "Yeah, nothin' else to do." "Here's a rookie, just got to camp this mornin'," said the tall youth, jerking his head in the direction of the man beside him. "You'll like it. Ain't so bad as it seems at first," said Fuselli encouragingly. "I was just tellin' him," said the other, "to be careful as hell not to get in wrong. If you once get in wrong in this damn army, it's hell. You bet your life. So they sent you over to our company, did they, rookie? Ain't so bad. The sergeant's sort of decent if you're in right with him, but the lieutenant's a stinker. Where you from?" "New York," said the rookie, a little man of 30 with ash-colored face and a shiny Jewish nose. "I'm in the clothing business there. I oughtn't to be drafted at all. It's an outrage. I'm consumptive," he spluttered in a feeble, squeaky voice. "They'll fix you up, don't you fear," said the tall youth. "They'll make you so goddamn well you won't know yourself. Your mother won't know you when you get home, rookie. But you're in luck." "Why?" "Being from New York. The corporal, Tim Sidis, is from New York, and all the New York fellas in the company got a graft with him." "What kind of cigarettes do you smoke?" asked the tall youth. "I don't smoke." "You'd better learn. The corporal likes fancy ciggies, and so does the sergeant. You just slip him a butt now and then. May help you to get in right with him." "Don't do no good," said Fuselli. "It's just luck. But keep neat like and smilin' and you'll get on all right. If they start to ride you, show fight. You've got to be hard boiled to get on in this army." "You're goddamn right," said the tall youth. "Don't let 'em ride your... What's your name, rookie?" "Eisenstein." "This feller's name's Powers. Bill Powers. Mine's Fuselli. Going to the movies, Mr. Eisenstein?" "No, I'm trying to find a skirt." The little man leered wanly. "Glad to have got acquainted." "Goddamn kike," said Powers as Eisenstein walked off up a side street, planted, like the avenue, with saplings on which the sickly leaves rustled in the faint breeze that smelt of factories and coal dust. "Kikes ain't so bad," said Fuselli. "I got a good friend who's a kike." They were coming out of the movies in a stream of people in which the blackish clothes of factory hands predominated. "I came near bawlin' at the picture of the feller leavin' his girl to go off to the war," said Fuselli. "Did yer? It's just like it was with me. Ever been in Frisco, Powers?" The tall youth shook his head. Then he took off his broad-brimmed hat and ran his fingers over his stubby tow-head. "Gee, it was some hot in there," he muttered. "Well, it's like this," said Fuselli. "You have to cross the ferry to Oakland. My aunt, you know I ain't got my mother, so I always live at my aunt's. My aunt and her sister-in-law and Mabe's my girl, they all came over on the ferry boat, spite of my telling them I didn't want 'em. And Mabe said she was mad at me, 'cause she'd seen the letter I wrote Georgine Slater. She's a toughie, lived in our street, I used to write mash notes to her. And I keep telling Mabe I'd done it just for the hell of it, and that I didn't mean nothin' by it. And Mabe said she wouldn't never forgive me, and then I said maybe I'd be killed and she'd never see me again. And then we all began to bawl. God, it was a mess." "It's hell saying goodbye to girls," said Powers understandingly. "Cuts a feller all up. I guess it's better to go with koozies, you don't have to say goodbye to them." "Ever gone with a koozie?" "Not exactly," admitted the tall youth, blushing all over his pink face, so that it was noticeable even under the ashen glare of the arc lights on the avenue that led towards camp. "I have," said Fuselli with a certain pride. "I used to go with a Portuguese girl. My, but she was a toughie. I've given all that up now I'm engaged, though. But I was tellin' you, well, we finally made up and I kissed her and Mabe said she'd never marry anyone but me. So when we was walking up the street I spied a silk service flag in a winder that was all fancy with a star all trimmed up to beat the band, and I said to myself, I'm gonna give that to Mabe, and I ran and bought it. I didn't give a hoot in hell what it cost. So when we was all kissin' and bawlin' when I was gonna leave them to report to the overseas detachment, I shoved it into her hand and said, 'Keep that, girl, and don't you forget me.' And what did she do but pull out a 5-pound box of candy from behind her back and say, 'Don't make yourself sick, Dan.' And she'd had it all the time without my knowin' it. Ain't girls clever?" "Yeah," said the tall youth vaguely. Along the rows of cots, when Fuselli got back to the barracks, men were talking excitedly. "There's hell to pay. Somebody's broke out of the jug." "How?" "Damned if I know. Sergeant Timmons said he could make a rope of his blankets." "No, the feller on guard helped him to get away. Like hell he did. It was like this. I was walking by the guardhouse when they found out about it." "What company did he belong ter?" "Dunno." "What's his name?" "Some guy on trial for insubordination. Punched an officer in the jaw." "I'd a liked to have seen that." "Anyhow, he's fixed himself this time." "You're goddamn right." "Will you fellers quit talking? It's after taps," thundered the sergeant, who sat reading the paper at a little board desk at the door of the barracks under the feeble light of one small bulb carefully screened. You'll have the OD down on us." Fuselli wrapped the blanket round his head and prepared to sleep. Snuggled down into the blankets on the narrow cot, he felt sheltered from the sergeant's thundering voice and from the cold glare of officers' eyes. He felt cozy and happy like he had felt in bed at home when he had been a little kid. For a moment he pictured to himself the other man, the man who had punched an officer's jaw, dressed like he was, maybe only 19, the same age like he was, with a girl like Mabe waiting for him somewhere. How cold and frightful it must feel to be out of the camp with a guard looking for you. He pictured himself running breathless down a long street pursued by a company with guns, by officers whose eyes glinted cruelly like the pointed tips of bullets. He pulled the blanket closer round his head, enjoying the warmth and softness of the wool against his neck. He must remember to smile at the sergeant when he passed him off duty. Somebody had said there'd be promotions soon. Oh, he wanted so hard to be promoted. It'd be so swell if he could write back to Mabe and tell her to address her letters to Corporal Dan Fuselli. He must be more careful not to do anything that would get him in wrong with anybody. He must never miss an opportunity to show them what a clever kid he was. Oh, when we're ordered overseas, I'll show them, he thought ardently, and picturing to himself long movie reels of heroism, he went off to sleep. "Get up, you!" The white beam of a pocket searchlight was glaring in the face of the man next to him. "The OD," said Fuselli to himself. "Get up, you!" came the sharp voice again. The man in the next cot stirred and opened his eyes. "Get up." "Here, sir," muttered the man in the next cot, his eyes blinking sleepily in the glare of the flashlight. He got out of bed and stood unsteadily at attention. "Don't you know better than to sleep in your OD shirt? Take it off." "Yes, sir." "What's your name?" The man looked up, blinking, too dazed to speak. "Don't know your own name, eh?" said the officer, glaring at the man savagely, using his curt voice like a whip. "Quick, take off your shirt and pants and get back to bed." The officer of the day moved on, flashing his light to one side and the other in his midnight inspection of the barracks. Intense blackness again, and the sound of men breathing deeply in sleep, of men snoring. As he went to sleep, Fuselli could hear the man beside him swearing, monotonously, in an even whisper, pausing now and then to think of new filth, of new combinations of words, swearing away his helpless anger, soothing himself to sleep by the monotonous reiteration of his swearing. A little later Fuselli woke with a choked nightmare cry. He had dreamed that he had smashed the OD in the jaw and had broken out of the jug and was running, breathless, stumbling, falling, while the company on guard chased him down an avenue lined with little dried up saplings, gaining on him, while with voices metallic as the clicking of rifle triggers officers shouted orders, so that he was certain to be caught, certain to be shot. He shook himself all over, shaking off the nightmare as a dog shakes off water, and went back to sleep again, snuggling into his blankets. 2. John Andrews stood naked in the center of a large bare room, of which the walls and ceiling and floor were made of raw pine boards. The air was heavy from the steam heat. At a desk in one corner a typewriter clicked spasmodically. "Say, young fellow, do you know how to spell imbecility?" John Andrews walked over to the desk, told him, and added, "Are you going to examine me?" The man went on typing without answering. John Andrews stood in the center of the floor with his arms folded, half amused, half angry, shifting his weight from one foot to the other, listening to the sound of the typewriter and of the man's voice as he read out each word of the report he was copying. "Recommendation for discharge." Click, click. "Damn this typewriter. Private Co. Albert." Click, click. "Damn these rotten army typewriters. Reason. Mental deficiency. History of case." At that moment the recruiting sergeant came back. "Look here, if you don't have that recommendation ready in 10 minutes, Captain Arthurs will be mad as hell about it, Hill. For God's sake, get it done. He said already that if you couldn't do the work to get somebody who could. You don't want to lose your job, do you? Hello." The sergeant's eyes lit on John Andrews. "I'd forgotten you. Run around the room a little." "No, not that way. Just a little, so I can test your heart. God, these rookies are thick." While he stood tamely being prodded and measured, feeling like a prize horse at a fair, John Andrews listened to the man at the typewriter, whose voice went on monotonously. "No record of sexual depth. Oh, hell, this eraser's no good. Pravity or alcoholism. Spent normal youth on farm. Appearance normal, though say, how many M's in immature?" "All right, put your clothes on," said the recruiting sergeant. "Quick, I can't spend all day. Why the hell did they send you down here alone?" "The papers were balled up," said Andrews. "Scores 10 years in Test B," went on the voice of the man at the typewriter. Excellent, mentality. That of child of 8 seems unable to either. God damn, this man's writing. How can I copy it when he don't write out his words?" "All right, I guess you'll do. Now there are some forms to fill out. Come over here." Andrews followed the recruiting sergeant to a desk in the far corner of the room, from which you could hear more faintly the click, click of the typewriter and the man's voice mumbling angrily. "Forgets to obey orders. Responds to no form of persuasion. MEMORY nil. All right, take this to Barracks B, 4th building to the right. Shake a leg," said the recruiting sergeant. Andrews drew a deep breath of the sparkling air outside. He stood irresolutely a moment on the wooden steps of the building, looking down the row of hastily constructed barracks. Some were painted green, some were of plain boards, and some were still mere skeletons. Above his head great piled rose-tinted clouds were moving slowly along the immeasurable free sky. His glance slid down the sky to some tall trees that flamed bright yellow with autumn outside the camp limits, and then to the end of the long street of barracks, where there was a picket fence and a sentry walking to and fro, to and fro. His brows contracted for a moment, then he walked with a sort of swagger towards the 4th building to the right. John Andrews was washing windows. He stood in dirty blue denims at the top of a ladder, smearing with a soapy cloth the small panes of the barrack windows. His nostrils were full of a smell of dust and of the sandy quality of the soap. A little man with one lined greyish red cheek puffed out by tobacco followed him up also on a ladder, polishing the panes with a dry cloth till they shone and reflected the mottled cloudy sky. Andrew's legs were tired from climbing up and down the ladder, his hands were sore from the grittiness of the soap. As he worked he looked down without thinking on rows of cots where the blankets were all folded the same way, on some of which men were sprawled in attitudes of utter relaxation. He kept remarking to himself how strange it was that he was not thinking of anything. In the last few days his mind seemed to have become a hard, meaningless core. "How long do we have to do this?" he asked the man who was working with him. The man went on chewing, so that Andrews thought he was not going to answer at all. He was just beginning to speak again, when the man, balancing thoughtfully on top of his ladder, drawled out, 4 o'clock. We won't finish today, then?" The man shook his head and wrinkled his face into a strange spasm as he spat. "Been here long?" "Not so long." "How long?" "3 months. Ain't so long." The man spat again, and climbing down from the ladder waited, leaning against the wall until Andrews should finish soaping his window. "I'll go crazy if I stay here 3 months. I've been here a week," muttered Andrews between his teeth as he climbed down and moved his ladder to the next window. They both climbed their ladders again in silence. "How's it you're in casuals?" asked Andrews again. "Ain't got no lungs." "Why don't they discharge you?" "Reckon they're going to, soon." They worked on in silence for a long time. Andrews stared at the upper right-hand corner and smeared with soap each pane of the window in turn. Then he climbed down, moved his ladder and started on the next window. At times he would start in the middle of the window for variety. As he worked, a rhythm began pushing its way through the hard core of his mind, leavening it, making it fluid. It expressed the vast dusty dullness, the men waiting in rows on drill fields, standing at attention, the monotony of feet tramping in unison, of the dust rising from the battalions going back and forth over the dusty drill fields. He felt the rhythm filling his whole body, from his sore hands to his legs, tired from marching back and forth, from making themselves the same length as millions of other legs. His mind began unconsciously from habit, working on it, orchestrating it. He could imagine a vast orchestra swaying with it. His heart was beating faster. He must make it into music. He must fix it in himself so that he could make it into music and write it down, so that orchestras could play it and make the ears of multitudes feel it, make their flesh tingle with it. He went on working through the endless afternoon, climbing up and down his ladder, smearing the barrack windows with a soapy rag. A silly phrase took the place of the welling of music in his mind. Arbeit und Rhythmus. He kept saying it over and over to himself. Arbeit und Rhythmus. He tried to drive the phrase out of his mind, to bury his mind in the music of the rhythm that had come to him, that expressed the dusty boredom, the harsh constriction of warm bodies, full of gestures and attitudes, aspirations into molds, like the molds toy soldiers are cast in. The phrase became someone shouting raucously in his ears, Arbeit und Rhythmus, drowning everything else, beating his mind hard again, parching it. But suddenly he laughed aloud. Why, it was in German. He was being got ready to kill men who said that. If anyone said that, he was going to kill him. They were going to kill everybody who spoke that language, he and all the men whose feet he could hear tramping on the drill field, whose legs were all being made the same length on the drill field. 3. It was Saturday morning. Directed by the corporal, a bandy-legged Italian who even on the army diet managed to keep a faint odor of garlic about him, 3 soldiers in blue denims were sweeping up the leaves in the street between the rows of barracks. "You fellers as slow as molasses. Inspection in 25 minutes," he kept saying. The soldiers raked on doggedly, paying no attention. "You don't give a damn. If we don't pass inspection, I get hell, not you. Please, queek! Here, you, pick up all these goddamn cigarette butts." Andrews made a grimace and began collecting the little grey sordid ends of burnt-out cigarettes. As he leant over, he found himself looking into the dark brown eyes of the soldier who was working beside him. The eyes were contracted with anger, and there was a flush under the tan of the boyish face. "I didn't git in this here army to be ordered around by a goddamn wop," he muttered. "Doesn't matter much who you're ordered around by, you're ordered around just the same," said Andrews. "Where do you come from, buddy?" "Oh, I come from New York. My folks are from Virginia," said Andrews. "Indiana's my state. The tornado country. Get to work, here's that bastard wop coming round the building." "Don't pick 'em up that-a-way, sweep 'em up," shouted the corporal. Andrews and the Indiana boy went around with a broom and a shovel collecting chewed out quids of tobacco and cigar butts and strained bits of paper. "What's your name?" "Mine's Chrisfield. Folks all call me Chris." "Mine's Andrews. John Andrews. My dad used to have a hired man named Andy. Took sick and died last summer. How long do you reckon it'll be before you guys get overseas?" "God, I don't know." "I want to see that country over there." "You do?" "Don't you?" "You bet I do." "All right, what do you fellas stand here for? Go and dump them garbage cans, lively," shouted the corporal, waddling about importantly on his bandy legs. He kept looking down the row of barracks, muttering to himself, "Goddamn time for inspection now. Won't never pass this time." His face froze suddenly into obsequious immobility. He brought his hand up to the brim of his hat. a group of officers strode past him into the nearest building. John Andrews, coming back from emptying the garbage pails, went in the back door of his barracks. "Attention!" came the cry from the other end. He made his neck and arms as rigid as possible. Through the silent barracks came the hard clank of the heels of the officers inspecting. A sallow face with hollow eyes and heavy square jaw came close to Andrews's eyes. He stared straight before him, noting the few reddish hairs on the officer's Adam's apple and the new insignia on either side of his collar. "Sergeant, who is this man?" came a voice from the sallow face. "Don't know, sir. A new recruit, sir. Corporal Valori, who is this man?" "The name's Andrews, sergeant," said the Italian corporal with an obsequious whine in his voice. The officer addressed Andrews directly, speaking fast and loud. "How long have you been in the army?" "1 week, sir." "Don't you know you have to be clean and shaved and ready for inspection every Saturday morning at 9? "I was cleaning the barracks, sir." "To teach you not to answer back when an officer addresses you." The officer spaced his words carefully, lingering on them. As he spoke he glanced out of the corner of his eyes at his superior and noticed the major was frowning. His tone changed ever so slightly. "If this ever occurs again, you may be sure that disciplinary action will be taken. Attention there!" At the other end of the barracks a man had moved. Again, amid absolute silence, could be heard the clanking of the officers' heels as the inspection continued. "Now, fellows, all together!" cried the Y man, who stood with his arms stretched wide in front of the movie screen. The piano started jingling and the room full of crowded soldiers roared out, "Hail, hail, the gang's all here, we're going to get the Kaiser, we're going to get the Kaiser, we're going to get the Kaiser, now." The rafters rang with their deep voices. The Y man twisted his lean face into a facetious expression. "Somebody tried to put one over on the Y man and sing 'Why the hell do we care?' But you do care, don't you, buddy?" he shouted. There was a little rattle of laughter. "Now, once more," said the Y man again, "and lots of gut in the get and lots of kill in the Kaiser. Now all together." The moving pictures had begun. John Andrews looked furtively about him, at the face of the Indiana boy beside him intent on the screen, at the tanned faces and the close-cropped heads that rose above the mass of khaki-covered bodies about him. Here and there a pair of eyes glinted in the white flickering light from the screen. Waves of laughter or of little exclamations passed over them. They were all so alike, they seemed at moments to be but one organism. This was what he had sought when he had enlisted, he said to himself. It was in this that he would take refuge from the horror of the world that had fallen upon him. He was sick of revolt, of thought, of carrying his individuality like a banner above the turmoil. This was much better, to let everything go, to stamp out his maddening desire for music, to humble himself into the mud of common slavery. He was still tingling with sudden anger from the officer's voice that morning. "Sergeant, who is this man?" The officer had stared in his face as a man might stare at a piece of furniture. "Ain't this some film?" Chrisfield turned to him with a smile that drove his anger away and a pleasant feeling of comradeship. "The part that's comin's fine. I seen it before out in 'Frisco," said the man on the other side of Andrews. "Gee, it makes you hate the Huns." The man at the piano jingled elaborately in the intermission between the two parts of the movie. The Indiana boy leaned in front of John Andrews, putting an arm round his shoulders, and talked to the other man. "You from 'Frisco?" "Yeah." "That's goddam funny. You're from the coast, this fellow's from New York, and I'm from old Indiana, right in the middle. What company you in?" "I ain't yet. This fellow and me's in Casuals." "That's a hell of a place. Say, my name's Fuselli. Mine's Chrisfield." "Mine's Andrews." "How soon's it take a fellow to git out of this camp?" "Dunno. Some guys say 3 weeks and some say 6 months. Say, maybe you'll get into our company. They transferred a lot of men out the other day, and the corporal says they're going to give us rookies instead." "God damn it though, but I want to get overseas." It's swell over there, said Fuselli. Everything's awful pretty like. Picturesque, they call it. And the people wears peasant costumes. I had an uncle who used to tell me about it. He came from near Torino. Where's that? I don't know. He's an Italian. Say, how long does it take to get overseas? Oh, a week or so, said Andrews. As long as that? But the movie had begun again, unfolding scenes of soldiers in spiked helmets marching into Belgian cities, full of little milk carts drawn by dogs and old women in peasant costume. There were hisses and catcalls when a German flag was seen, and as the troops were pictured advancing, bayoneting the civilians in wide Dutch pants, the old women with starched caps, the soldiers packed into the stuffy YMCA hut shouted oaths at them. Andrews felt blind hatred stirring like something that had a life of its own in the young men about him. He was lost in it, carried away in it, as in a stampede of wild cattle. The terror of it was like ferocious hands clutching at his throat. He glanced at the faces around him. They were all intent and flushed, glinting with sweat in the heat of the room. As he was leaving the hut, pressed in a tight stream of soldiers moving towards the door, Andrews heard a man say, "I never raped a woman in my life, but by God I'm going to. I'd give a lot to rape some of those goddamn German women." "I hate 'em too," came another voice. "Men, women, children and unborn children. They're either jackasses or full of the lust of power like their rulers are, to let themselves be governed by a bunch of warlords like that. I'd like to capture a German officer and make him shine my boots, and then shoot him dead," said Chris to Andrews as they walked down the long row towards their barracks. "You would?" "But I'd a damn sight rather shoot someone else I know," went on Chris intensely. "Don't stay far from here either, and I'll do it too if you don't let off picking on me." "Who's that?" "That big squirt Anderson they made a file closer at drill yesterday. He seems to think that just 'cause I'm littler than him he can do anything he likes with me." Andrews turned sharply and looked in his companion's face. Something in the gruffness of the boy's tone startled him. He was not accustomed to this. He had thought of himself as a passionate person, but never in his life had he wanted to kill a man. "Do you really want to kill him?" "Not now, but he gets the hell started in me the way he teases me. I pulled my knife on him yisterday. You wasn't there. Didn't you notice I looked sort of upset at drill?" "Yes, but how old are you, Chris?" "I'm 20. You're older than me, ain't yer?" "I'm 22." They were leaning against the wall of their barracks, looking up at the brilliant starry night. "Say, is the stars the same over there overseas as they is here?" "I guess so," said Andrews, laughing, "though I've never been to sea." "I never had much schooling," went on Chris. "I left school when I was 12 'cause it warn't much good, and Dad drank, so the folks needed me to work on the farm." "What do you grow in your part of the country?" "Mostly corn, a little wheat and tobacco. We raised a lot of stock. But I was just going to tell you, I nearly did kill a guy once." "Tell me about it." "I was drunk at the time. Us boys round Tallyville was a pretty tough bunch then. And we used to work just long enough to get some money to tear things up with, and then we used to play craps and drink whiskey. This happened just at corn shucking time. Hell, I don't even know what it was about, but I got to quarreling with a feller I'd been right smart friends with. Then he laid off and hit me in the jaw. I just don't know what I'd done next, but before I knowed it, I had a hold of a shucking knife and was slashing at him with it. A knife like that's a terrible thing to stab a man with. Took 4 of them to hold me down and get it away from me. They didn't keep me from giving him a good cut across the chest, though. I was just crazy drunk at the time. And man, if I wasn't a mess to go home with half my clothes pulled off and my shirt torn, I just fell in the ditch and slept there till daylight and got mud all through my hair. I don't scarcely touch a drop now, though." "So you're in a hurry to get overseas, Chris, like me," said Andrews after a long pause. "I'd push that guy Anderson into the sea if we both go over on the same boat," said Chrisfield, laughing. But he added after a pause, "It would have been hell if I'd killed that feller, though. Honest, I wouldn't have wanted to do that." "That's the job that pays, a violinist. said somebody. "No, it don't," came a melancholy drawling voice from a lanky man who sat doubled up with his long face in his hands and his elbows resting on his knees. "Just brings a living wage. A living wage." Several men were grouped at the end of the barracks. From them the long row of cots, with here and there a man asleep or a man hastily undressing, stretched, lighted by occasional feeble electric light bulbs, to the sergeant's little table beside the door. "You're gettin' a discharge, aren't you?" asked a man with a brogue and the red face of a jovial gorilla that signified the bartender. "Yes, Flanagan, I am," said the lanky man dolefully. "Ain't he got hard luck?" came a voice from the crowd. "Yes, I have got hard luck, buddy," said the lanky man, looking at the faces about him out of sunken eyes. "I ought to be getting $40 a week, and here I am getting 7 and in the army besides." "I meant that you were getting out of this goddam army." "The army, the Democratic Army," chanted someone under his breath. "But begorra, I want to go overseas and have a look at the 'Uns," said Flanagan, who managed with strange skill to combine a Cockney whine with his Irish brogue. "Overseas?" took up the lanky man. "If I could have gone and studied overseas, I'd be making as much as Kubelik. I've the makings of a good player in me." "Why didn't you go?" said Andrews, who stood on the outskirts with Fuselli and Chris. "Look at me. T.B.," said the lanky man. "Well, they can't get me over there soon enough," said Flanagan. "Must be funny not being able to understand what folks say. They say 'we' over there when they mean 'yes,' a guy told me." "You can make signs to them, can't you?" said Flanagan, "and they can understand an Irishman anywhere. But you won't have to talk to the 'Uns. Begorry, I'll set up in business when I get there. What do you think of that?" Everyone laughed. "How'll that do? I'll start an Irish house in Berlin, I will, and there'll be O'Casey and O'Ryan and O'Reilly and O'Flaherty, and begod the King of England himself'll come and set the goddam Kaiser up to a drink. The Kaiser'll be strung up on a telephone pole by that time, you needn't worry, Flanagan. They ought to torture him to death like they do niggers when they lynch 'em down south." A bugle sounded far away on the parade ground. Everyone slunk away silently to his cot. John Andrews arranged himself carefully in his blankets, promising himself a quiet time of thought before going to sleep. He needed to be awake and think at night this way, so that he might not lose entirely the thread of his own life, of the life he would take up again some day if he lived through it. He brushed away the thought of death. It was uninteresting. He didn't care anyway. But some day he would want to play the piano again, to write music. He must not let himself sink too deeply into the helpless mentality of the soldier. He must keep his willpower. No, but that was not what he had wanted to think about. He was so bored with himself. At any cost he must forget himself. Even since his first year at college he had seemed to have done nothing but think about himself, talk about himself. At least at the bottom, in the utterest degradation of slavery, he could find forgetfulness and start rebuilding the fabric of his life, out of real things this time, out of work and comradeship and scorn. Scorn, that was the quality he needed. It was such a raw, fantastic world he had suddenly fallen into. His life before this week seemed a dream read in a novel, a picture he had seen in a shop window. It was so different. Could it have been in the same world at all? He must have died without knowing it and been born again into a new futile hell. When he had been a child he had lived in a dilapidated mansion that stood among old oaks and chestnuts, beside a road where buggies and ox carts passed rarely to disturb the sandy ruts that lay in the mottled shade. He had so many dreams. Lying under the crepe myrtle bush at the end of the overgrown garden, he had passed the long Virginia afternoons, thinking, while the dry flies whizzed sleepily in the sunlight, of the world he would live in when he grew up. He had planned so many lives for himself. A general, like Caesar, he was to conquer the world and die murdered in a great marble hall. A wandering minstrel, he would go through all countries singing, and have intricate, endless adventures. A great musician, he would sit at the piano playing, like Chopin in his engraving, where beautiful women wept and men with long curly hair hid their faces in their hands. It was only slavery that he had not foreseen. His race had dominated for too many centuries for that. And yet the world was made of various slaveries. John Andrews lay on his back on his cot while everyone around him slept and snored in the dark barracks. A certain terror held him. In a week the great structure of his romantic world, so full of many colors and harmonies, that had survived school and college and the buffeting of making a living in New York, had fallen in dust about him. He was utterly in the void. How silly, he thought. This is the world as it has appeared to the majority of men. This is just the lower half of the pyramid. He thought of his friends, of Fuselli and Chrisfield and that funny little man Eisenstein. They seemed at home in this army life. They did not seem appalled by the loss of their liberty. But they had never lived in the glittering other world. Yet he could not feel the scorn of them he wanted to feel. He thought of them singing under the direction of the Y man. Hail, hail, the gang's all here, we're going to get the Kaiser, we're going to get the Kaiser, we're going to get the Kaiser now. He thought of himself and Chrisfield picking up cigarette butts, and the tramp, tramp, tramp of feet on the drill field. Where was the connection? Was this all futile madness? They'd come from such various worlds, all these men sleeping about him, to be united in this. And what did they think of it all these sleepers? Had they too not had dreams when they were boys? Or had the generations prepared them only for this? He thought of himself lying under the crepe myrtle bush through the hot, droning afternoon, watching the pale magenta flowers flutter down into the dry grass, and felt again, wrapped in his blankets among all these sleepers, the straining of limbs, burning with desire to rush untrammeled through some new, keen air. Suddenly, darkness overspread his mind. He woke with a start. The bugle was blowing outside. "All right, look lively," the sergeant was shouting. Another day. End of section 1. Section 2 of 3 Soldiers. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by M.B. 3 Soldiers by John Dos Passos. Section 2. 4. The stars were very bright when Fuselli, eyes stinging with sleep, stumbled out of the barracks. They trembled like bits of brilliant jelly in the black velvet of the sky, just as something inside him trembled with excitement. "Anybody know where the electricity turns on?" asked the sergeant in a good-humored voice. "Here it is." The light over the door of the barracks snapped on, revealing a rotund, cheerful man with a little yellow mustache and an unlit cigarette dangling out of the corner of his mouth. Grouped about him, in overcoats and caps, the men of the company rested their packs against their knees. "All right, line up, men." Eyes looked curiously at Fuselli as he lined up with the rest. He had been transferred into the company the night before. "Attention!" shouted the sergeant. Then he wrinkled up his eyes and grinned hard at the slip of paper he held in his hand, while the men of his company watched him affectionately. "Answer here when your name is called. Allen, B.C." "Yo!" came a shrill voice from the other end of the line. "Anspack?" "Here." Meanwhile, outside the other barracks other companies could be heard calling the roll. Somewhere from the end of the street came a cheer. "Well, I guess I can tell you now, fellers," said the sergeant with his air of quiet omniscience when he had called the last name. "We're going overseas." Everybody cheered. "Shut up, you don't want the Huns to hear us, do you?" The company laughed, and there was a broad grin on the sergeant's round face. Seems to have a pretty decent top kicker, whispered Fuselli to the man next to him. You bet your kid he's a peach, said the man in a voice full of devotion. This is some company, I can tell you that. You bet it is, said the next man along. The corporal's in the Red Sox outfield. The lieutenant appeared suddenly in the area of light in front of the barracks. He was a pink-faced boy. His trench coat, a little too large, was very new and stuck out stiffly from his legs. "Everything all right, Sergeant? Everything all right?" he asked several times, shifting his weight from one foot to the other. "All ready for entrainment, sir," said the sergeant heartily. "Very good. I'll let you know the order of march in a minute." Fuselli's ears pounded with strange excitement. These phrases, entrainment, order of march, had a businesslike sound. He suddenly started to wonder how it would feel to be under fire. Memories of movies flickered in his mind. "God, ain't I glad to get out of this hell hole," he said to the man next him. "The next one may be more of a hell hole yet, buddy," said the sergeant, striding up and down with his important, confident walk. Everybody laughed. "He's some sergeant, our sergeant is," said the man next to Fuselli. "He's got brains in his head, that boy has." "All right, break ranks," said the sergeant. "But if anybody moves away from this barracks I'll put him in KP. Till he'll be able to peel spuds in his sleep." The company laughed again. Fuselli noticed with displeasure that the tall man with the shrill voice whose name had been called first on the roll did not laugh but spat disgustedly out of the corner of his mouth. Well, there are bad eggs in every good bunch, thought Fuselli. It gradually grew grey with dawn. Fuselli's legs were tired from standing so long. Outside all the barracks, as far as he could see up the street, men stood in ragged lines waiting. The sun rose hot on a cloudless day. A few sparrows twittered about the tin roof of the barracks. "Hell, we're not going this day." "Why?" asked somebody savagely. "Troops always leaves at night." "The hell they do. Here comes Sarge." Everybody craned their necks in the direction pointed out. The sergeant strolled up with a mysterious smile on his face. "Put away your overcoats and get out your mess kits." Mess kits clattered and gleamed in the slanting rays of the sun. They marched to the mess hall and back again, lined up again with packs and waited some more. Everybody began to get tired and peevish. Fuselli wondered where his old friends of the other company were. They were good kids, too, Chris and that educated fellow, Andrews. Tough luck they couldn't have come along. The sun rose higher. Men sneaked into the barracks one by one and lay down on the bare cots. "What do you want to bet we won't leave this camp for a week yet?" asked someone. At noon they lined up for mess again, ate dismally and hurriedly. As Fuselli was leaving the mess hall tapping a tattoo on his kit with two dirty fingernails, the corporal spoke to him in a low voice. "Be sure to wash your kit, buddy. We may have pack inspection." The corporal was a slim, yellow-faced man with a wrinkled skin, though he was still young, and an arrow-shaped mouth that opened and shut like the paper mouths children make. "All right, corporal," Fuselli answered cheerfully. He wanted to make a good impression. "Fellers'll be saying 'all right, corporal' to me soon," he thought. An idea that repelled him came into his mind. The corporal didn't look strong. He wouldn't last long overseas. And he pictured Mabe writing Corporal Dan Fuselli, OARD 5. At the end of the afternoon the lieutenant appeared suddenly, his face flushed, his trench coat stiffer than ever. "All right, sergeant, line up your men," he said in a breathless voice. All down the camp street companies were forming. One by one they marched out in columns of fours and halted with their packs on. The day was getting amber with sunset. Retreat sounded. Fuselli's mind had suddenly become very active. The notes of the bugle and of the band playing the Star-Spangled Banner sifted into his consciousness through a dream of what it would be like over there. He was at a place like the Exposition Ground, full of old men and women in peasant costume, like in the song "When It's Apple Blossom Time in Normandy." Men in spiked helmets who looked like firemen kept charging through, like the Ku Klux Klan in the movies, jumping from their horses and setting fire to buildings with strange, outlandish gestures, spitting babies on their long swords. Those were the Huns. Then there were flags blowing very hard in the wind and the sound of a band. The Yanks were coming. Everything was lost in a scene from a movie in which khaki-clad regiments marched fast, fast across the scene. The memory of the shouting that always accompanied it drowned out the picture. "The guns must make a racket, though," he added as an afterthought. "Attention! Forward march!" The long street of the camp was full of the tramping of feet. They were off. As they passed through the gate Fuselli caught a glimpse of Chris standing with his arm about Andrews's shoulders. They both waved. Fuselli grinned and expanded his chest. They were just rookies still. He was going overseas. The weight of the pack tugged at his shoulders and made his feet heavy, as if they were charged with lead. The sweat ran down his close-clipped head under the overseas cap and streamed into his eyes and down the sides of his nose. Through the tramp of feet he heard confusedly cheering from the sidewalk. In front of him the backs of heads and the swaying packs got smaller, rank by rank up the street. Above them flags dangled from windows, flags leisurely swaying in the twilight. But the weight of the pack, as the column marched under arc lights glaring through the afterglow, inevitably forced his head to droop forward. The soles of boots and legs wrapped in puttees and the bottom strap of the pack of the man ahead of him were all he could see. The pack seemed heavy enough to push him through the asphalt pavement, and all about him was the faint jingle of equipment and the tramp of feet. Every part of him was full of sweat. He could feel vaguely the steam of sweat that rose from the ranks of struggling bodies about him. But gradually he forgot everything but the pack tugging at his shoulders, weighing down his thighs and ankles and feet, and the monotonous rhythm of his feet striking the pavement, and of the other feet in front of him, behind him, beside him, crunching, crunching. The train smelt of new uniforms on which the sweat had dried, and of the smoke of cheap cigarettes. Fuselli awoke with a start. He had been asleep with his head on Bill Grey's shoulder. It was already broad daylight. The train was jolting slowly over cross tracks in some dismal suburb, full of long soot-smeared warehouses and endless rows of freight cars, beyond which lay brown marshland and slate-grey stretches of water. "God! That must be the Atlantic Ocean!" cried Fuselli in excitement. "Ain't yer never seen it before? That's the Perth River," said Bill Grey scornfully. "No, I come from the coast." They stuck their heads out of the window side by side so that their cheeks touched. "Gee, there's some skirts," said Bill Grey. The train jolted to a stop. Two untidy red-haired girls were standing beside the track waving their hands. "Give us a kiss," cried Bill Grey. "Sure," said a girl. "Anythin' for one of our boys." She stood on tiptoe and Grey leaned far out of the window, just managing to reach the girl's forehead. Fuselli felt a flush of desire all over him. "Hole on ter my belt," he said. "I'll kiss her, right?" He leaned far out and throwing his arms around the girl's pink gingham shoulders, lifted her off the ground and kissed her furiously on the lips. "Let me go, let me go," cried the girl. Men leaning out of the other windows of the car cheered and shouted. Fuselli kissed her again and then dropped her. "You're too rough, damn ye," said the girl angrily. A man from one of the windows yelled, "I'll go and tell mommer," and everybody laughed. The train moved on. Fuselli looked about him proudly. The image of Mabe giving him the 5-pound box of candy rose a moment in his mind. Ain't no harm in havin' a little fun. Don't mean nothin'," he said aloud. "You just wait till we hit France. We'll hit up with some of the Mademoiselles, won't we, kid?" said Bill Grey, slapping Fuselli on the knee. "Beautiful Katie, Katie, you're the only girl that I adore. And when the moon shines over the cowshed, I'll be waiting at the kitchen door." Everybody sang as the thumping of wheels over rails grew faster. Fuselli looked about contentedly at the company sprawling over their packs and equipment in the smoky car. "It's great to be a soldier," he said to Bill Grey. "You can do anything you goddam please." "This," said the corporal as the company filed into barracks identical to those they had left 2 days before, "is an embarkation camp, but I'd like to know where the hell we embark at." He twisted his face into a smile and then shouted with lugubrious intonation, "Fall in for mess." It was pitch dark in that part of the camp. The electric lights had a sparse reddish glow. Fuselli kept straining his eyes, expecting to see a wharf and the masts of a ship at the end of every alley. The line filed into a dim mess hall where a thin stew was splashed into the mess kits. Behind the counter of the kitchen the non-coms, the jovial first sergeant and the businesslike sergeant who looked like a preacher, and the wrinkle-faced corporal who had been on the Red Sox outfield, could be seen eating steak. A faint odor of steak frying went through the mess hall and made the thin chilly stew utterly tasteless in comparison. Fuselli looked enviously towards the kitchen and thought of the day when he would be a non-com too. "I gotta get busy," he said to himself earnestly. Overseas, under fire, he'd have a chance to show what he was worth, and he pictured himself heroically carrying a wounded captain back to a dressing tent, pursued by fierce whiskered men with spiked helmets like firemen's helmets. The strumming of a guitar came strangely down the dark street of the camp. "Some guy sure can play," said Bill Grey, who was with his hands in his pockets, slouched along beside Fuselli. They looked in the door of one of the barracks. A lot of soldiers were sitting in a ring round two tall negroes whose black faces and chests glistened like jet in the faint light. "Come on, Charlie, give us another," said someone. "Do I git it now or mus' I hesitate?" One negro began chanting while the other strummed carelessly on the guitar. "No, give us the Titanic." The guitar strummed in a crooning ragtime for a moment. The negro's voice broke into it suddenly, pitched high. "This is the song of the Titanic sailin' on the sea." The guitar strummed on. There had been a tension in the negro's voice that made everyone stop talking. The soldiers looked at him curiously. "How de Titanic ran in dat coal iceberg? How de Titanic ran in dat coal iceberg sailin' on the sea?" His voice was confidential and soft, and the guitar strummed to the same sobbing ragtime. Verse after verse the voice grew louder and the strumming faster. "De Titanic's sinkin' in de deep blue, sinkin' in de deep blue, sinkin' in de sea. Oh, de woman and de children a floatin' in de sea. Oh, de women and de children a floatin' in de sea, round dat coal iceberg. Sung nearer, my God, to thee, sung nearer, my God, to thee, nearer to thee." The guitar was strumming the hymn tune. The negro was singing with every chord in his throat taut, almost sobbing. A man next to Fuselli took careful aim and spat into a box of sawdust in the middle of the ring of motionless soldiers. The guitar played the ragtime again, fast, almost mockingly. The negro sang in low, confidential tones. "Oh, de women and de children dey sank in de sea. Oh, de women and de children dey sank in de sea, round dat coal iceberg." Before he had finished, a bugle blew in the distance. Everybody scattered. Fuselli and Bill Grey went silently back to their barracks. "Must be an awful thing to drown in the sea," said Grey as he rolled himself in his blankets. "If one of those bastard U-boats..." "I don't give a damn," said Fuselli boisterously. But as he lay staring into the darkness, cold terror stiffened him suddenly. He thought for a moment of deserting, pretending he was sick, anything to keep from going on the transport. Oh, de women and de children, dey sank in de sea, round dat coal iceberg. He could feel himself going down through icy water. It's a hell of a thing to send a guy over there to drown, he said to himself, and he thought of the hilly streets of San Francisco, and the glow of the sunset over the harbor and ships coming in through the Golden Gate. His mind went gradually blank, and he went to sleep. The column was like some curious khaki-colored carpet, hiding the road as far as you could see. In Fuselli's company, the men were shifting their weight from one foot to the other, muttering, "What the hell are they waiting for now?" Bill Grey, next to Fuselli in the ranks, stood bent double so as to take the weight of his pack off his shoulders. They were at a crossroads on fairly high ground, so that they could see the long sheds and barracks of the camp stretching away in every direction, in rows and rows, broken now and then by a grey drill field. In front of them the column stretched to the last bend in the road, where it disappeared on a hill among mustard-yellow suburban houses. Fuselli was excited. He kept thinking of the night before, when he had helped the sergeant distribute emergency rations, and had carried about piles of boxes of hard bread, counting them carefully without a mistake. He felt full of desire to do things, to show what he was good for. "Gee," he said to himself, "this war's a lucky thing for me. I might have been in the R.C. Vicker Company's store for 5 years and never got a raise, and here in the army I got a chance to do almost anything." Far ahead down the road the column was beginning to move. Voices shouting orders beat crisply on the morning air. Fuselli's heart was thumping. He felt proud of himself, and of the company, the damn best company in the whole outfit. The company ahead was moving. It was their turn now. "Forward, march!" They were lost in the monotonous tramp of feet. Dust rose from the road, along which like a drab brown worm crawled the column. A sickening, unfamiliar smell choked their nostrils. "What are they taking us down here for?" "Damned if I know." They were filing down ladders into the terrifying pit which the hold of the ship seemed to them. Every man had a blue card in his hand with a number on it. In a dim place like an empty warehouse they stopped. The sergeant shouted out, "I guess this is our diggings. We'll have to make the best of it." Then he disappeared. Fuselli looked about him. He was sitting in one of the lowest of 3 tiers of bunks roughly built of new pine boards. Electric lights placed here and there gave a faint reddish tone to the gloom, except at the ladders where high-powered lamps made a white glare. The place was full of tramping of feet and the sound of packs being thrown on bunks as endless files of soldiers poured in down every ladder. Somewhere down the alley, an officer with a shrill voice was shouting to his men, "Speed it up there! Speed it up there!" Fuselli sat on his bunk, looking at the terrifying confusion all about, feeling bewildered and humiliated. For how many days would they be in that dark pit? He suddenly felt angry. They had no right to treat a feller like that. He was a man, not a bale of hay to be bundled about as anybody liked. "And if we're torpedoed, a fat chance we'll have down here," he said aloud. "They got sentries posted to keep us from going up on deck," said someone. "God damn them. They treat you like you was a steer being taken over for meat." "Well, you're not a damn sight more. Meat for the guns." A little man lying in one of the upper bunks had spoken suddenly, contracting his sallow face into a curious spasm, as if the words had burst from him in spite of an effort to keep them in. Everybody looked up at him angrily. "That goddamn kike Eisenstein," muttered someone. "Say, tie that bull outside," shouted Bill Grey good-naturedly. "Fools," muttered Eisenstein, turning over and burying his face in his hands. Gee, I wonder what it is makes it smell so funny down here, said Fuselli. Fuselli lay flat on deck, resting his head on his crossed arms. When he looked straight up, he could see a lead-colored mast sweep back and forth across the sky full of clouds of light grey and silver and dark purplish grey, showing yellowish at the edges. When he tilted his head a little to one side, he could see Bill Grey's heavy, colorless face, and the dark bristles of his unshaven chin and his mouth a little twisted to the left, from which a cigarette dangled unlighted. Beyond were heads and bodies huddled together in a mass of khaki overcoats and life preservers. And when the roll tipped the deck he had a view of moving green waves, and of a steamer striped grey and white, and the horizon, a dark taut line, broken here and there by the tops of waves. "Oh God, I feel sick," said Bill Grey, taking the cigarette out of his mouth and looking at it revengefully. "I'd be all right if everything didn't stink so, and that mess hall. Nearly makes a guy puke to think of it." Fuselli spoke in a whining voice, watching the top of the mast move like a pencil scrawling on paper, back and forth across the mottled clouds. "You belly aching again?" A brown, moon-shaped face with thick black eyebrows and hair curling crisply about a forehead with many horizontal wrinkles rose from the deck on the other side of Fuselli. "Get the hell out of here." "Feel sick, sonny?" came the deep voice again, and the dark eyebrows contracted in an expression of sympathy. "Funny, I'd have my 6-shooter out if I was home and you told me to get the hell out, sonny." "Well, who wouldn't be sore when they have to go on KP?" said Fuselli peevishly. "I ain't been down to mess in 3 days. A feller who lives on the plains like I do ought to take to the sea like a duck, but it don't seem to suit me." "God, they're a sick-looking bunch I have to sling the hash to," said Fuselli more cheerfully. "I don't know how they get that way. The fellows in our company ain't that way. They look like they was a-skeered somebody was gonna hit 'em. Ever notice that, Meadville?" "Well, what do you expect of you guys who live in the city all your lives and don't know the butt from the barrel of a gun and never straddled anything more like a horse than a broomstick? You're just made to be sheep. No wonder they have to herd you round like calves." Meadville got to his feet and went unsteadily to the rail, keeping, as he threaded his way through the groups that covered the transport's afterdeck, a little of his cowboy's bow-legged stride. "I know what it is that makes men's eyes blink when they go down to that putrid mess," came a nasal voice. Fuselli turned round. Eisenstein was sitting in the place Meadville had just left. "You do you?" "It's part of the system. You gotta turn men into beasts before you can get 'em to act that way. Ever read Tolstoy?" "No. Say, you want to be careful how you go talking around the way you do." Fuselli lowered his voice confidentially. "I heard of a feller being shot at Camp Merritt for talking around." "I don't care. I'm a desperate man," said Eisenstein. "Don't you feel sick?" "God, I do." "Did you get rid of any of it, Meadville? Why don't they fight their old war somewhere a man can get to on a horse? Say, that's my seat." "The place was empty. I just sat down in it," said Eisenstein, lowering his head sullenly. "You can have 3 winks to get out of my place," said Meadville, squaring his broad shoulders. "You're stronger than me," said Eisenstein, moving off. "God, it's hell not to have a gun," muttered Meadville as he settled himself on the deck again. "Do you know, sonny, I nearly cried when I found I was gonna be in this damn medical corps. I enlisted for the tanks. This is the first time in my life I haven't had a gun. I even think I had one in my cradle." "That's funny," said Fuselli. The sergeant appeared suddenly in the middle of the group, his face red. "Say, fellers," he said in a low voice, "go down and straighten out the bunks as fast as you goddam can. They're having an inspection. It's a hell of a note." They all filed down the gangplanks into the foul-smelling hold, where there was no light but the invariable reddish glow of electric bulbs. They had hardly reached their bunks when someone called, "Attention!" 3 officers stalked by, their firm, important tread a little disturbed by the rolling. Their heads were stuck forward, and they peered from side to side among the bunks with the cruel, searching glance of hens looking for worms. "Fuselli," called the first sergeant, "bring up the record book to my stateroom, 213 on the lower deck." "All right, Sarge," said Fuselli with alacrity. He admired the first sergeant and wished he could imitate his jovial, domineering manner. It was the first time he had been in the upper part of the ship. It seemed a different world. The long corridors with red carpets, the white paint and the gilt moldings on the partitions, the officers strolling about at their ease. It all made him think of the big liners he used to watch come in through the Golden Gate, the liners he was going to Europe on some day, when he got rich. Oh, if he could only get to be a sergeant first class, all this comfort and magnificence would be his. He found the number and knocked on the door. Laughter and loud talking came from inside the stateroom. "Wait a sec," came an unfamiliar voice. "Sergeant Olster here?" "Oh, it's one of my gang," came the sergeant's voice. "Let him in. He won't peach on us." The door opened and he saw Sergeant Olster and 2 other young men sitting with their feet dangling over the red varnished boards that enclosed the bunks. They were talking gaily and had glasses in their hands. "Paris is some town, I can tell you," one was saying. "They say the girls come up and put their arms round you right in the main street." "Here's the records, Sergeant," said Fuselli stiffly in his best military manner. "Oh, thanks." "There's nothing else I want," said the sergeant, his voice more jovial than ever. "Don't fall overboard like that guy in Company C." Fuselli laughed as he closed the door, growing serious suddenly on noticing that one of the young men wore in his shirt the gold bar of a second lieutenant. "Gee," he said to himself, "I ought to have saluted." He waited a moment outside the closed door of the stateroom, listening to the talk and the laughter, wishing he were one of that merry group talking about women in Paris. He began thinking. Sure, he'd get private first class as soon as they got overseas. Then in a couple of months he might be corporal. If they saw much service, he'd move along all right, once he got to be a non-com. "Oh, I mustn't get in wrong. Oh, I mustn't get in wrong," he kept saying to himself as he went down the ladder into the hold. But he forgot everything in the seasickness that came on again as he breathed in the fetid air. The deck now slanted down in front of him, now rose so that he was walking up an incline. Dirty water slushed about from one side of the passage to the other with every lurch of the ship. When he reached the door, the whistling howl of the wind through the hinges and cracks made Fuselli hesitate a long time with his hand on the knob. The moment he turned the knob, the door flew open, and he was in the full sweep of the wind. The deck was deserted. The wet ropes strung along it shivered dismally in the wind. Every other moment came the rattle of spray that rose up in white fringy trees to windward and smashed against him like hail. Without closing the door, he crept forward along the deck, clinging as hard as he could to the icy rope. Beyond the spray he could see huge marbled green waves rise in constant succession out of the mist. The roar of the wind in his ears confused him and terrified him. It seemed ages before he reached the door of the forward house, that opened on a passage that smelt of drugs, and breathed out air, where men waited in a packed line, thrown one against the other by the lurching of the boat, to get into the dispensary. The roar of the wind came to them faintly, and only now and then the hollow thump of a wave against the bow. "You sick?" a man asked Fuselli. "No, I'm not sick, but Sarge sent me to get some stuff for some guys that's too sick to move." "An awful lot of sickness on this boat." "2 fellers died this morning in that there room," said another man solemnly, pointing over his shoulder with a jerk of the thumb. "Ain't buried him yet. It's too rough." "What did they die of?" asked Fuselli eagerly. "Spinal something." "Meningitis," broke in a man at the end of the line. "Say, that's awful catchin', ain't it?" "Sure is." "Where does it hit you?" asked Fuselli. "Your neck swells up and then you just go stiff all over," came the man's voice from the end of the line. There was a silence. From the direction of the infirmary a man with a packet of medicines in his hand began making his way towards the door. "Many guys in there?" asked Fuselli in a low voice as the man brushed past him. When the door closed again, the man beside Fuselli, who was tall and broad-shouldered with heavy black eyebrows, burst out as if he were saying something he'd been trying to keep from saying for a long while. "It won't be right if that sickness gets me. Indeed it won't. I've got a girl waiting for me at home. It's 2 years since I ain't touched a woman, all on account of her. It ain't natural for a fellow to go so long as that." "Why didn't you marry her before you left?" somebody asked mockingly. "Said that she didn't want to be no war bride, that she could wait for me better if I didn't." Several men laughed. "Wouldn't be right if I took sick and died of this sickness after keeping myself clean on account of that girl. Wouldn't be right," the man muttered again to Fuselli. Fuselli was picturing himself lying on his bunk with a swollen neck, while his arms and legs stiffened. A red-faced man halfway up the passage started speaking. "When I thinks to myself how much the folks need me home, it makes me feel sort of confident like. I don't know why. I just can't cash in my checks, that's all." He laughed jovially. No one joined in the laugh. "Is it awfully catchin'?" asked Fuselli of the man next him. "Most catchin' thing there is," he answered solemnly. "The worst of it is," another man was muttering in a shrill, hysterical voice, "being thrown over to the sharks. Gee, they ain't got a right to do that. Even if it is wartime, they ain't got a right to treat a Christian like he was a dead dog." "They got a right to do anything they goddam please, buddy. Who's goin' to stop 'em, I'd like to know," cried the red-faced man. "If he was an officer they wouldn't throw him over like that," came the shrill, hysterical voice again. "Cut that," said someone else. "No use in gettin' wrong just for the sake of talking." "But ain't it dangerous, waitin' round up here so near where those fellows are with that sickness?" whispered Fuselli to the man next him. "Reckon it is, buddy," came the other man's voice dully. Fuselli started making his way toward the door. "Let me out, fellers. I've got to puke," he said. "Shoot," he was thinking. "I'll tell 'em the place was closed. They'll never come to look." As he opened the door he thought of himself crawling back to his bunk and feeling his neck swell and his hands burn with fever and his arms and legs stiffen until everything would be effaced in the blackness of death. But the roar of the wind and the lash of the spray as he staggered back along the deck drowned all other thought. Fuselli and another man carried the dripping garbage can up the ladder that led from the mess hall. It smelt of rancid grease and coffee grounds, and greasy juice trickled over their fingers as they struggled with it. At last they burst out onto the deck where a free wind blew out of the black night. They staggered unsteadily to the rail and emptied the pail into the darkness. The splash was lost in the sound of the waves and of churned water fleeing along the sides. Fuselli leaned over the rail and looked down at the faint phosphorescence that was the only light in the whole black gulf. He had never seen such darkness before. He clutched hold of the rail with both hands, feeling lost and terrified in the blackness, in the roaring of the wind in his ears and the sound of churned water fleeing astern. The alternative was the stench of below decks. "Now I'll bring down the Rosie, don't you bother," he said to the other man, kicking the can that gave out a ringing sound as he spoke. He strained his eyes to make out something. The darkness seemed to press in upon his eyeballs, blinding him. Suddenly he noticed voices near him. Two men were talking. "I ain't never seen the sea before this. I didn't know it was like this." "We're in the zone now." "That means we may go down any minute." "Yeah." "Christ, how black it is. It'll be awful to drown in the dark like this."
"It'll be over soon."
Say, Fred, have you ever been so scared that...
"Do you feel scared?"
Feel my hand, Fred. No, there it is. God, it's so hellish black you can't see your own hand."
"It's cold."
"Why are you shivering so?"
"God, I wish I had a drink."
"I ain't never seen the sea before. I didn't know." Fuselli heard distinctly the man's teeth chattering in the darkness.
"God, pull yourself together, kid. You can't be scared like this."
"Oh, God."
There was a long pause.
Fuselli heard nothing but the churned water speeding along the ship's side and the wind roaring in his ears. "I ain't never seen the sea before this time, Fred, and it sort of gets my goat, all this sickness and all. They dropped 3 of 'em overboard yesterday."
"Hell, kid, don't think of it."
"Say, Fred, if you're saved, Fred, and not me, you'll write to my folks, won't you?"
"Indeed I will. But I reckon you and me'll both go down together."
"Oh, don't say that. And you won't forget to write that girl I gave you the address of."
"You'll do the same for me."
"Oh, no, Fred. I'll never see land. Oh, it's no use. I feel so well and husky. I don't want to die. I can't die like this."
If only it wasn't so goddamn black.
End of section 2. Section 3 of 3 Soldiers. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by M.B. 3 Soldiers by John Dos Passos. Section 3. Part 2. The Metal Cools. 1. It was a purplish dark outside the window. The rain fell steadily, making long, flashing stripes on the cracked panes, beating a hard, monotonous tattoo on the tin roof overhead. Fuselli had taken off his wet slicker and stood in front of the window looking out dismally at the rain. Behind him was the smoking stove into which a man was poking wood, and beyond that a few broken folding chairs on which soldiers sprawled in attitudes of utter boredom, and the counter where the Y-man stood with a set smile doling out chocolate to a line of men that filed past. "Gee, you have to line up for everything here, don't you?" Fuselli muttered. "It's about all you do in this hellhole, buddy," said a man beside him. The man pointed with his thumb at the window and said again, "See that rain? Well, I've been in this camp 3 weeks and it ain't stopped rainin' once. What do you think of that for a country?" "It certainly ain't like home," said Fuselli. "I'm going to have some chocolate." "It's damn rotten." "I might as well try it once." Fuselli slouched over to the end of the line and stood waiting his turn. He was thinking of the steep streets of San Francisco and the glimpses he used to get at the harbor full of yellow lights, the color of amber in a cigarette holder, as he went home from work through the blue dusk. He had begun to think of Mabe handing him the 5-pound box of candy, when his attention was distracted by the talk of the men behind him. The man next to him was speaking with a hurried, nervous intonation. Fuselli could feel his breath on the back of his neck. "I'll be goddamned," the man said. "Was you there too? Where'd you get yours?" "In the leg. It's about all right, though." "I ain't. I won't never be all right. The doctor says I'm all right now, but I know I'm not, the lyin' fool."
"Some time, wasn't it?"
"I'll be damned to hell if I do it again. I can't sleep at night thinking of the shape of the Fritzies' helmets. Have you ever thought that there was something about the shape of them goddamn helmets?
Ain't they just ordinary shapes? Said Fuselli, half turning round. I seen him in the movies. He laughed apologetically. Listen to the rookie, Tub, he's seen him in the movies, said the man with a nervous twitch in his voice, laughing a croaking little laugh. How long you been in this country, buddy? 2 days. Well, we only been here 2 months, ain't we, Tub? 4 months, you're forgetting, kid. The Y-man turned his set smile on Fuselli while he filled his tin cup up with chocolate. How much? A franc. One of those looks like a quarter, said the Y-man, his well-fed voice full of amiable condescension. That's a hell of a lot for a cup of chocolate, said Fuselli. You're at the war, young man, remember that, said the Y-man severely. You're lucky to get it at all. A cold chill gripped Fuselli's spine as he went back to the stove to drink the chocolate. Of course, he mustn't crab. He was in the war now. If the sergeant had heard him crabbing, it might have spoiled his chances for a corporalship. He must be careful. If he just watched out and kept on his toes, he'd be sure to get it. And why ain't there no more chocolate, I want to know? The nervous voice of the man who had stood in line behind Fuselli rose to a sudden shriek. Everybody looked round. The Y-man was moving his head from side to side in a flustered way, saying in a shrill little voice, I've told you there's no more. Go away. You ain't got no right to tell me to go away. You gotta get me some chocolate. You ain't never been to the front, you goddamn slacker. The man was yelling at the top of his lungs. He had hold of the counter with 2 hands and swayed from side to side. His friend was trying to pull him away. Look here, none of that. I'll report you, said the Y-man. Is there a non-commissioned officer in the hut? Go ahead, you can't do nothing. I can't never have nothing done worse than what's been done to me already. The man's voice had reached a sing-song fury. Is there a non-commissioned officer in the room? The Y-man kept looking from side to side. His little eyes were hard and spiteful, and his lips were drawn up in a thin, straight line. Keep quiet, I'll get him away, said the other man in a low voice. Can't you see he's not? A strange terror took hold of Fuselli. He hadn't expected things to be like that. When he had sat in the grandstand in the training camp and watched the jolly soldiers in khaki marching into towns, pursuing terrified Huns across potato fields, saving Belgian milkmaids against picturesque backgrounds. Does many of 'em come back that way? He asked a man beside him. Some do. It's this convalescent camp. The man and his friend stood side by side near the stove, talking in low voices. Pull yourself together, kid, the friend was saying. I'm all right, Tub. I'm all right now, Tub. The slacker got my goat, that was all. Fuselli was looking at him curiously. He had a yellow parchment face and a high, gaunt forehead, going up to sparse, curly brown hair. His eyes had a glassy look about them when they met Fuselli's. He smiled amiably. Oh, there's the kid who's seen Fritzy's helmets in the movies. Come on, buddy, come and have a beer at the English canteen. Can you get beer? Sure, over in the English camp. They went out into the slanting rain. It was nearly dark, but the sky had a purplish red color that was reflected a little on the slanting sides of tents and on the roofs of the rows of sheds that disappeared into the rainy mist in every direction. A few lights gleamed, a very bright, polished yellow. They followed a boardwalk that splashed mud up from the puddles under the tramp of their heavy boots. At one place they flattened themselves against the wet flap of a tent and saluted as an officer passed waving a little cane jauntily. How long does a fellow usually stay in these rest camps? Asked Fuselli. Depends on what's going on out there, said Tub, pointing carelessly to the sky beyond the peaks of the tents. You'll leave here soon enough. Don't you worry, buddy, said the man with the nervous voice. What you in? Medical replacement unit. A medic, are you? Those boys didn't last long at the chateau, did they, Tub? No, they didn't. Something inside Fuselli was protesting. I'll last out, though. I'll last out, though. Do you remember the fellows went out to get poor old Corporal Jones, Tub? And I'll be goddamned if anybody ever found a button of their pants. He laughed his creaky little laugh. They got in the way of a torpedo. The wet canteen was full of smoke and a cozy steam of beer. It was crowded with red-faced men with shiny brass buttons on their khaki uniforms, among whom was a good sprinkling of lanky Americans. "Tommies," said Fuselli to himself. After standing in line a while, Fuselli's cup was handed back to him across the counter, foaming with beer. "Hello, Fuselli." Meadville clapped him on the shoulder. "You found the liquor pretty damn quick, looks like to me." Fuselli laughed. "May I sit with you fellers?" "Sure, come along," said Fuselli proudly. "These guys have been to the front." "You have?" asked Meadville. "The Huns are pretty good scrappers, they say. Tell me, do you use your rifle much, or is it mostly big gun work?" "Naw, after all the months I spent learning how to drill with my goddamn rifle, I'll be a sucker if I've used it once. I'm in the grenade squad." Someone at the end of the room had started singing, "Oh, Mademoiselle from Armentières, parlez-vous." The man with the nervous voice went on talking while the song roared about them. "I don't spend a night without thinking of them funny helmets the Fritzies wear. Have you ever thought there was something goddamn funny about the shape of them helmets?" "Can the helmets, kid," said his friend. "You told us all about them once." "I ain't told you why I can't forget 'em, have I? A German officer crossed the Rhine, parlez-vous. A German officer crossed the Rhine, he loved the woman and liked the wine, hanky-panky, parlez-vous." "Listen to this, fellows," said the man in his twitching, nervous voice, staring straight into Fuselli's eyes. "We made a little attack to straighten out our trenches a bit just before I got winged. Our barrage cut off a bit of Fritzie's trench and we ran right ahead, just about dawn, and occupied it. I'll be goddamned if it wasn't as quiet as a Sunday morning at home." "It was," said his friend. "And I had a bunch of grenades, and a feller came running up to me whisperin', 'There's a bunch of Fritzies playin' cards in a dugout. They don't seem to know they're captured. We better take 'em prisoners.' 'Prisoners, hell,' says I. 'We'll go and clear the buggers out.' So we crept along the steps and looked down." The song had started again. "Oh, Mademoiselle from Parmentiers, parlez-vous." "Their helmets looked so damn like toadstools I came near laughin'. And they sat round the lamp layin' down the cards, serious like, the way I've seen Germans do in the Rathskeller at home. 'He loved the women and liked the wine, parlez-vous.' I lay there lookin' at 'em for a hell of a time, and then I clicked a grenade and tossed it gently down the steps, and all those funny helmets like toadstools popped up in the air, and somebody gave a yell, and the light went out, and the damn grenade went off. Then I let 'em have the rest of 'em and went away, 'cause one of them was still moanin' like. It was about that time they let their barrage down on us, and I got mine. 'The Yanks are having a hell of a time, parlez-vous.' And the first thing I thought of when I woke up was how those goddamn helmets looked. It upsets a feller to think of a thing like that." His voice ended in a whine like the broken voice of a child that has been beaten. "You need to pull yourself together, kid," said his friend. "I know what I need, Tub. I need a woman." "You know where you get one?" asked Meadville. "I'd like to get me a nice little French girl a rainy night like this." "It must be a hell of a ways to the town. They say it's full of MPs too," said Fuselli. "I know a way," said the man with the nervous voice. "Come on, Tub." "No, I've had enough of these goddamn frog women." They all left the canteen. As the two men went off down the side of the building, Fuselli heard the nervous twitching voice through the metallic patter of the rain. "I can't find no way of forgettin' how funny the helmets looked all round the lamp. I can't find no way." Bill Grey and Fuselli pooled their blankets and slept together. They lay on the hard floor of the tent very close to each other, listening to the rain pattering endlessly on the drenched canvas that slanted above their heads. "Hell, Bill, I'm gettin' pneumonia," said Fuselli, clearing his nose.
That's the only thing that scares me in the whole goddamn business. I'd hate to die of sickness. And they say another kid's kicked off with what? What did they call it? Meningitis. Was that what was the matter with Stein? The corporal won't say. Old Corp looks sort of sick himself, said Fuselli. It's this rotten climate, whispered Bill Grey, in the middle of a fit of coughing. For cat's sake, quit that coughing. Let a feller sleep, came a voice from the other side of the tent. Go and get a room in a hotel if you don't like it. That's it, Bill. Tell 'em where to get off. If you fellers don't quit yelling, I'll put the whole blame lot of you on KP, came the sergeant's good-natured voice. Don't you know the taps is blown? The tent was silent except for the fast patter of the rain and Bill Grey's coughing. That sergeant gives me a pain in the neck, muttered Bill Grey peevishly, when his coughing had stopped, wriggling about under the blankets. After a while Fuselli said in a very low voice, so that no one but his friend should hear: "Say, Bill, ain't it different from what we thought it was going to be?" "Yeah. I mean, fellows don't seem to think about beating the Huns at all. They're so busy crabbing on everything." "It's the guys higher up that does the thinking," said Grey grandiloquently. "Hell, but I thought it'd be exciting like in the movies." "I guess that was a lot of talk." "Maybe." Fuselli went to sleep on the hard floor, feeling the comfortable warmth of Grey's body along the side of him, hearing the endless, monotonous patter of the rain on the drenched canvas above his head. He tried to stay awake a minute, to remember what Mabe looked like, but sleep closed down on him suddenly. The bugle wrenched them out of their blankets before it was light. The air was raw and full of white mist that was cold as snow against their faces still warm from sleep. The corporal called the roll, lighting matches to read the list. When he dismissed the formation, the sergeant's voice was heard from the tent, where he lay still rolled in his blankets. "Say, Corp, go and tell Fuselli to straighten out Lieutenant Stanford's room at 8 sharp in officers' barracks, number 4. "Did you hear, Fuselli?" "All right," said Fuselli. His blood boiled up suddenly. This was the first time he'd had to do servant's work. He hadn't joined the army to be a slavey to any damned first loot. It was against army regulations anyway. He'd go and kick. He wasn't going to be a slavey. He walked towards the door of the tent, thinking what he'd say to the sergeant. But he noticed the corporal coughing into his handkerchief with an expression of pain on his face. He turned and strolled away. It would get him in wrong if he started kicking like that. Much better shut his mouth and put up with it. The poor old corp couldn't last long at this rate. No, it wouldn't do to get in wrong. At 8, Fuselli, with a broom in his hand, a dull fury pounding and fluttering within him, knocked on the unpainted board door. "Who's that?" "To clean the room, sir," said Fuselli. "Come back in about 20 minutes," came the voice of the lieutenant. "All right, sir." Fuselli leaned against the back of the barracks and smoked a cigarette. The air stung his hands as if they had been scraped by a nutmeg grater. 20 minutes passed slowly. Despair seized hold of him. He was so far from anyone who cared about him, so lost in the vast machine. He was telling himself that he'd never get on, would never get up where he could show what he was good for. He felt as if he were in a treadmill. Day after day it would be like this. The same routine, the same helplessness. He looked at his watch. 25 minutes had passed. He picked up his broom and moved round to the lieutenant's room. "Come in," said the lieutenant carelessly. He was in his shirt sleeves, shaving. A pleasant smell of shaving soap filled the dark clapboard room, which had no furniture but 3 cots and some officers' trunks. He was a red-faced young man with flabby cheeks and dark, straight eyebrows. He had taken command of the company only a day or 2 before. "Looks like a decent feller," thought Fuselli. "What's your name?" asked the lieutenant, speaking into the small nickel mirror, while he ran the safety razor obliquely across his throat.
He stuttered a little. To Fuselli, he seemed to speak like an Englishman. Fuselli. Italian parentage, I presume? Yes, said Fuselli sullenly, dragging one of the cots away from the wall. Parla Italiano? You mean do I speak Italian? No, sir, said Fuselli emphatically. I was born in Frisco. Indeed? But get me some more water, will you, please? When Fuselli came back, he stood with his broom between his knees, blowing on his hands that were blue and stiff from carrying the heavy bucket. The lieutenant was dressed and was hooking the top hook of the uniform carefully. The collar made a red mark on his pink throat. All right, when you're through, report back to the company. The lieutenant went out, drawing on a pair of khaki-colored gloves with a satisfied and important gesture. Fuselli walked back slowly to the tents where the company was quartered, looking about him at the long lines of barracks, gaunt and dripping in the mist, at the big tin sheds of the cook shacks, where the cooks and KPs in greasy blue denims were slouching about amid a steam of cooking food. Something of the gesture with which the lieutenant drew on his gloves caught in the mind of Fuselli. He had seen people make gestures like that in the movies. Stout, dignified people in evening suits. The president of the company that owned the optical goods store where he had worked, at home in Frisco, had had something of that gesture about him. And he pictured himself drawing on a pair of gloves that way, importantly, finger by finger, with a little wave of self-satisfaction when the gesture was completed. He'd have to get that corporalship. There's a long, long trail a-winding through no man's land in France. The company sang lustily as it splashed through the mud down a grey road between high fences covered with great tangles of barbed wire, above which peeked the ends of warehouses and the chimneys of factories. The lieutenant and the top sergeant walked side by side chatting, now and then singing a little of the song in a deprecating way. The corporal sang, his eyes sparkling with delight. Even the sombre sergeant, who rarely spoke to anyone, sang. The company strode along, its 96 legs splashing jauntily through the deep putty-colored puddles. The packs swayed merrily from side to side, as if it were they and not the legs that were walking. There's a long, long trail a-winding through no man's land in France. At last they were going somewhere. They had separated from the contingent they had come over with. They were all alone now. They were going to be put to work. The lieutenant strode along importantly. The sergeant strode along importantly. The corporal strode along importantly. The right guard strode along more importantly than anyone. A sense of importance, of something tremendous to do, animated the company like wine, made the packs and the belts seem less heavy, made their necks and shoulders less stiff from struggling with the weight of the packs, made the 96 legs tramp jauntily in spite of the oozy mud and the deep putty-colored puddles. It was cold in the dark shed of the freight station where they waited. Some gas lamps flickered feebly high up among the rafters, lighting up in a ghastly way white piles of ammunition boxes and ranks of shells that disappeared in the darkness. The raw air was full of coal smoke and a smell of freshly cut boards. The captain and the top sergeant had disappeared. The men sat about, huddled in groups, sinking as far as they could into their overcoats, stamping their numb, wet feet on the mud-covered cement of the floor. The sliding doors were shut. Through them came a monotonous sound of cars shunting, of buffers bumping against buffers, and now and then the shrill whistle of an engine. "Hell, the French railroads are rotten," said someone. "How do you know?" snapped Eisenstein, who sat on a box away from the rest with his lean face in his hands, staring at his mud-covered boots. "Look at this." Bill Grey made a disgusted gesture towards the ceiling. "Gas! Doesn't even have electric light. Their trains run faster than ours," said Eisenstein. "The hell they do.
Why, a fellow back in that rest camp told me that it took 4 or 5 days to get anywhere. He was stuffing you, said Eisenstein. They used to run the fastest trains in the world in France. Not so fast as the 20th century. Goddamn, I'm a railroad man and I know. I want 5 men to help me sort out the eats, said the top sergeant, coming suddenly out of the shadows. Fuselli, Gray, Eisenstein, Meadville, Williams. All right, come along. Say, Sarge, this guy says that frog trains are faster than our trains. What do you think of that? The sergeant put on his comic expression. Everybody got ready to laugh. Well, if he'd rather take the side door Pullmans we're going to get aboard tonight than the Sunset Limited, he's welcome. I've seen him. You fellers haven't. Everybody laughed. The top sergeant turned confidentially to the 5 men who followed him into a small, well-lighted room that looked like a freight office. We've got to sort out the grub, fellers. See those cases? That's 3 days' rations for the outfit. I want to sort it into 3 lots, one for each car. Understand? Fuselli pulled open one of the boxes. The cans of bully beef flew under his fingers. He kept looking out of the corner of his eye at Eisenstein, who seemed very skillful in a careless way. The top sergeant stood beaming at them with his legs wide apart. Once he said something in a low voice to the corporal. Fuselli thought he caught the words, "Privates, first class," and his heart started thumping hard. In a few minutes the job was done, and everybody stood about lighting cigarettes. "Well, fellers," said Sergeant Jones, the somber man who rarely spoke, "I certainly didn't reckon when I used to be teachin' and preachin' and tendin' Sunday school and the like that I'd come to be usin' cuss words, but I think we got a damn good company." "Oh, we'll have you sayin' worse things than damn when we get you out on the front with a goddamn German aeroplane droppin' bombs on you," said the top sergeant, slapping him on the back. "Now, I want you 5 men to look out for the grub." Fuselli's chest swelled. "The company'll be in charge with the corporal for the night. Sergeant Jones and I have got to be with the lieutenant. Understand?" They all walked back to the dingy room where the rest of the company waited huddled in their coats, trying to keep their importance from being too obvious in their step. "I've really started now," thought Fuselli to himself. "I've really started now." The bare freight car clattered and rumbled monotonously over the rails. A bitter cold wind blew up through the cracks in the grimy, splintered boards of the floor. The men huddled in the corners of the car, curled up together like puppies in a box. It was pitch black. Fuselli lay half asleep, his head full of curious fragmentary dreams, feeling through his legs the aching cold, and the unending clattering rumble of the wheels, and the bodies and arms and legs muffled in coats and blankets pressing against him. He woke up with a start. His teeth were chattering. The clanking rumble of wheels seemed to be in his head. His head was being dragged along, bumping over cold iron rails. Someone lighted a match. The freight car's black swaying walls, the packs piled in the corner, the bodies heaped in the corners where, out of khaki masses here and there gleamed an occasional white face or a pair of eyes, all showed clear for a moment and then vanished again in the utter blackness. Fuselli pillowed his head in the crook of someone's arm and tried to go to sleep, but the scraping rumble of wheels over rails was too loud. He stayed with open eyes, staring into the blackness, trying to draw his body away from the blast of cold air that blew up through a crack in the floor. When the first grayness began filtering into the car, they all stood up and stamped and pounded each other and wrestled to get warm. When it was nearly light, the train stopped and they opened the sliding doors. They were in a station, a foreign-looking station where the walls were plastered with unfamiliar advertisements. Versailles, Fuselli spelt out the name. "Versailles," said Eisenstein. "That's where the kings of France used to live." The train started moving again slowly. On the platform stood the top sergeant.
"How'd you sleep?" he shouted as the car passed him. "Say, Fuselli, better start some grub going." "All right, Sarge," said Fuselli. The sergeant ran back to the front of the car and climbed on. With a delicious feeling of leadership, Fuselli divided up the bread and the cans of bully beef and the cheese. Then he sat on his pack eating dry bread and unsavory beef, whistling joyfully, while the train rumbled and clattered along through a strange misty green countryside. Whistling joyfully because he was going to the front, where there would be glory and excitement. Whistling joyfully because he felt he was getting along in the world. It was noon. A pallid little sun like a toy balloon hung low in the reddish grey sky. The train had stopped on a siding in the middle of a russet plain. Yellow poplars, faint as mist, rose slender against the sky along a black shining stream that swirled beside the track. In the distance a steeple and a few red roofs were etched faintly in the greyness. The men stood about balancing first on one foot and then on the other, stamping to get warm. On the other side of the river, an old man with an ox cart had stopped and was looking sadly at the train. "Say, where's the front?" somebody shouted to him. Everybody took up the cry, "Say, where's the front?" The old man waved his hand, shook his head and shouted to the oxen. The oxen took up again their quiet processional gait, and the old man walked ahead of them, his eyes on the ground. "Say, ain't the frogs dumb?" "Say, Dan," said Bill Grey, strolling away from a group of men he had been talking to, "these guys say we're going to the Third Army." "Say, fellers," shouted Fuselli, "they say we're going to the Third Army." "Where's that?" "In the Oregon forest," ventured somebody. "That's at the front, ain't it?" At that moment the lieutenant strode by. A long khaki muffler was thrown carelessly around his neck and hung down his back. "Look here, men," he said severely, "the orders are to stay in the cars." The men slunk back into the cars sullenly. A hospital train passed, clanking slowly over the cross tracks. Fuselli looked fixedly at the dark enigmatic windows, at the red crosses, at the orderlies in white who leaned out of the doors, waving their hands. Somebody noticed that there were scars on the new green paint of the last car. "The Huns have been shooting at it." "D'you hear that? The Huns tried to shoot up that hospital train." Fuselli remembered the pamphlet, German Atrocities, he had read one night at the YMCA. His mind became suddenly filled with pictures of children with their arms cut off, of babies spitted on bayonets, of women strapped on tables and violated by soldier after soldier. He thought of Mabe. He wished he were in a combatant service. He wanted to fight. Fight. He pictured himself shooting dozens of men in green uniforms, and he thought of Mabe reading about it in the papers. He'd have to try to get into a combatant service. No, he couldn't stay in the medics. The train had started again. Misty russet fields slipped by, and dark clumps of trees that gyrated slowly, waving branches of yellow and brown leaves, and patches of black lacework against the reddish grey sky. Fuselli was thinking of the good chance he had of getting to be corporal. At night, a dim-lighted station platform. The company waited in two lines, each man sitting on his pack. On the opposite platform, crowds of little men in blue with mustaches and long, soiled overcoats that reached almost to their feet were shouting and singing. Fuselli watched them with a faint disgust. "Gee, they got funny looking helmets, ain't they?" "They're the best fighters in the world," said Eisenstein. "Not that that's sayin' much about a man." "Say, that's an MP," said Bill Grey, catching Fuselli's arm. "Let's go ask him how near the front we are. I thought I heard guns a minute ago." "Did you? I guess we're in for it now," said Fuselli. "Say, buddy, how near the front are we?"
They spoke together excitedly. "The front," said the M.P., who was a red-faced Irishman with a crushed nose. "You're way back in the middle of France." The M.P. spat disgustedly. You fellers ain't never going to the front, don't you worry." "Hell," said Fuselli. "I'll be goddamned if I don't get there somehow," said Bill Grey, squaring his jaw. A fine rain was falling on the unprotected platform. On the other side, the little men in blue were singing a song Fuselli could not understand, drinking out of their ungainly looking canteens. Fuselli announced the news to the company. Everybody clustered round him cursing. But the faint sense of importance it gave him did not compensate for the feeling he had of being lost in the machine, of being as helpless as a sheep in a flock. Hours passed. They stamped about the platform in the fine rain, or sat in a row on their packs, waiting for orders. A grey belt appeared behind the trees. The platform began to take on a silvery gleam. They sat in a row on their packs, waiting. End of section 3. Section 4 of 3 Soldiers. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by M.B. 3 Soldiers by John Dos Passos. Section 4. 2. The company stood at attention, lined up outside of their barracks, a long wooden shack covered with tar paper. In front of them was a row of disheveled plane trees with white trunks that looked like ivory in the faint, ruddy sunlight. Then there was a rutted road on which stood a long line of French motor trucks with hunched grey backs like elephants. Beyond these were more plane trees, and another row of barracks covered with tar paper, outside of which other companies were lined up standing at attention. A bugle was sounding far away. The lieutenant stood at attention very stiffly. Fuselli's eyes followed the curves of his brilliantly polished puttees up to the braid on his sleeves. "Parade rest!" shouted the lieutenant in a muffled voice. Feet and hands moved in unison. Fuselli was thinking of the town. After retreat you could go down the irregular cobbled street from the old fairground where the camp was, to a little square where there was a grey stone fountain and a gin mill where you could sit at an oak table and have beer and eggs and fried potatoes served to you by a girl with red cheeks and plump, white, appetizing arms. "Attention!" Feet and hands moved in unison again. They could hardly hear the bugle, it was so faint. "Men, I have some appointments to announce," said the lieutenant, facing the company and taking on an easy conversational tone. "At rest. You've done good work in the storehouse here, men. I'm glad I have such a willing bunch of men under me, and I certainly hope that we can manage to make as many promotions as possible. As many as possible." Fuselli's hands were icy, and his heart was pumping the blood so fast to his ears that he could hardly hear. "The following privates to private first class," read the lieutenant in a routine voice. "Gray, Appleton, Williams, Eisenstein, Porter. Eisenstein will be company clerk." Fuselli was almost ready to cry. His name was not on the list. The sergeant's voice came after a long pause, smooth as velvet. "You forgot Fuselli, sir." "Oh, so I did," the lieutenant laughed. A small, dry laugh. "And Fuselli." "Gee, I must write Mabe tonight," Fuselli was saying to himself. "She'll be a proud kid when she gets that letter." "Company dismissed," shouted the sergeant genially. "Oh, Mademoiselle from Armentières, parlez-vous? Oh, Mademoiselle from Armentières," struck up the sergeant in his mellow voice. The front room of the cafe was full of soldiers,
Their khaki hid the worn oak benches and the edges of the square tables and the red tiles of the floor. They clustered round the tables, where glasses and bottles gleamed vaguely through the tobacco smoke. They stood in front of the bar drinking out of bottles, laughing, scraping their feet on the floor. A stout girl with red cheeks and plump white arms moved contentedly among them, carrying away empty bottles, bringing back full ones, taking the money to a grim old woman with a grey face and eyes like bits of jet, who stared carefully at each coin, fingered it with her grey hands and dropped it reluctantly into the cash drawer. In the corner sat Sergeant Ulster with a flush on his face, and the corporal who had been on the Red Sox outfield, and another sergeant, a big man with black hair and a black moustache. About them clustered, with approbation and respect in their faces, Fuselli, Bill Grey, and Meadville the cowboy, and Earl Williams, the blue-eyed and yellow-haired drug clerk. "Oh, the Yanks are having a hell of a time, parlez-vous." They pounded their bottles on the table in time to the song. "It's a good job," the top sergeant said, suddenly interrupting the song. "You needn't worry about that, fellers. I saw to it that we got a good job. And about getting to the front, you needn't worry about that. We'll all get to the front soon enough. Tell me, this war is going to last 10 years." "I guess we'll all be generals by that time, eh, Sarge?" said Williams. "But man, I wish I was back jerking soda water." "It's a great life if you don't weaken," murmured Fuselli automatically. "But I'm beginning to weaken," said Williams. "Man, I'm homesick, I don't care who knows it. I wish I could get to the front and be done with it." "Say, have a heart. You need a drink," said the top sergeant, banging his fist on the table. "Say, Mamselle, Mame shows, Mame shows." "I didn't know you could talk French, Sarge," said Fuselli. "French, hell," said the top sergeant. "Williams is the boy can talk French. Voulez-vous coucher avec moi? That's all I know." Everybody laughed. "Hey, Mamselle," cried the top sergeant. "Voulez-vous coucher avec moi? Oui, oui, champagne." Everybody laughed uproariously. The girl slapped his head good-naturedly. At that moment a man stamped noisily into the cafe, a tall, broad-shouldered man in a loose English tunic, who had a swinging swagger that made the glasses ring on all the tables. He was humming under his breath, and there was a grin on his broad, red face. He went up to the girl and pretended to kiss her, and she laughed and talked familiarly with him in French. "There's Wild Dan Cohan," said the dark-haired sergeant. "Say, Dan! Dan!" "Here, your honor." "Come over here and have a drink. We're going to have some fizzy. Never known to refuse." They made room for him on the bench. "Well, I'm confined to barracks," said Dan Cohan. "Look at me." He laughed and gave his head a curious, swift jerk to one side. "Compris?" "Ain't you scared they'll nab you?" said Fuselli. "Nab me, hell, they can't do nothing to me. I've had 3 court-martials already, and they're getting a 4th up on me." Dan Cohan pushed his head to one side and laughed. "I got a friend. My old boss is captain, and he's going to fix it up. I used to alley around politics chez moi. Compris?" The champagne came, and Dan Cohan popped the cork up to the ceiling with dexterous red fingers. "I was just wondering who was going to give me a drink," he said. "Ain't had any pay since Christ was a corporal. I've forgotten what it looks like." The champagne fizzed into the beer glasses. "This is the life," said Fuselli. "You're damn right, buddy, if you don't let them ride yer," said Dan. "What they got yer up for now, Dan?" "Murder." "Murder? Hell, how's that?" "That is, if that bloke dies." "The hell you say?" "It all started by that goddamn convoy down from Nantes. Bill Rees and me. They called us the shock troops. Eh, Marie, encore champagne, beaucoup. I was in the ambulance service then. God knows what rotten service I'm in now." Our section was on repo and they sent out some of us fellers down to Nantes to fetch a convoy of cars back to Centrecourt. We started out like regular races, just the chassis, savvy? Bill Rees and me was the goddamn tail of the parade, and the loot was a hell of a blockhead that didn't know if he was coming or going. "Where the hell's Nantes?" said the top sergeant, as if it had just slipped his mind. "On the coast," answered Fuselli. "I seen it on the map." "Nantes way off to hell and gone anyway," said Wild Dan Cohen, taking a gulp of champagne that he held in his mouth a moment, making his mouth move like a cow ruminating. "And as Bill Rees and me was the tail of the parade, and there was a lot of cafes and little gin mills, Bill Rees and me'd stop off every now and then to have a little drink and say bonjour to the girls and talk to the people, and then we'd go like a bat out of hell to catch up. Well, I don't know if we went too fast for 'em or if they lost the road or what, but we never saw that goddamn convoy from the time we went out of Nantes. Then we thought we might as well see a bit of the country, compris? And we did, goddammit. We ended up in Orléans, soused to the gills and without any gas and with an MP climbing up on the dashboard." "Did they nab you then?" "Not a bit of it," said Wild Dan Cohen, jerking his head to one side. "They gave us gas and commutation of rations and told us to go on in the morning. You see, we put up a good line of talk, compris. Well, we went to the swankiest restaurant. You see, we had on those bloody British uniforms they gave us when the OD gave out, and the MPs didn't know just what sort of birds we were. So we went and ordered up a regular meal and lots of vin rouge and vin blanc and drank a few cognacs, and before we knew it we were eating dinner with two captains and a sergeant. One of the captains was the drunkest man I ever did see. Good kid. We all had dinner and Bill Rees says, 'Let's go for a joyride,' and the captain says, 'Fine,' and the sergeant would have said fine, but he was so goggle-eyed drunk he couldn't. And we started off. Say, fellas, I'm dry as hell. Let's order up another bottle." "Sure," said everyone. "Encore champagne, Marie Gentille." "Well," he went on, "we went like a bat out of hell along a good state road, and it was all fine until one of the captains thought we ought to have a race. We did, compris? The flivvers flivved all right, but the hell of it was we got so excited about the race, we forgot about the sergeant and he fell off and nobody missed him. And at last we pull up before a gin mill and one captain says, 'Where's the sergeant?' And the other captain says there hadn't been no sergeant. And we all had a drink on that. And one captain kept saying, 'It's all imagination, never was a sergeant.' I'd never associate with a sergeant, would I, lieutenant?" He kept on calling me lieutenant. Well, that was how they got this new charge against me. Somebody picked up the sergeant and he got concussion of the brain and there's hell to pay, and if the poor bugger croaks, I'm it. Compris? About that time the captains start wanting to go to Paris, and we said we'd take him, and so we put all the gas in my car and the four of us climbed on that goddamn chassis and off we went like a bat out of hell. It'd have all been fine if I wasn't looking cross-eyed. We piled up in about 2 minutes on one of those nice little stone piles, and there we were. We all got up, and one of the captains had his arm broke, and there was hell to pay, worse than losing the sergeant. So we walked on down the road. I don't know how it got to be daylight, but we got to some hell of a town or other, and there was 2 MPs ready to meet us. Compris? Well, we didn't mess around with them captains. We just lit off down a side street and got into a little cafe and went back and had a hell of a lot of cafe au lait. That made us feel sort of good, and I says to Bill, "Bill, we've got to get to headquarters and tell them that we accidentally smashed up our car before the MPs get busy." And he says, "You're goddamn right." And at that minute I sees an MP through a crack in the door coming into the cafe. We lit out into the garden and made for the wall. We got over that, although we left a good piece of my pants in the broken glass. But the hell of it was, the MP got over too, and they had their pop guns out. And the last I saw of Bill Rees was... There was a big fat woman in a pink dress washing clothes in a big tub, and poor old Bill Rees runs head on into her, and over they both goes into the wash tub. The MP's got him all right. But that's how I got away. And the last I saw of Bill Rees, he was squirming about on top of the wash tub like he was swimming, and the fat woman was sitting on the ground shaking her fist at him. Bill Rees was the best buddy I ever had. He paused and poured the rest of the champagne in his glass and wiped the sweat off his face with his big red hand. "You ain't stringin' us, are you?" asked Fuselli. "You just ask Lieutenant Whitehead, who's defending me in the court-martial, if I'm stringin' yer. I been in the ring, kid, and you can bet your bottom dollar that a man's been in the ring, he'll tell the truth." "Go on, Dan," said the sergeant. "And I never heard a word about Bill Rees since. I guess they got him into the trenches and made short work of him." Dan Cohan paused to light a cigarette. "Well, one of the MPs follows after me and starts shooting. And don't you believe I ran. Gee, I was scared. But I was in luck, 'cause a Frenchman had just started his camion, and I jumped in and said the gendarme were after me. He was white, that frog was. He shot the juice into her and went off like a bat out of hell, and there was a hell of a lot of traffic on the road because there was some damn fool attack or other going on. So I got up to Paris. And then it'd have all been fine if I hadn't met up with a Jane I knew. I still had 500 francs on me, and so we raised hell until one day we was having dinner in the Café de Paris, both of us sort of jagged up, and we didn't have enough money to pay the bill, and Janey made a run for it, but an MP got me and there was hell to pay, compris? But they put me in the Bastille, great place. Then they shipped me off to some damn camp or other and gave me a gun and made me drill for a week, and then they packed a whole gang of us, all AWOLs, into a train for the front. That was nearly the end of Little Daniel again. But when I was in Vitry-le-François, I chucked my rifle out of one window and jumped out of the other and got on the train back to Paris, and went and reported to headquarters how I'd smashed the car and been in the Bastille and all, and they were sore as hell at the MPs and sent me out to a section, and all went fine until I got ordered back and had to alley down to this goddamn camp. And now I don't know what they're gonna do with me." "Gee whiz!" "It's a great war, I tell you, Sarge. It's a great war. I wouldn't have missed it." Across the room someone was singing. "Let's drown 'em out," said the top sergeant boisterously. "Oh, Mademoiselle from Armentières, parlez-vous?" "Well, I've got to get the hell out of here," said Wild Dan Cohan after a minute. "I've got a Jane waiting for me. I'm all fixed up, compris?" He swaggered out, singing, "Bonsoir, ma chérie, comment allez-vous, si vous voulez coucher avec moi." The door slammed behind him, leaving the cafe quiet. Many men had left. Madame had taken up her knitting, and Marie of the plump white arms sat beside her, leaning her head back among the bottles that rose in tiers behind the bars. Fuselli was staring at a door on one side of the bar. Men kept opening it and looking in and closing it again with a peculiar expression on their faces. Now and then someone would open it with a smile and go into the next room, shuffling his feet and closing the door carefully behind him. "Say, I wonder what they've got there," said the top sergeant who had been staring at the door. "Must be looked into. Must be looked into," he added, laughing drunkenly. "I don't know," said Fuselli. The champagne was humming in his head like a fly against a window pane. He felt very bold and important. The top sergeant got to his feet unsteadily. "Corporal, take charge of the colors," he said, and walked to the door. He opened it a little, peeked in, winked elaborately to his friends, and skipped into the other room, closing the door carefully behind him. The corporal went over next. He said, "Well, I'll be damned," and walked straight in, leaving the door ajar. In a moment it was closed from the inside. "Come on, Bill, let's see what the hell they got there," said Fuselli. "All right, old kid," said Bill Grey. They went together over to the door. Fuselli opened it and looked in. He let out a breath through his teeth with a faint whistling sound. "Gee, come in, Bill," he said, giggling. The room was small, nearly filled up by a dining table with a red cloth. On the mantel above the empty fireplace were candlesticks with dangling crystals that glittered red and yellow and purple in the lamplight, in front of a cracked mirror that seemed a window into another, dingier room. The paper was peeling off the damp walls,
giving a mortuary smell of mildewed plaster that not even the reek of beer and tobacco had done away with.
"Look at her, Bill. Ain't she got style?" whispered Fuselli.
Bill Grey grunted.
"Say, do you think the Jane that fellow was telling us he raised hell with in Paris was like that?"
At the end of the table, leaning on her elbows, was a woman with black, frizzy hair cut short that stuck out from her head in all directions. Her eyes were dark and her lips red with a faint, swollen look. She looked with a certain defiance at the men who stood about the walls and sat at the table. The men stared at her silently. A big man with red hair and a heavy jaw who sat next her kept edging up nearer. Someone knocked against the table, making the bottles and liqueur glasses clustered in the center jingle.
"She ain't clean, she's got bobbed hair," said the man next to Fuselli.
The woman said something in French. Only one man understood it. His laugh rang hollowly in the silent room and stopped suddenly. The woman looked attentively at the faces round her for a moment, shrugged her shoulders and began straightening the ribbon on the hat she held in her lap.
"How'd the hell she get in here? I thought the MPs ran them out of town the minute they got here," said one man.
The woman continued plucking at her hat.
"You venez Paris?"
said a boy with a soft voice who sat near her. He had blue eyes and a milky complexion, faintly tanned, that went strangely with the rough red and brown faces in the room.
"Oui, de Paris,"
she said after a pause, glancing suddenly in the boy's face.
"She's a liar, I can tell you that,"
said the red-haired man, who by this time had moved his chair very close to the woman's.
"You told him you came from Marseilles, and him you came from Lyons,"
said the boy with the milky complexion, smiling genially.
"Vraiment, d'où venez-vous?"
"I come from everywhere," she said, and tossed the hair back from her face.
"Traveled a lot?"
asked the boy again.
"A feller told me," said Fuselli to Bill Grey, "that he talked to a girl like that who'd been to Turkey and Egypt. I bet that girl's seen some life."
The woman jumped to her feet, suddenly screaming with rage. The man with the red hair moved away sheepishly. Then he lifted his large, dirty hands in the air.
"Camarade," he said.
Nobody laughed. The room was silent except for feet scraping occasionally on the floor. She put her hat on and took a little box from the chain bag in her lap and began powdering her face, making faces into the mirror she held in the palm of her hand. The men stared at her.
"Guess she thinks she's the Queen of the May,"
said one man, getting to his feet. He leaned across the table and spat into the fireplace.
"I'm going back to barracks."
He turned to the woman and shouted in a voice full of hatred,
"Bonsoir."
The woman was putting the powder puff away in her jet bag. She did not look up. The door closed sharply.
"Come along,"
said the woman suddenly, tossing her head back. "Come along, one at a time. Who will go with me first?" Nobody spoke. The men stared at her silently. There was no sound, except that of feet scraping occasionally on the floor. 3. The oatmeal flopped heavily into the mess kit. Fuselli's eyes were still glued together with sleep. He sat at the dark, greasy bench and took a gulp of the scalding coffee that smelt vaguely of dish rags. That woke him up a little. There was little talk in the mess shack. The men, that the bugle had wrenched out of their blankets but 15 minutes before, sat in rows, eating sullenly or blinking at each other through the misty darkness. You could hear feet scraping in the ashes of the floor and mess kits clattering against the tables, and here and there a man coughing. Near the counter where the food was served out, one of the cooks swore interminably in a whiny, sing-song voice. "Gee, Bill, I've got a head," said Fuselli. "Yer oughta have," growled Bill Grey. "I had to carry you up into the barracks. You said you were goin' back and love up that goddam girl." "Did I?" said Fuselli, giggling. "I had a hell of a time getting you past the guard." "Some cognac. I got a hangover now," said Fuselli. "I'm goddamned if I can go this much longer." "What?" They were washing their mess kits in the tub of warm water thick with grease from the 100 mess kits that had gone before, in front of the shack. An electric light illuminated faintly the wet trunk of a plane tree and the surface of the water where bits of oatmeal floated and coffee grounds, and the garbage pails with their painted signs, "Wet garbage," "Dry garbage," and the line of men who stood waiting to reach the tub. "This hell of a life," said Bill Grey savagely. "What d'you mean?" "Doin' nothin' but pack bandages in packin' cases and take bandages out of packin' cases. I'll go crazy. I've tried gettin' drunk. Don't do no good." "Gee, I've got a head," said Fuselli. Bill Grey put his heavy muscular hand around Fuselli's shoulder as they strolled towards the barracks. "Say, Dan, I'm goin' AWOL." "Don't you do it, Bill. Look at the chance we've got to get ahead. We can both of us get promoted if we don't get in wrong." "I don't give a hoot in hell for all that. What d'you think I got in this goddamned army for? Because I thought I'd look nice in the uniform?" Bill Grey thrust his hands into his pockets and spat dismally in front of him. "But Bill, you don't want to stay a buck private, do you?" "I want to get to the front. I don't want to stay here till I get in the jug for being spiffed or get a court martial." "Say, Dan, will you come with me?" "Hell, Bill, you ain't goin'. You're just kiddin', ain't yer? They'll send us there soon enough. I want to get to be a corporal," he puffed out his chest a little, "before I get to the front, so's to be able to show what I'm good for. See, Bill?" A bugle blew. "There's fatigue and I ain't done my bunk." "Me neither. They won't do nothin', Dan. Don't let them ride yer, Dan." They lined up in the dark road feeling the mud slopping under their feet. The ruts were full of black water, in which gleamed a reflection of distant electric lights. "All you fellows workin' storehouse A today," said the sergeant who had been a preacher, in his sad drawling voice. "Lieutenant says that's all got to be finished by noon. They're sending it to the front today." Somebody let his breath out in a whistle of surprise. "Who did that?" Nobody answered. "Dismissed," snapped the sergeant disgustedly. They straggled off into the darkness towards one of the lights, their feet splashing confusedly in the puddles. Fuselli strolled up to the sentry at the camp gate. He was picking his teeth meditatively with the splinter of a pine board. "Say, Phil, you couldn't lend me half $1, could you?" Fuselli stopped, put his hands in his pockets and looked at the sentry with the splinter sticking out of the corner of his mouth. "Sorry, Dan," said the other man. "I'm cleaned out. Ain't had a cent since New Year's." "Why the hell don't they pay us?" "You guys signed the payroll yet?" "Sure." "So long." Fuselli strolled on down the dark road, where the mud was frozen into deep ruts, towards the town. It was still strange to him, this town of little houses faced with cracked stucco, where the damp made grey stains and green stains, of confused red tiled roofs, and of narrow cobbled streets that zigzagged in and out among high walls overhung with balconies. At night, when it was dark except for where a lamp in a window spilt gold reflections out on the wet street, or the light streamed out from a store or a cafe, it was almost frighteningly unreal. He walked down into the main square, where he could hear the fountain gurgling. In the middle he stopped Indecisively, his coat unbuttoned, his hands pushed to the bottom of his trousers pockets, where they encountered nothing but the cloth. He listened a long time to the gurgling of the fountain and to the shunting of trains far away in the freight yards. "And this is the war," he thought. "Ain't it queer? It's quieter than it was at home nights." Down the street, at the end of the square, a band of white light appeared, the searchlight of a staff car. The two eyes of the car stared straight into his eyes, dazzling him, then veered off to one side and whizzed past, leaving a faint smell of gasoline and a sound of voices. Fuselli watched the fronts of houses light up as the car made its way to the main road. Then the town was dark and silent again. He strolled across the square towards the Cheval Blanc, the large cafe where the officers went. "Button your coat," came a gruff voice. He saw a stiff, tall figure at the edge of the curve. He made out the shape of the pistol holder that hung like a thin ham at the man's thigh. An MP. He buttoned his coat hurriedly and walked off with rapid steps. He stopped outside a cafe that had "Ham and Eggs" written in white paint on the window, and looked in wistfully. Someone from behind him put two big hands over his eyes. He wriggled his head free. "Hello, Dan," he said. "How did you get out of the jug?" "I'm a trustee, kid," said Dan Cohan. "Got any dough?" "Not a damn cent." "Me neither." "Come on in, anyway," said Cohan. "I'll fix it up with Marie." Fuselli followed doubtfully. He was a little afraid of Dan Cohan. He remembered how a man had been court-martialed last week for trying to bolt out of a cafe without paying for his drinks. He sat down at a table near the door. Dan had disappeared into the back room. Fuselli felt homesick. He was thinking how long it was since he had had a letter from Mabe. "I bet she's got another feller," he told himself savagely. He tried to remember how she looked, but he had to take out his watch and peep in the back before he could make out if her nose were straight or snub. He looked up, clicking the watch in his pocket. Marie of the white arms was coming laughing out of the inner room. Her large, firm breasts, neatly held in by the close-fitting blouse, shook a little when she laughed. Her cheeks were very red, and a strand of chestnut hair hung down along her neck. She picked it up hurriedly and caught it up with a hairpin, walking slowly into the middle of the room as she did so, with her hands behind her head. Dan Cohan followed her into the room, a broad grin on his face. "All right, kid," he said. "I told her you'd pay when Uncle Sam came across. Ever had any kummel?" "What the hell's that?" "You'll see." They sat down before a dish of fried eggs at the table in the corner, the favored table, where Marie herself often sat and chatted when wizened Madame did not have her eye upon her. Several men drew up their chairs. Wild Dan Cohan always had an audience. "Looks like there was going to be another offensive at Verdun," said Dan Cohan. Someone answered vaguely. "Funny how little we know about what's going on out there," said one man. "I knew more about the war when I was home in Minneapolis than I do here." "I guess we're lightin' into 'em all right," said Fuselli in a patriotic voice. "Hell, nothin' doing this time of year anyway," said Cohan. A grin spread across his red face. "Last time I was at the front the Boche had just made a coup de main and captured a whole trench full." "Of who?" "Of Americans. Of us." "The hell you say." "That's a goddamn lie," shouted a black-haired man with an ill-shaven jaw, who had just come in. "There ain't never been an American captured, and there never will be, by God." "How long were you at the front, buddy?" asked Cohan coolly. "I guess you've been to Berlin already, ain't you?" "I say that any man who says an American'd let himself be captured by a stinkin' Hun
is a goddamn liar," said the man with the ill-shaven jaw, sitting down sullenly. "Well, you'd better not say it to me," said Cohan, laughing, looking meditatively at one of his big red fists. There had been a look of apprehension on Marie's face. She looked at Cohan's first and shrugged her shoulders and laughed. Another crowd had just slouched into the cafe. "Well, if that isn't Wild Dan. Hello, old kid, how are you?" "Hello, Duke." A small man in a coat that looked almost like an officer's coat, it was so well cut, was shaking hands effusively with Cohan. He wore a corporal's stripes and a British aviator's fatigue cap. Cohan made room for him on the bench. "What are you doing in this hole, Duke?" The man twisted his mouth so that his neat black mustache was aslant. "GO 42, he said. "Battle of Paris?" said Cohan in a sympathetic voice. "Battle of Nice. I'm going back to my section soon. I'd never have got a court-martial if I'd been with my outfit. I was in the base hospital 15 with pneumonia." "Tough luck." "It was a hell of a note." "Say, Duke, your outfit was working with ours at Chamfort that time, wasn't it?" "You mean when we evacuated the nut hospital?" "Yeah, wasn't that hell?" Dan Cohan gulped down half a glass of red wine, smacked his thick lips, and began in his storytelling voice. "Our section had just come out of Verdun where we'd been getting hell for 3 weeks on the Bras road. There was one little hill where we'd have to get out and shove every damn time, and the mud was so deep, and God, it stank there, with the shells turning up the ground all full of Maccabees, as the poilus call them. Say, Duke, have you got any money?" "I've got some," said Duke without enthusiasm. "Well, the champagne's damn good here. I'm part of the outfit in this gin mill. They'll give it to you at a reduction." "All right." Dan Cohan turned round and whispered something to Marie. She laughed and dived down behind the curtain. "But that Chamfort was worse yet. Everybody was sort of nervous because the Germans had dropped a message saying they'd give 'em 3 days to clear the hospital out, and then they'd shell the hell out of the place." "The Germans done that? Quit your kiddin'," said Fuselli. "They did it at Suilly too," said Duke. "Hell, yes. Funny thing happened there. The hospital was in a big rambling house, looked like an Atlantic City hotel. We used to run our car in back and sleep in it. It was where we took the shell shock cases, fellows who were roaring mad and trembling all over and some of 'em paralyzed like. There was a man in the wing opposite where we slept who kept laughin'. Bill Rees was on the car with me, and we laid in our blankets in the bottom of the car, and every now and then one of us'd turn over and whisper, 'Ain't this hell, kid?' 'Cause that feller kept laughin' like a man who just heard a joke that was so funny he couldn't stop laughin'. It was like a crazy man's laugh usually is. When I first heard it I thought it was a man really laughin', and I guess I laughed too. But it didn't stop. Bill Rees and me laid in our car shiverin', listening to the barrage in the distance, with now and then the big noise of an aeroplane bomb, and that feller laughin' like he'd just heard a joke. Like something had struck him funny." Cohan took a gulp of champagne and jerked his head to one side. "And that damn laughin' kept up until about noon the next day, when the orderlies strangled the feller. Got their goat, I guess." Fuselli was looking towards the other side of the room, where a faint murmur of righteous indignation was rising from the dark man with the unshaven jaw and his companions. Fuselli was thinking that it wasn't good to be seen round too much with a fellow like Cohan, who talked about the Germans notifying hospitals before they bombarded them, and who was waiting for a court-martial. Might get him in wrong. He slipped out of the cafe and into the dark. A dank wind blew down the irregular street, ruffling the reflected light in the puddles, making a shutter bang interminably somewhere. Fuselli went to the main square again, casting an envious glance in the window of the Cheval Blanc, where he saw officers playing billiards in a well-lighted room, painted white and gold,
and a blonde girl in a raspberry-colored shirtwaist enthroned haughtily behind the bar. He remembered the MP and automatically hastened his steps. In a narrow street the other side of the square he stopped before the window of a small grocery shop and peered inside, keeping carefully out of the oblong of light that showed faintly the grass-grown cobbles and the green and grey walls opposite. A girl sat knitting beside the small counter with her two little black feet placed demurely side by side on the edge of a box full of red beets. She was very small and slender. The lamplight gleamed on her black hair, done close to her head. Her face was in the shadow. Several soldiers lounged awkwardly against the counter and the jambs of the door, following her movements with their eyes as dogs watch a plate of meat being moved about in a kitchen. After a little, the girl rolled up her knitting and jumped to her feet, showing her face. An oval white face with large dark lashes and an impertinent mouth. She stood looking at the soldiers who stood about her in a circle, then twisted up her mouth in a grimace and disappeared into the inner room. Fuselli walked to the end of the street where there was a bridge over a small stream. He leaned on the cold stone rail and looked into the water that was barely visible gurgling beneath rims of ice. "Oh, this is a hell of a life," he muttered. He shivered in the cold wind, but remained leaning over the water. In the distance trains rumbled interminably, giving him a sense of vast, desolate distances. The village clock struck 8. The bell had a soft note like the bass string of a guitar. In the darkness Fuselli could almost see the girl's face, grimacing with its broad, impertinent lips. He thought of the sombre barracks and men sitting about on the end of their cots. Hell, he couldn't go back yet. His whole body was taut with desire for warmth and softness and quiet. He slouched back along the narrow street, cursing in a dismal monotone. Before the grocery store he stopped. The men had gone. He went in jauntily, pushing his cap a little to one side so that some of his thick curly hair came out over his forehead. The little bell in the door clanged. The girl came out of the inner room. She gave him her hand indifferently. "Comment ça va? Yvonne? Bon?" His pigeon French made her show her little pearly teeth in a smile. "Good," she said in English. They laughed childishly. "Say, will you be my girl, Yvonne?" She looked in his eyes and laughed. "Non compris," she said. "Oui, oui. Voulez-vous être ma fille?" She shrieked with laughter and slapped him hard on the cheek. "Venez," she said, still laughing. He followed her. In the inner room was a large oak table with chairs round it. At the end, Eisenstein and a French soldier were talking excitedly, so absorbed in what they were saying that they did not notice the other two. Yvonne took the Frenchman by the hair and pulled his head back and told him, still laughing, what Fuselli had said. He laughed. "No, you must not say that," he said in English, turning to Fuselli. Fuselli was angry and sat down sullenly at the end of the table, keeping his eyes on Yvonne. She drew the knitting out of the pocket of her apron and holding it up comically between two fingers, glanced towards the dark corner of the room where an old woman with a lace cap on her head sat asleep, and then let herself fall into a chair. "Boom," she said. Fuselli laughed until the tears filled his eyes. She laughed too. They sat a long while looking at each other and giggling, while Eisenstein and the Frenchman talked. Suddenly Fuselli caught a phrase that startled him. "What would you Americans do if revolution broke out in France?" "We'd do what we were ordered to," said Eisenstein bitterly. "We're a bunch of slaves." Fuselli noted that Eisenstein's puffy, sallow face was flushed, and that there was a flash in his eyes he had never seen before. "How do you mean, revolution?" asked Fuselli in a puzzled voice. The Frenchman turned black eyes searchingly upon him. "I mean, stop the butchery, overthrow the capitalist government, the social revolution." "But you're a republic already, ain't yer? As much as you are." "You talk like a socialist," said Fuselli. "They tell me they shoot guys in America for talking like that." "You see," said Eisenstein to the Frenchman. "Are they all like that?" "Except a very few. It's hopeless," said Eisenstein, burying his face in his hands. "I often think of shooting myself." "Better shoot someone else," said the Frenchman. "It will be more useful." Fuselli stirred uneasily in his chair. "Where do you fellers get that stuff anyway?" he asked. In his mind he was saying: "A kike and a frog, that's a good combination." His eye caught Yvonne's, and they both laughed. Yvonne threw her knitting ball at him. It rolled down under the table, and they both scrambled about under the chairs looking for it. "Twice I have thought it was going to happen," said the Frenchman. "When was that?" "A little while ago a division started marching on Paris, and when I was in Verdun. Oh, there will be a revolution. France is the country of revolutions." "We'll always be here to shoot you down," said Eisenstein. "Wait till you've been in the war a little while. A winter in the trenches will make an army ready for revolution." "But we have no way of learning the truth, and in the tyranny of the army a man becomes a brute, a piece of machinery. Remember, you are freer than we are. We are worse than the Russians." "It is curious. Oh, but you must have some feeling of civilization. I've always heard that Americans were free and independent. Will they let themselves be driven to the slaughter always?" "Oh, I don't know." Eisenstein got to his feet. "We'd better be getting back to barracks. Coming, Fuselli?" he said. "Guess so," said Fuselli indifferently, without getting up. Eisenstein and the Frenchman went out into the shop. "Bonsoir," said Fuselli softly, leaning across the table. "Hey, girlie?" He threw himself on his belly on the wide table and put his arms round her neck and kissed her, feeling everything go blank in a flame of desire. She pushed him away calmly with strong little arms. "Stop," she said, and jerked her head in the direction of the old woman in the chair in the dark corner of the room. They stood side by side, listening to her faint wheezy snoring. He put his arms round her and kissed her long on the mouth. "Demain," he said. She nodded her head. Fuselli walked fast up the dark street towards the camp. The blood pounded happily through his veins. He caught up with Eisenstein. "Say, Eisenstein," he said in a comradely voice, "I don't think you got to go talking round like that. You'll get yourself in too deep one of these days." "I don't care." "But hell, man, you don't want to get in the wrong that bad. They shoot fellers for less than you said." "Let them." "Christ, man, you don't want to be a damn fool," expostulated Fuselli. "How old are you, Fuselli?" "I'm 20 now." "I'm 30. I've lived more, kid. I know what's good and what's bad. This butchery makes me unhappy." "God, I know, it's a hell of a note, but who brought it on? If somebody had shot that Kaiser..." Eisenstein laughed bitterly. At the entrance of camp Fuselli lingered a moment watching the small form of Eisenstein disappear with its curious, waddly walk into the darkness. "I'm going to be damn careful who I'm seen goin' into barracks with," he said to himself. "That damn kike may be a German spy or a secret service officer." A cold chill of terror went over him, shattering his mood of joyous self-satisfaction. His feet slopped in the puddles, breaking through the thin ice as he walked up the road towards the barracks. He felt as if people were watching him from everywhere out of the darkness, as if some gigantic figure were driving him forward through the darkness, holding a fist over his head, ready to crush him. When he was rolled up in his blankets in the bunk next to Bill Grey, he whispered to his friend: "Say, Bill, I think I've got a skirt all fixed up in town." "Who?" "Yvonne. Don't tell anybody." Bill Grey whistled softly. "You're some high flyer, Dan." Fuselli chuckled. "Hell, man, the best ain't good enough for me." "Well, I'm gonna leave you," said Bill Grey. "When?" "Damn soon. I can't go this life. I don't see how you can." Fuselli did not answer. He snuggled warmly into his blankets, thinking of Yvonne and the corporalship. In the light of the one flickering lamp that made an unsteady circle of reddish glow on the station platform, Fuselli looked at his pass. From Reveille on February 4th to Reveille on February 5th he was a free man. His eyes smarted with sleep as he walked up and down the cold station platform. For 24 hours he wouldn't have to obey anybody's orders. Despite the loneliness of going away on a train in a night like this in a strange country, Fuselli was happy. He clinked the money in his pocket. Down the track a red eye appeared and grew nearer. He could hear the hard puffing of the engine up the grade. Huge curves gleamed as the engine roared slowly past him. A man with bare arms black with coal dust was leaning out of the cab, lit up from behind by a yellowish red glare. Now the cars were going by, flat cars with guns tilted up like the muzzles of hunting dogs, freight cars out of which here and there peered a man's head. The train almost came to a stop. The cars clanged one against the other all down the train. Fuselli was looking into a pair of eyes that shone in the lamplight. A hand was held out to him. "So long, kid," said a boyish voice. "I don't know who the hell you are, but so long. Good luck." So long," stammered Fuselli. "Going to the front?" "You're goddam right," answered another voice. The train took up speed again. The clanging of car against car ceased, and in a moment they were moving fast before Fuselli's eyes. Then the station was dark and empty again, and he was watching the red light grow smaller and paler, while the train rumbled on into the darkness. A confusion of gold and green and crimson silks and intricate designs of naked, pink-fleshed cupids filled Fuselli's mind, when, full of wonder, he walked down the steps of the palace, out into the faint, ruddy sunlight of the afternoon. A few names, Napoleon, Josephine, the Empire, that had never had significance in his mind before, flared with a lurid, gorgeous light in his imagination, like a tableau of living statues at a vaudeville theatre. "They must have a heap of money, them guys," said the man who was with him, a private in aviation. "Let's go have a drink." Fuselli was silent and absorbed in his thoughts. Here was something that supplemented his visions of wealth and glory that he used to tell Al about, when they'd sit and watch the big liners come in, all glittering with lights, through the Golden Gate. "They didn't mind having naked women about, did they?" said the private in aviation, a morose, foul-mouthed little man who'd been in the woolen business. "D'you blame them?" "No, I can't say as I do. I bet they was immoral, them guys," he continued vaguely. They wandered about the streets of Fontainebleau listlessly, looking into shop windows, staring at women, lolling on benches in the parks where the faint sunlight came through a lacework of twigs, purple and crimson and yellow, that cast intricate lavender grey shadows on the asphalt. "Let's go have another drink," said the private in aviation. Fuselli looked at his watch. They had hours before train time. A girl in a loose, dirty blouse wiped off the table. "Vin blanc," said the other man. "Même chose," said Fuselli. His head was full of gold and green mouldings, and silk and crimson velvet, and intricate designs in which naked, pink-fleshed cupids writhed indecently. Some day, he was saying to himself, he'd make a hell of a lot of money and live in a house like that with Mabe. No, with Yvonne, or with some other girl. "Must have been immoral, them guys," said the private in aviation, leering at the girl in the dirty blouse. Fuselli remembered a revel he'd seen in a moving picture of Quo Vadis, people in bathrobes dancing around with large cups in their hands and tables full of dishes being upset. "Cognac beaucoup," said the private in aviation. "Même chose," said Fuselli. The cafe was full of gold and green silks, and great brocaded beds with heavy carvings above them, beds in which writhed pink-fleshed and indecent, intricate patterns of cupids. Somebody said, "Hello, Fuselli." He was on the train. His ears hummed, and his head had an iron band round it. It was dark except for the little light that flickered in the ceiling. For a minute he thought it was a goldfish in a bowl, but it was a light that flickered in the ceiling. "Hello, Fuselli," said Eisenstein. "Feel all right?" "Sure," said Fuselli with a thick voice. "Why shouldn't I?" "How did you find that house?" said Eisenstein seriously. "Hell, I don't know," muttered Fuselli. "I'm going to sleep." His mind was a jumble. He remembered vast halls full of green and gold silks, and great beds with crowns over them where Napoleon and Josephine used to sleep. Who were they? Oh yes, the Empire, or was it the Abdication? Then there were patterns of flowers and fruits and cupids, all gilded, and a dark passage and stairs that smelt musty, where he and the man in aviation fell down. He remembered how it felt to rub his nose hard on the gritty red plush carpet of the stairs. Then there were women in open work skirts standing about. Or were those the pictures on the walls? And there was a bed with mirrors round it. He opened his eyes. Eisenstein was talking to him. He must have been talking to him for some time. "I look at it this way," he was saying. "A feller needs a little of that to keep healthy. Now if he's abstemious and careful..." Fuselli went to sleep. He woke up again thinking suddenly. He must borrow that little blue book of army regulations. It would be useful to know that in case something came up. The corporal who had been in the Red Sox outfield had been transferred to a base hospital. It was TB, so Sergeant Osier said. Anyway, they were going to appoint an acting corporal. He stared at the flickering little light in the ceiling. "How did you get a pass?" Eisenstein was asking. "Oh, the sergeant fixed me up with one," answered Fuselli mysteriously. "You're in pretty good with the sergeant, ain't yer?" said Eisenstein. Fuselli smiled deprecatingly. "Say, do you know that little kid Stockton?" "The white-faced little kid who's clerk in that outfit that has the other end of the barracks?" "That's him," said Eisenstein. "I wish I could do something to help that kid. He just can't stand the discipline. You ought to see him wince when the red-haired sergeant over there yells at him. The kid looks sicker every day." "He's got a good soft job. Clerk," said Fuselli. "You think it's soft? I worked 12 hours day before yesterday getting out reports," said Eisenstein indignantly. "But the kid's lost it and they keep riding him for some reason or other. It hurts a feller to see that. He ought to be at home at school." "He's got to take his medicine," said Fuselli. "You wait till we get butchered in the trenches. We'll see how you like your medicine," said Eisenstein. "Damn fool," muttered Fuselli, composing himself to sleep again. The bugle wrenched Fuselli out of his blankets, half dead with sleep. "Say, Bill, I got ahead again," he muttered. There was no answer. It was only then that he noticed that the cot next to his was empty. The blankets were folded neatly at the foot. Sudden panic seized him. He couldn't get along without Bill Grey, he said to himself. He wouldn't have anyone to go round with. He looked fixedly at the empty cot. "Attention!" The company was lined up in the dark, with their feet in the mud puddles of the road. The lieutenant strode up and down in front of them with the tail of his trench coat sticking out behind. He had a pocket flashlight that he kept flashing at the gaunt trunks of trees in the faces of the company, at his feet, in the puddles of the road. "If any man knows anything about the whereabouts of Private First Class William Grey, report at once, as otherwise we shall have to put him down AWOL. You know what that means?" The lieutenant spoke in short, shrill periods, chopping off the ends of his words as if with a hatchet. No one said anything. "I guess he's SOL." This from someone behind Fuselli. "And I have one more announcement to make, men," said the lieutenant in his natural voice. "I'm going to appoint Fuselli first class private, acting corporal." Fuselli's knees went weak under him. He felt like shouting and dancing with joy. He was glad it was dark so that no one could see how excited he was. "Sergeant, dismiss the company," said the lieutenant, bringing his voice back to its military tone. "Company dismissed," said out the sergeant jovially. In groups, talking with crisp voices, cheered by the occurrence of events, the company straggled along the great stretch of mud puddles towards the mess shack. End of section 4. Section 5 of 3 Soldiers. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by M.B. 3 Soldiers by John Dos Passos. Section 5. 4. Yvonne tossed the omelette in the air. It landed sizzling in the pan again, and she came forward into the light, holding the frying pan before her. Behind her was the dark stove, and above it a row of copper kettles that gleamed through the bluish obscurity. She flicked the omelette out of the pan into the white dish that stood in the middle of the table, full in the yellow lamplight. "Tiens," she said, brushing a few stray hairs off her forehead with the back of her hand. "You're some cook," said Fuselli, getting to his feet. He had been sprawling on a chair in the other end of the kitchen, watching Yvonne's slender body in tight black dress and blue apron move in and out of the area of light as she got dinner ready. A smell of burnt butter with a faint tang of pepper in it filled the kitchen, making his mouth water. "This is the real stuff," he was saying to himself. "Like home." He stood with his hands deep in his pockets and his head thrown back, watching her cut the bread, holding the big loaf to her chest and pulling the knife towards her. She brushed some crumbs off her dress with a thin white hand. "You're my girl, Yvonne, ain't you?" Fuselli put his arms around her. "Sale bête," she said, laughing and pushing him away. There was a brisk step outside, and another girl came into the kitchen, a thin yellow-faced girl with a sharp nose and long teeth. "Ma cousine, mon petit américain." They both laughed. Fuselli blushed as he shook the girl's hand. "Elle est bonne, hein?" said Yvonne gruffly. "Mais ma petite, il est charmant, votre américain." They laughed again. Fuselli, who did not understand, laughed too, thinking to himself,
They'll let the dinner get cold if they don't sit down soon." "Get maman, Dan," said Yvonne. Fuselli went into the shop through the room with the long oak table. In the dim light that came from the kitchen he saw the old woman's white bonnet. Her face was in shadow, but there was a faint gleam of light in her small, beady eyes. "Supper, ma'am," he shouted. Grumbling in her creaky little voice, the old woman followed him back into the kitchen. Steam, gilded by the lamplight, rose in pillars to the ceiling from the big tureen of soup. There was a white cloth on the table and a big loaf of bread at the end. The plates, with borders of little roses on them, seemed, after the army mess, the most beautiful things Fuselli had ever seen. The wine bottle was black beside the soup tureen, and the wine in the glasses cast a dark purple stain on the cloth. Fuselli ate his soup silently, understanding very little of the French that the two girls rattled at each other. The old woman rarely spoke, and when she did, one of the girls would throw her a hasty remark that hardly interrupted their chatter. Fuselli was thinking of the other men lining up outside the dark mess shack and the sound the food made when it flopped into the mess kits. An idea came to him. He'd have to bring Sarge to see Yvonne. They could set him up to a feed. It would help me to stay in good with him. He had a minute's worry about his corporalship. He was acting corporal right enough, but he wanted them to send in his appointment. The omelette melted in his mouth. "Damn bon," he said to Yvonne with a mouthful. She looked at him fixedly. "Bon, bon," he said again. "You, Dan, bon," she said and laughed. The cousin was looking from one to the other enviously, her upper lip lifted away from her teeth in a smile. The old woman munched her bread in a silent, preoccupied fashion. "There's somebody in the store," said Fuselli after a long pause. "Je irai." He put his napkin down and went out wiping his mouth on the back of his hand. Eisenstein and a chalky-faced boy were in the shop. "Hello, you keepin' house here?" asked Eisenstein. "Sure," said Fuselli conceitedly. "Have you got any chocolate?" asked the chalky-faced boy in a thin, bloodless voice. Fuselli looked round the shelves and threw a cake of chocolate down on the counter. "Anything else?" "Nothing, thank you, corporal. How much is it?" Whistling, "There's a long, long trail a-winding," Fuselli strode back into the inner room. "Combien chocolate?" he asked. When he had received his money, he sat down at his place at table again, smiling importantly. He must write Al about all this, he was thinking, and he was wondering vaguely whether Al had been drafted yet. After dinner the women sat a long time chatting over their coffee, while Fuselli squirmed uneasily on his chair, looking now and then at his watch. His pass was till 12 only. It was already getting on to 10. He tried to catch Yvonne's eye, but she was moving about the kitchen putting things in order for the night and hardly seemed to notice him. At last the old woman shuffled back into the shop, and there was the sound of a key clicking hard in the outside door. When she came back, Fuselli said good night to everyone and left by the back door into the court. There he leaned sulkily against the wall and waited in the dark, listening to the sounds that came from the house. He could see shadows passing across the orange square of light the window threw on the cobbles of the court. A light went on in an upper window, sending a faint glow over the disorderly tiles of the roof of the shed opposite. The door opened, and Yvonne and her cousin stood on the broad stone doorstep, chattering. Fuselli had pushed himself in behind a big hogshead that had a pleasant tang of old wood damp with sour wine. At last the heads of the shadows on the cobbles came together for a moment, and the cousin clattered across the court and out into the empty streets. Her rapid footsteps died away. Yvonne's shadow was still in the door. "Dan," she said softly. Fuselli came out from behind the hogshead, his whole body flushing with delight. Yvonne pointed to his shoes. He took them off and left them beside the door. He looked at his watch. It was 11:15. "Viens," she said. He followed her, his knees trembling a little from excitement, up the steep stairs. The deep, broken strokes of the town clock had just begun to strike midnight when Fuselli hurried in the camp gate. He gave up his pass jauntily to the guard and strolled towards his barracks. The long shed was pitch black, full of a sound of deep breathing and of occasional snoring. There was a thick smell of uniform wool on which the sweat had dried. Fuselli undressed without haste, stretching his arms luxuriously. He wriggled into his blankets feeling cool and tired, and went to sleep with a smile of self-satisfaction on his lips. The companies were lined up for retreat, standing stiff as toy soldiers outside their barracks. The evening was almost warm. A little playful wind, oozing with springtime, played with the swollen buds on the plane trees. The sky was a drowsy violet color, and the blood pumped hot and stinging through the stiffened arms and legs of the soldiers who stood at attention. The voices of the non-coms were particularly harsh and metallic this evening. It was rumored that a general was about. Orders were shouted with fury. Standing behind the line of his company, Fuselli's chest was stuck out until the buttons of his tunic were in danger of snapping off. His shoes were well shined, and he wore a new pair of puttees, wound so tightly that his legs ached. At last the bugle sounded across the silent camp. "Parade rest!" shouted the lieutenant. Fuselli's mind was full of the army regulations which he had been studying assiduously for the last week. He was thinking of an imaginary examination for the corporalship, which he would pass, of course. When the company was dismissed, he went up familiarly to the top sergeant. "Say, Sarge, doing anything this evening?" "What the hell can a man do when he's broke?" said the top sergeant. "Well, you come downtown with me. I want to introduce you to somebody." "Great." "Say, Sarge, have they sent that appointment in yet?" "No, they haven't, Fuselli," said the top sergeant. "It's all made out," he added encouragingly. They walked towards the town silently. The evening was silvery violet. The few windows in the old grey-green houses that were lighted shone orange. "Well, I'm going to get it, ain't I?" A staff car shot by, splashing them with mud, leaving them a glimpse of officers leaning back in the deep cushions. "You sure are," said the top sergeant in his good-natured voice. They had reached the square. They saluted stiffly as two officers brushed past them. "What's the regulations about a feller marrying a French girl?" broke out Fuselli suddenly. "Thinking of getting hitched up, are you?" "Hell no." Fuselli was crimson. "I just sort of wanted to know." "Permission of CO. That's all I know." They had stopped in front of the grocery shop. Fuselli peered in through the window. The shop was full of soldiers lounging against the corner and the walls. In the midst of them, demurely knitting, sat Yvonne. "Let's go and have a drink and then come back," said Fuselli. They went to the cafe where Marie of the White Arms presided. Fuselli paid for 2 hot rum punches. "You see, it's this way, Sarge," he said confidentially. "I wrote all my folks at home I'd been made corporal, and it'd be a hell of a note to be let down now." The top sergeant was drinking his hot drink in little sips. He smiled broadly and put his hand paternal fashion on Fuselli's knee.
Sure. You needn't worry, kid. I've got you fixed up all right," he said. Then he added jovially, "Well, let's go see that girl of yours." They went out into the dark streets, where the wind, despite the smell of burnt gasoline and army camps, had a faint suavity, something like the smell of mushrooms, the smell of spring. Yvonne sat under the lamp in the shop, her feet up on a box of canned peas, yawning dismally. Behind her on the counter was the glass case full of yellow and greenish white cheeses. Above that shelves rose to the ceiling in the brownish obscurity of the shop, where gleamed faintly large jars and small jars, cans neatly placed in rows, glass jars and vegetables. In the corner, near the glass-curtained door that led to the inner room, hung clusters of sausages large and small, red, yellow and speckled. Yvonne jumped up when Fuselli and the sergeant opened the door. "You are good," she said. "Je mourrai de cafard." They laughed. "You know what that mean, cafard?" "Sure." "It is only since the war. Avant la guerre on ne savait pas ce que c'était le cafard. The war is no good." "Funny, ain't it?" said Fuselli to the top sergeant. "A feller can't just figure out what the war is like." "Don't you worry. We'll all get there," said the top sergeant, knowingly. "This is the sergeant, Yvonne," said Fuselli. "Oui, oui, je sais," said Yvonne, smiling at the top sergeant. They sat in the little room behind the shop and drank white wine and talked as best they could to Yvonne, who, very trim in her black dress and blue apron, perched on the edge of her chair with her feet in tiny pumps pressed tightly together, and glanced now and then at the elaborate stripes on the top sergeant's arm. Fuselli strode familiarly into the grocery shop, whistling, and threw open the door to the inner room. His whistling stopped in the middle of a bar. "Hello," he said in an annoyed voice. "Hello, Corporal," said Eisenstein. Eisenstein, his French soldier friend, a lanky man with a scraggly black beard and burning eyes, and Stockton, the chalky-faced boy, were sitting at the table that filled up the room, chatting intimately and gaily with Yvonne, who leaned against the yellow wall beside the Frenchman and showed all her little pearly teeth in a laugh. In the middle of the dark oak table was a pot of hyacinths, and some glasses that had some wine in them. The odor of the hyacinths hung in the air with a faint warm smell from the kitchen. After a second's hesitation, Fuselli sat down to wait until the others should leave. It was long after payday and his pockets were empty, so he had nowhere else to go. "How are they treating you down in your outfit now?" asked Eisenstein of Stockton after a silence. "Same as ever," said Stockton in his thin voice, stuttering a little. "Sometimes I wish I was dead." "Hum," said Eisenstein, a curious expression of understanding on his flabby face. "We'll be civilians some day." "I won't," said Stockton. "Hell," said Eisenstein, "you've got to keep your upper lip stiff. I thought I was going to die in that troop ship coming over here, and when I was little and came over with the emigrants from Poland I thought I was going to die. A man can stand more than he thinks for. I never thought I could stand being in the army, being a slave like and all that, and I'm still here. No, you'll live long and be successful yet." He put his hand on Stockton's shoulder. The boy winced and drew his chair away. "What for you do that? I ain't gonna hurt you," said Eisenstein. Fuselli looked at them both with a disgusted interest. "I'll tell you what you'd better do, kid," he said condescendingly. "You get transferred to our company. It's an A1 bunch, ain't it, Eisenstein? We've got a good loot and a good top kicker and a damn good bunch of fellas." "Our top kicker was in here a few minutes ago," said Eisenstein. "Was he?" said Fuselli. "Where'd he go?"
Damned if I know. Yvonne and the French soldier were talking in low voices, laughing a little now and then. Fuselli leaned back in his chair looking at them, feeling out of things, wishing despondently that he knew enough French to understand what they were saying. He scraped his feet angrily back and forth on the floor. His eyes lit on the white hyacinths. They made him think of the florists' windows at home at Easter time and the noise and bustle of San Francisco's streets. "God, I hate this rotten hole," he muttered to himself. He thought of Mabe. He made a noise with his lips. Hell, she was married by this time. Anyway, Yvonne was the girl for him. If only he could have Yvonne to himself, far away somewhere, away from the other men and that damn frog and her old mother. He thought of himself going to the theatre with Yvonne. When he was a sergeant, he would be able to afford that sort of thing. He counted up the months. It was March. Here he'd been in Europe 5 months, and he was still only a corporal. And not that yet. He clenched his fists with impatience. But once he got to be a non-com, it would go faster, he told himself reassuringly. He leaned over and sniffed loudly at the hyacinths. "They smell good," he said. "Que disiez-vous, Yvonne?" Yvonne looked at him as if she had forgotten that he was in the room. Her eyes looked straight into his, and she burst out laughing. Her glance had made him feel warm all over, and he leaned back in his chair again, looking at her slender body so neatly cased in its black dress, and at her little head with its tightly done hair, with a comfortable feeling of possession. "Yvonne, come here," he said, beckoning with his head. She looked from him to the Frenchman provocatively. Then she came over and stood behind him. "Que voulez-vous?" Fuselli glanced at Eisenstein. He and Stockton were deep in excited conversation with the Frenchman again. Fuselli heard that uncomfortable word that always made him angry, he did not know why. Revolution. "Yvonne," he said so that only she could hear, "what you say you and me get married?" "Marier? Moi et toi?" asked Yvonne in a puzzled voice. "Oui, oui." She looked him in the eyes a moment, and then threw back her head in a paroxysm of hysterical laughter. Fuselli flushed scarlet, got to his feet, and strode out, slamming the door behind him so that the glass rang. He walked hurriedly back to camp, splashed with mud by the long lines of grey motor trucks that were throbbing their way slowly through the main street, each with a yellow eye that lit up faintly the tailboards of the truck ahead. The barracks were dark and nearly empty. He sat down at the sergeant's desk and began moodily turning over the pages of the little blue book of army regulations. The moonlight glittered in the fountain at the end of the main square of the town. It was a warm, dark night of faint clouds through which the moon shone palely as through a thin silk canopy. Fuselli stood by the fountain smoking a cigarette, looking at the yellow windows of the Cheval Blanc at the other end of the square, from which came a sound of voices and of billiard balls clinking. He stood quiet, letting the acrid cigarette smoke drift out through his nose, his ears full of the silvery tinkle of the water in the fountain beside him. There were little drifts of warm and chilly air in the breeze that blew fitfully from the west. Fuselli was waiting. He took out his watch now and then and strained his eyes to see the time, but there was not light enough. At last the deep broken note of the bell in the church spire struck once. It must be 10:30. He started walking slowly towards the street where Yvonne's grocery shop was. The faint glow of the moon lit up the grey houses with the shuttered windows and the tumultuous red roofs full of little dormers and skylights. Fuselli felt deliciously at ease with the world. He could almost feel Yvonne's body in his arms, and he smiled as he remembered the little faces she used to make at him. He slunk past the shuttered windows of the shop and dove into the darkness under the arch that led to the court. He walked cautiously, on tiptoe, keeping close to the moss-covered wall, for he heard voices in the court. He peeped round the edge of the building and saw that there were several people in the kitchen door talking. He drew his head back into the shadow. But he had caught a glimpse of the dark round form of the hogshead beside the kitchen door. If only he could get behind that as he usually did, he would be hidden until the people went away. Keeping well in the shadow round the edge of the court, he slipped to the other side, and was just about to pop himself in behind the hogshead when he noticed that someone was there before him. He caught his breath and stood still, his heart thumping. The figure turned, and in the dark he recognized the top sergeant's round face. "Keep quiet, can't you?" whispered the top sergeant peevishly. Fuselli stood still with his fists clenched. The blood flamed through his head, making his scalp tingle. Still, the top sergeant was the top sergeant, came the thought. It would never do to get in wrong with him. Fuselli's legs moved him automatically back into a corner of the court, where he leaned against the damp wall, glaring with smarting eyes at the two women who stood talking outside the kitchen door, and at the dark shadow behind the hogshead. At last, after several smacking kisses, the women went away and the kitchen door closed. The bell in the church spire struck 11 slowly and mournfully. When it had ceased striking, Fuselli heard a discreet tapping and saw the shadow of the top sergeant against the door. As he slipped in, Fuselli heard the top sergeant's good-natured voice in a large stage whisper, followed by a choked laugh from Yvonne. The door closed and the light was extinguished, leaving the court in darkness except for a faint marbled glow in the sky. Fuselli strode out, making as much noise as he could with his heels on the cobblestones. The streets of the town were silent under the pale moon. In the square the fountain sounded loud and metallic. He gave up his pass to the guard and strode glumly towards the barracks. At the door he met a man with a pack on his back. "Hullo, Fuselli," said a voice he knew. "Is my old bunk still there?" "Damned if I know," said Fuselli. "I thought they'd shipped you home." The corporal who'd been on the Red Sox outfield broke into a fit of coughing. "Hell no," he said. "They kept me at that goddamn hospital till they saw I wasn't going to die right away, and then they told me to come back to my outfit. So here I am." "Did they bust you?" said Fuselli with sudden eagerness. "Hell no. Why should they? They ain't gone and got a new corporal, have they?" "No, not exactly," said Fuselli. 5. Meadville stood near the camp gate, watching the motor trucks go by on the main road. Grey, lumbering and mud-covered, they throbbed by, sloughing in and out of the mud holes in the worn road, in an endless train stretching as far as he could see into the town and as far as he could see up the road. He stood with his legs far apart and spat into the center of the road. Then he turned to the corporal who had been in the Red Sox outfield and said: "I'll be goddamned if there ain't something doing." "A hell of a lot doing," said the corporal, shaking his head. "Seen that guy Daniels who's been to the front?" "No." "Well, he says hell's broke loose. Hell's broke loose." "What's happened?" "By gorry, we may see some active service," said Meadville, grinning. "By God, I'd give the best colt on my ranch to see some action." "Got a ranch?" asked the corporal. The motor trucks kept on grinding past monotonously. Their drivers were so splashed with mud it was hard to see what uniform they wore. "What d'you think?" asked Meadville. "Think I keep store?" Fuselli walked past them towards the town. "Say, Fuselli," said Meadville, "corporal says hell's broke loose out there. We may smell gunpowder yet." Fuselli stopped and joined them. "I guess poor old Bill Grey's smelt plenty of gunpowder by this time," he said. "I wish I'd gone with him," said Meadville. "I'll try that little trick myself now the good weather's come on, if we don't get a move on soon." "Too damn risky." "Listen to the kid. It'll be too damn risky in the trenches. Or do you think you're gonna get a cushy job in camp here?" "Hell, no. I want to go to the front. I don't want to stay in this hole." "Well?" "But ain't no good throwing yourself in where it don't do no good. A guy wants to get on in this army if he can." "What's the good getting on?" said the corporal. "Won't get home a bit sooner." "Hell, but you're a non-com." Another train of motor trucks went by, drowning their talk. Fuselli was packing medical supplies in a box in a great brownish warehouse full of packing cases where a little sun filtered in through the dusty air at the corrugated sliding tin doors. As he worked he listened to Daniels talking to Meadville, who worked beside him. "And the gas is the goddamnedest stuff I ever heard of," he was saying. "I've seen fellows with their arms swelled up to twice the size like blisters from it. Mustard gas, they call it." "What did you get to go to the hospital?" said Meadville. "Only pneumonia," said Daniels. "But I had a buddy who was split right in half by a piece of shell. He was standin' as near me as you are, and he was whistlin' 'Tipperary' under his breath, when all at once there was a big spurt of blood, and there he was with his chest split in half and his head hangin' a thread like." Meadville moved his quid of tobacco from one cheek to the other and spat onto the sawdust of the floor. The men within earshot stopped working and looked admiringly at Daniels. "What do you reckon's goin' on at the front now?" said Meadville. "Damned if I know. The goddam hospital at Orleans was so full up there was guys in stretchers waitin' all day on the pavement outside. I know that. Fellers there said hell'd broke loose for fair. Looks to me like the Fritzies was advancin'." Meadville looked at him incredulously. "Those skunks?" said Fuselli. "Why, they can't advance. They're starvin' to death." "The hell they are," said Daniels. "I guess you believe everything you see in the papers." Eyes looked at Daniels indignantly. They all went on working in silence. Suddenly the lieutenant, looking strangely flustered, strode into the warehouse, leaving the tin door open behind him. "Can anyone tell me where Sergeant Osler is?" "He was here a few minutes ago," spoke up Fuselli. "Well, where is he now?" snapped the lieutenant angrily. I don't know, sir," mumbled Fuselli, flushing. "Go and see if you can find him." Fuselli went off to the other end of the warehouse. Outside the door he stopped and bit off a cigarette in a leisurely fashion. His blood boiled sullenly. How the hell should he know where the top sergeant was? They didn't expect him to be a mind reader, did they? And all the flood of bitterness that had been collecting in his spirit seethed to the surface. They had not treated him right. He felt full of hopeless anger against this vast treadmill to which he was bound. The endless succession of the days, all alike, all subject to orders, to the interminable monotony of drills and line-ups, passed before his mind. He felt he couldn't go on, yet he knew that he must and would go on, that there was no stopping, that his feet would go on beating in time to the steps of the treadmill. He caught sight of the sergeant coming towards the warehouse, across the new green grass, scarred by the marks of truck wheels. "Sarge!" he called. Then he went up to him mysteriously. "The loot wants to see you at once in warehouse B." He slouched back to his work, arriving just in time to hear the lieutenant say in a severe voice to the sergeant: "Sergeant, do you know how to draw up court-martial papers?" "Yes, sir," said the sergeant, a look of surprise on his face. He followed the precise steps of the lieutenant out of the door. Fuselli had a moment of panic terror, during which he went on working methodically, although his hands trembled. He was searching his memory for some infringement of a regulation that might be charged against him.
The terror passed as fast as it had come. Of course he had no reason to fear. He laughed softly to himself. What a fool he'd been to get scared like that, and a summary court-martial couldn't do much to you anyway. He went on working as fast and carefully as he could, through the long, monotonous afternoon. That night nearly the whole company gathered in a group at the end of the barracks. Both sergeants were away. The corporal said he knew nothing, and got sulkily into bed, where he lay, rolled in his blankets, shaken by fit after fit of coughing. At last someone said: "I bet that kike Eisenstein's turned out to be a spy." "I bet he has too." "He's foreign born, ain't he? Born in Poland or some goddam place." "He always did talk queer." "I always thought," said Fuselli, "he'd get into trouble talking the way he did." "How'd he talk?" asked Daniels. "Oh, he said that war was wrong and all that goddam pro-German stuff." "Do you know what they did out at the front?" said Daniels. "In the second division they made two fellas dig out their own graves and then shot 'em for sayin' the war was wrong." "Hell, they did?" "You're goddam right they did. I tell you, fellas, it don't do to monkey with the buzz saw in this army." "For God's sake, shut up. Taps is blown. Meadville, turn the lights out," said the corporal angrily. The barracks was dark, full of a sound of men undressing in their bunks, and of whispered talk. The company was lined up for morning mess. The sun that had just risen was shining in rosily through the soft clouds of the sky. The sparrows kept up a great clattering in the avenue of plane trees. Their riotous chirping could be heard above the sound of motors starting that came from a shed opposite the mess shack. The sergeant appeared suddenly, walking past with his shoulders stiff, so that everyone knew at once that something important was going on. "Attention, men, a minute," he said. Mess kits clattered as the men turned round. "After mess I want you to go immediately to barracks and roll your packs. After that every man must stand by his pack until orders come." The company cheered, and mess kits clattered together like cymbals. "As you were," shouted the top sergeant jovially. Gluey oatmeal and greasy bacon were hurriedly bolted down, and every man in the company, his heart pounding, ran to the barracks to do up his pack, feeling proud under the envious eyes of the company at the other end of the shack that had received no orders. When the packs were done up, they sat on the empty bunks and drummed their feet against the wooden partitions, waiting. "I don't suppose we'll leave here till hell freezes over," said Meadville, who was doing up the last strap on his pack. "It's always like this. You break your neck to obey orders and—" "Outside!" shouted the sergeant, poking his head in the door. "Fall in! Attention!" The lieutenant in his trench coat and in a new pair of roll puttees stood facing the company, looking solemn. "Men," he said, biting off his words as a man bites through a piece of hard stick candy, "one of your number is up for court-martial for possibly disloyal statements found in a letter addressed to friends at home. I have been extremely grieved to find anything of this sort in any company of mine. I don't believe there is another man in the company low enough to entertain such ideas." Every man in the company stuck out his chest, vowing inwardly to entertain no ideas at all rather than run the risk of calling forth such disapproval from the lieutenant. The lieutenant paused. "All I can say is if there's any such man in the company, he had better keep his mouth shut and be pretty damn careful what he writes home. Dismissed." He shouted the order grimly, as if it were the order for the execution of the offender. "That goddam skunk Eisenstein," said someone. The lieutenant heard it as he walked away. "Oh, sergeant," he said familiarly, "I think the others have got the right stuff in them." The company went into the barracks and waited. The sergeant major's office was full of a clicking of typewriters, and was overheated by a black stove that stood in the middle of the floor, letting out occasional little puffs of smoke from a crack in the stovepipe. The sergeant major was a small man, with a fresh, boyish face and a drawling voice, who lolled behind a large typewriter reading a magazine that lay on his lap. Fuselli stepped in behind the typewriter and stood with his cap in his hand beside the sergeant major's chair. "Well, what do you want?" asked the sergeant major gruffly. "A fellow told me, Sergeant Major, that you was looking for a man with optical experience." Fuselli's voice was velvety. "Well, I worked 3 years in an optical goods store at home in Frisco." "What's your name, rank, company?" "Daniel Fuselli, private first class, company C, medical supply warehouse." "All right, I'll attend to it." "But, Sergeant..." "All right, out with what you've got to say, quick." The sergeant major fingered the leaves of his magazine impatiently. "My company's all packed up to go. The transfer'll have to be today, Sergeant." "Why the hell didn't you come in earlier?" "Stevens, make out a transfer to headquarters company and get the major to sign it when he goes through." "That's the way it always is," he cried, leaning back tragically in his swivel chair. "Everybody always puts everything off on me at the last minute." "Thank you, sir," said Fuselli, smiling. The sergeant major ran his hand through his hair and took up his magazine again peevishly. Fuselli hurried back to barracks, where he found the company still waiting. Several men were crouched in a circle playing craps. The rest lounged in their bare bunks or fiddled with their packs. Outside it had begun to rain softly, and a smell of wet, sprouting earth came in through the open door. Fuselli sat on the floor beside his bunk, throwing his knife down so that it stuck in the boards between his knees. He was whistling softly to himself. The day dragged on. Several times he heard the town clock strike in the distance. At last the top sergeant came in, shaking the water off his slicker, a serious, important expression on his face. "Inspection of medical belts," he shouted. "Everyone open up their belt and lay it on the floor at the foot of their bunk, and stand at attention on the left side." The lieutenant and a major appeared suddenly at one end of the barracks and came through slowly, pulling the little packets out of the belts. The men looked at them out of the corners of their eyes. As they examined the belts, they chatted easily, as if they had been alone. "Yes," said the major, "we're in for it this time. That damned offensive." "Well, we'll be able to show 'em what we're good for," said the lieutenant, laughing. "We haven't had a chance yet." "Hum. Better mark that belt, Lieutenant, and have it changed. Been out to the front yet?" "No, sir." Well, you'll look at things differently when you have," said the major. The lieutenant frowned. "Well, on the whole, Lieutenant, your outfit is in very good shape. At ease, men." The lieutenant and the major stood at the door a moment, raising the collars of their coats. Then they drove out into the rain. A few minutes later the sergeant came in. "All right, get your slickers on and line up." They stood lined up in the rain for a long while. It was a leaden afternoon. The even clouds had a faint coppery tinge. The rain beat on their faces, making them tingle. Fuselli was looking anxiously at the sergeant. At last the lieutenant appeared. "Attention!" cried the sergeant. The roll was called, and a new man fell in at the end of the line, a tall man with large protruding eyes like a calf's. "Private first class Daniel Fuselli, fall out and report to headquarters company." Fuselli saw a look of surprise come over men's faces. He smiled wanly at Meadville. "Sergeant, take the men down to the station." "Squads, right!" cried the sergeant. "March!" The company tramped off into the streaming rain. Fuselli went back to the barracks, took off his pack and slicker, and wiped the water off his face. The rails gleamed gold in the early morning sunshine above the deep purple cinders of the track. Fuselli's eyes followed the track until it curved into a cutting where the wet clay was a bright orange in the clear light. The station platform, where puddles from the night's rain glittered as the wind ruffled them, was empty.
Fuselli started walking up and down with his hands in his pockets. He had been sent down to unload some supplies that were coming on that morning's train. He felt free and successful since he joined the headquarters company. At last, he told himself, he had a job where he could show what he was good for. He walked up and down, whistling shrilly. A train pulled slowly into the station. The engine stopped to take water, and the couplings clanked all down the line of cars. The platform was suddenly full of men in khaki, stamping their feet, running up and down, shouting. "Where are you guys goin'?" asked Fuselli. "We're bound for Palm Beach. Don't we look it?" someone snarled in reply. But Fuselli had seen a familiar face. He was shaking hands with two browned men whose faces were grimy with days of travelling in freight cars. "Hullo, Chrisfield! Hullo, Andrews!" he cried. "When did you fellows get over here?" "About 4 months ago," said Chrisfield, whose black eyes looked at Fuselli searchingly. "Oh, I 'member you. You're Fuselli. We was at trainin' camp together. 'Member him, Andy?" "Sure," said Andrews. "How you making out?" "Fine," said Fuselli. "I'm in the optical department here." "Where the hell's that?" "Right here." Fuselli pointed vaguely behind the station. "We've been training for about 4 months near Bordeaux," said Andrews, "and now we're going to see what it's like." The whistle blew and the engine started puffing hard. Clouds of white steam filled the station platform, where the soldiers scampered for their cars. "Good luck," said Fuselli, but Andrews and Chrisfield had already gone. He saw them again as the train pulled out, two brown and dirt-grimed faces among many other brown and dirt-grimed faces. The steam floated up, tinged with yellow in the bright early morning air, as the last car of the train disappeared round the curve into the cutting. The dust rose thickly about the worn broom. As it was a dark morning, very little light filtered into the room full of great white packing cases, where Fuselli was sweeping. He stopped now and then and leaned on his broom. Far away he heard a sound of trains shunting and shouts and the sound of feet tramping in unison from the drill ground. The building where he was silent. He went on sweeping, thinking of his company tramping off through the streaming rain, and of those fellows he had known in training camp in America, Andrews and Chrisfield, jolting in box cars towards the front, where Daniel's buddy had had his chest split in half by a piece of shell. And he'd written home he'd been made a corporal. What was he going to do when letters came for him addressed Corporal Dan Fuselli? Putting the broom away, he dusted the yellow chair and the table covered with order slips that stood in the middle of the piles of packing boxes. The door slammed somewhere below, and there was a step on the stairs that led to the upper part of the warehouse. A little man with a monkey-like grayish-brown face and spectacles appeared, and slipped out of his overcoat, like a very small bean popping out of a very large pod. The sergeant's stripes looked unusually wide and conspicuous on his thin arm. He grunted at Fuselli, sat down at his desk, and began at once peering among the order slips. "Anything in our mailbox this morning?" he asked Fuselli in a hoarse voice. "It's all there, sergeant," said Fuselli. The sergeant peered about the desk some more. "You have to wash that window today," he said after a pause. "Major's likely to come round here any time. Ought to have done yesterday." "All right," said Fuselli dully. He slouched over to the corner of the room, got the worn broom, and began sweeping down the stairs. The dust rose about him, making him cough. He stopped and leaned on the broom. He thought of all the days that had gone by since he'd last seen those fellows, Andrews and Chrisfield, at training camp in America, and of all the days that would go by. He started sweeping again, sweeping the dust down from stair to stair. Fuselli sat on the end of his bunk. He had just shaved. It was a Sunday morning and he looked forward to having the afternoon off.
He rubbed his face on his towel and got to his feet. Outside, the rain fell in great silvery sheets, so that the noise on the tar paper roof of the barracks was almost deafening. Fuselli noticed, at the other end of the row of bunks, a group of men who all seemed to be looking at the same thing. Rolling down his sleeves, with his tunic hitched over one arm, he walked down to see what was the matter. Through the patter of the rain he heard a thin voice say: "It ain't no use, Sergeant. I'm sick. I ain't a-goin' to get up." "The kid's crazy," someone beside Fuselli said, turning away. "You get up this minute," roared the sergeant. He was a big man with black hair who looked like a lumberman. He stood over the bunk. In the bunk, at the end of a bundle of blankets, was the chalk white face of Stockton. The boy's teeth were clenched, and his eyes were round and protruding, it seemed from terror. "You get out of bed this minute," roared the sergeant again. The boy was silent. His white cheeks quivered. "What the hell's the matter with him?" "Why don't you yank him out yourself, Sarge?" "You get out of bed this minute," shouted the sergeant again, paying no attention. The men gathered about walked away. Fuselli watched fascinated from a little distance. "All right then, I'll get the lieutenant. This is a court-martial offense. Here, Morton and Morrison, you're guards over this man." The boy lay still in his blankets. He closed his eyes. By the way the blanket rose and fell over his chest, they could see that he was breathing heavily. "Say, Stockton, why don't you get up, you fool?" said Fuselli. "You can't buck the whole army." The boy didn't answer. Fuselli walked away. "He's crazy," he muttered. The lieutenant was a stoutish, red-faced man who came in puffing, followed by the tall sergeant. He stopped and shook the water off his campaign hat. The rain kept up its deafening patter on the roof. "Look here, are you sick? If you are, report sick call at once," said the lieutenant in an elaborately kind voice. The boy looked at him dully and did not answer. "You should get up and stand at attention when an officer speaks to you." "I ain't goin' to get up," came the thin voice. The officer's red face became crimson. "Sergeant, what's the matter with the man?" he asked in a furious tone. "I can't do anything with him, Lieutenant. I think he's gone crazy." "Rubbish! Mere insubordination. You're under arrest, do you hear?" he shouted towards the bed. There was no answer. The rain pattered hard on the roof. "Have him brought down to the guardhouse, by force if necessary," snapped the lieutenant. He strode towards the door. "And Sergeant, start drawing up court-martial papers at once." The door slammed behind him. "Now you've got to get him up," said the sergeant to the two guards. Fuselli walked away. "Ain't some people damn fools?" he said to a man at the other end of the barracks. He stood looking out of the window at the bright sheets of rain. "Well, get him up," shouted the sergeant. The boy lay with his eyes closed, his chalk white face half hidden by the blankets. He was very still. "Well, will you get up and go to the guardhouse, or have we to carry you there?" shouted the sergeant. The guards laid hold of him gingerly and pulled him up to a sitting posture. "All right, yank him out of bed." The frail form in khaki shirt and whitish drawers was held up for a moment between the two men. Then it fell a limp heap on the floor. "Say, Sarge, he's fainted." "The hell he has." "Say, Morrison, ask one of the orderlies to come up from the infirmary." "He ain't fainted. The kid's dead," said the other man. "Give me a hand." The sergeant helped lift the body on the bed again. "Well, I'll be goddamned," said the sergeant. The eyes had opened. They covered the head with a blanket. End of section 5. Section 6 of 3 Soldiers. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by M.B. 3 Soldiers by John Dos Passos. Section 6. Part 3. Machines. 1. The fields and the misty blue-green woods slipped by slowly as the box-car rumbled and jolted over the rails, now stopping for hours on sidings amid meadows, where it was quiet and where above the babble of voices of the regiment you could hear the skylarks, now clattering fast over bridges and along the banks of jade-green rivers where the slim poplars were just coming into leaf, and where now and then a fish jumped. The men crowded in the door, grimy and tired, leaning on each other's shoulders, and watching the ploughed lands slip by, and the meadows where the golden green grass was dappled with buttercups, and the villages of huddled red roofs, lost among pale budding trees and masses of peach blossom. Through the smells of steam and coal smoke and of unwashed bodies in uniforms came smells of moist fields and of manure from fresh sowed patches, and of cows and pasture lands just coming into flower. "Must be right smart o' craps in this country. Ain't like that damn Poland yak, Andy," said Chrisfield. "Well, they made us drill so hard there wasn't any time for the grass to grow." "You're damn right there warn't." "I'd like to live in this country a while," said Chrisfield. "We might ask 'em to let us off right here." "Can't be that the front's like this," said Judkins, poking his head out between Andrews's and Chrisfield's heads, so that the bristles of his unshaven chin rubbed against Chrisfield's cheek. It was a large, square head with closely cropped light hair and porcelain blue eyes under lids that showed white in the red sunburned face, and a square jaw made a little grey by the sprouting beard. "Say, Andy, how the hell long have we all been on this goddam train? I've done lost track of the time." "What's the matter? You getting old, Chris?" asked Judkins, laughing. Chrisfield had slipped out of the place he held and began poking himself in between Andrews and Judkins. "We've been on this train 4 days and 5 nights, and we've got half a day's rations left, so we must be getting somewhere," said Andrews. "It can't be like this at the front." "It must be spring there as well as here," said Andrews. It was a day of fluffy mauve-tinted clouds that moved across the sky, sometimes darkening to deep blue where a small rainstorm trailed across the hills, sometimes brightening to moments of clear sunlight that gave blue shadows to the poplars and shone yellow on the smoke of the engine that puffed on painfully at the head of the long train. "Funny, ain't it, how li'l everything is. Out Indiana way we wouldn't look at a cornfield that size, but it sort o' reminds me the way it used to be out home in the spring o' the year." "I'd like to see Indiana in the springtime," said Andrews. "Well, you'll come out when the war's over and us guys is all home, won't you, Andy?" "You bet I will." They were going into the suburbs of a town. Rows and clusters of little brick and stucco houses were appearing along the roads. It began to rain from a sky full of lights of amber and lilac color. The slate roofs and the pinkish grey streets of the town shone cheerfully in the rain. The little patches of garden were all vivid emerald green. They were looking at rows and rows of red chimney pots over wet slate roofs that reflected the bright sky. In the distance rose the purple-grey spire of a church and the irregular forms of old buildings. They passed through a station. "Dijon," read Andrews. On the platform were French soldiers in their blue coats and a good sprinkling of civilians. "Gee, these are about the first real civies I've seen since I came overseas," said Judkins. Those goddamn country people down at Polignac didn't look like real civilians. There's folks dressed like it was New York." They had left the station and were rumbling slowly past interminable freight trains. At last the train came to a dead stop. A whistle sounded. "Don't nobody get out," shouted the sergeant from the car ahead. "Hell, they keep you in this goddamn car like you was a convict," muttered Chrisfield. "I'd like to get out and walk around Dijon. Oh boy. I swear I'd make a beeline for a dairy lunch," said Judkins. "Hell of a fine dairy lunch you'll find among these goddamn frogs. No, vin blank is all you'd get in that goddamn town." "I'm going to sleep," said Chrisfield. He stretched himself out on the pile of equipment at the end of the car. Andrews sat down near him and stared at his mud-caked boots, running one of his long hands, as brown as Chrisfield's now, through his light, short-cut hair. Chrisfield lay looking at the gaunt outline of Andrews's face against the light through half-closed eyes. And he felt a warm sort of smile inside him as he said to himself, "He's a damn good kid." Then he thought of the spring in the hills of southern Indiana, and the mockingbirds singing in the moonlight among the flowering locust trees behind the house. He could almost smell the heavy sweetness of the locust blooms, as he used to smell them sitting on the steps after supper, tired from a day's heavy ploughing, while the clatter of his mother's housework came from the kitchen. He didn't wish he was back there, but it was pleasant to think of it now and then, and how the yellow farmhouse looked, and the red barn where his father never had been able to find time to paint the door, and the tumble-down cowshed where the shingles were always coming off. He wondered dully what it would be like out there at the front. It couldn't be green and pleasant, the way the country was here. Fellas always said it was hell out there. Well, he didn't give a damn. He went to sleep. He woke up gradually, the warm comfort of sleep giving place slowly to the stiffness of his uncomfortable position with the hobnails of a boot from the back of a pack sticking into his shoulder. Andrews was sitting in the same position, lost in thought. The rest of the men sat at the open doors or sprawled over the equipment. Chrisfield got up, stretched himself, yawned, and went to the door to look out. There was a heavy, important step on the gravel outside. A large man with black eyebrows that met over his nose and a very black stubbly beard passed the car. There were sergeant's stripes on his arm. "Say, Andy," cried Chrisfield, "that bastard is a sergeant." "Who's that?" asked Andrews, getting up with a smile, his blue eyes looking mildly into Chrisfield's black ones. "You know who I mean." Under their heavy tan, Chrisfield's rounded cheeks were flushed. His eyes snapped under their long black lashes. His fists were clutched. "Oh, I know Chris. I didn't know he was in this regiment." "God damn him," muttered Chrisfield in a low voice, throwing himself down on his packs again. "Hold your horses, Chris," said Andrews. "We may all cash in our checks before long. No use letting things worry us." "I don't give a damn if we do." "Nor do I, now." Andrews sat down beside Chrisfield again. After a while the train got jerkily into motion. The wheels rumbled and clattered over the rails and the clots of mud bounced up and down on the splintered boards of the floor. Chrisfield pillowed his head on his arm and went to sleep again, still smarting from the flush of his anger. Andrews looked out through his fingers at the swaying black box car, at the men sprawled about on the floor, their heads nodding with each jolt, and at the mauve-grey clouds and the bits of sparkling blue sky that he could see behind the silhouettes of the heads and shoulders of the men who stood in the doors. The wheels ground on, endlessly. The car stopped with a jerk that woke up all the sleepers and threw one man off his feet. A whistle blew shrilly outside. "All right, out of the cars! Snap it up! Snap it up!" yelled the sergeant. The men piled out stiffly, handing the equipment out from hand to hand till it formed a confused heap of packs and rifles outside. All down the train at each door there was a confused pile of equipment and struggling men. "Snap it up! Full equipment! Line up!" the sergeant yelled. The men fell into line slowly with their packs and rifles. Lieutenants hovered about the edges of the forming lines, tightly belted into their stiff trench coats, scrambling up and down the coal piles of the siding. The men were given at ease and stood leaning on their rifles staring at a green water tank on three wooden legs, over the top of which had been thrown a huge piece of torn grey cheesecloth. When the confused sound of tramping feet subsided, they could hear a noise in the distance, like someone lazily shaking a piece of heavy sheet iron. The sky was full of little dabs of red, purple and yellow, and the purplish sunset light was over everything. The order came to march. They marched down a rutted road where the puddles were so deep they had continually to break ranks to avoid them. In a little pine wood on one side were rows of heavy motor trucks and ammunition caissons. Supper was cooking in a field kitchen about which clustered the truck drivers in their wide visored caps. Beyond the wood, the column turned off into a field behind a little group of stone and stucco houses that had lost their roofs. In the field they halted. The grass was brilliant emerald, and the wood and the distant hills were shades of clear, deep blue. Wisps of pale blue mist lay across the field. In the turf here and there were small clean bites that might have been made by some strange animal. The men looked at them curiously. "No lights. Remember we're in sight of the enemy. A match might annihilate the detachment," announced the lieutenant dramatically, after having given the orders for the pup tents to be set up. When the tents were ready, the men stood about in the chilly white mist that kept growing denser, eating their cold rations. Everywhere were grumbling, snorting voices. "God, let's turn in, Chris, before our bones are frozen," said Andrews. Guards had been posted and walked up and down with a businesslike stride, peering now and then suspiciously into the little wood where the truck drivers were. Chrisfield and Andrews crawled into their little tent and rolled up together in their blankets, getting as close to each other as they could. At first it was very cold and hard and they squirmed about restlessly, but gradually the warmth from their bodies filled their thin blankets and their muscles began to relax. Andrews went to sleep first, and Chrisfield lay listening to his deep breathing. There was a frown on his face. He was thinking of the man who had walked past the train at Dijon. The last time he had seen that man, Anderson was at training camp. He'd only been a corporal then. He remembered the day the man had been made corporal. It had not been long before that Chrisfield had drawn his knife on him one night in the barracks. A fellow had caught his hand just in time. Anderson had looked a bit pale that time and had walked away, but he'd never spoken a word to Chrisfield since. As he lay with his eyes closed, pressed close against Andrews's limp, sleeping body, Chrisfield could see the man's face, the eyebrows that joined across the nose and the jaw, always blackish from the heavy beard that looked blue when he had just shaved. At last the tenseness of his mind slackened. He thought of women for a moment, of a fair-haired girl he'd seen from the tram, and then suddenly crushing sleepiness closed down on him, and everything went softly, warmly black as he drifted off to sleep, with no sense but the coldness of one side and the warmth of his bunkie's body on the other. In the middle of the night he awoke and crawled out of the tent. Andrews followed him. Their teeth chattered a little and they stretched their legs stiffly. It was cold, but the mist had vanished. The stars shone brilliantly. They walked out a little way into the field away from the bunch of tents to make water. A faint rustling and breathing noise, as of animals herded together, came from the sleeping regiment. Somewhere a brook made a shrill gurgling. They strained their ears, but they could hear no guns. They stood side by side, looking up at the multitudes of stars. "That's Orion," said Andrews. "What?" "That bunch of stars there is called Orion. Do you see him? It's supposed to look like a man with a bow, but he always looks to me like a fellow striding across the sky." "Some stars tonight, ain't there?" "Gee, what's that?" Behind the dark hills a glow rose and fell like the glow in a forge. "The front must be that way," said Andrews, shivering. "I guess we'll know tomorrow." "Yes, tomorrow night we'll know more about it," said Andrews. They stood silent a moment, listening to the noise the brook made. "God, it's quiet, ain't it? That can't be the front. Smell that?" "What is it?" "Smells like an apple tree in bloom somewhere. Hell, let's get in before our blankets get cold." Andrews was still staring at the group of stars he had said was Orion. Chrisfield pulled him by the arm. They crawled into their tent again, rolled up together, and immediately were crushed under an exhausted sleep. As far ahead of him as Chrisfield could see were packs and heads with caps at a variety of angles, all bobbing up and down with the swing of the brisk marching time. A fine warm rain was falling, mingling with the sweat that ran down his face. The column had been marching a long time, along a straight road that was worn and scarred with heavy traffic. Fields and hedges where clusters of yellow flowers were in bloom had given place to an avenue of poplars. The light, wet trunks and the stiff branches hazy with green filed by, interminable as the confused tramp of feet and jingle of equipment that sounded in his ears. "Say, are we goin' towards the front?" "Goddamned if I know." "Ain't no front within miles." Men's sentences came shortly through their heavy breathing. The column shifted over to the side of the road to avoid a train of motor trucks going the other way. Chrisfield felt the heavy mud spurt up over him as truck after truck rumbled by. With the wet back of one hand he tried to wipe it off his face, but the grit, when he rubbed it, hurt his skin made tender by the rain. He swore long and whiningly, half aloud. His rifle felt as heavy as an iron girder. They entered a village of plaster and timber houses. Through open doors they could see into comfortable kitchens where copper pots gleamed and where the floors were of clean red tiles. In front of some of the houses were little gardens full of crocuses and hyacinths, where box bushes shone a very dark green in the rain. They marched through the square with its pavement of little yellow rounded cobbles, its grey church with a pointed arch in the door, its cafes with names painted over them. Men and women looked out of doors and windows. The column perceptibly slackened its speed, but kept on, and as the houses dwindled and became farther apart along the road, the men's hope of stopping vanished. Ears were deafened by the confused tramp of feet on the macadam road. Men's feet seemed as lead, as if all the weight of the pack hung on them. Shoulders, worn callous, began to grow tender and sore under the constant sweating. Heads drooped. Each man's eyes were on the heels of the man ahead of him that rose and fell endlessly. Marching became for each man a personal struggle with his pack that seemed to have come alive, that seemed something malicious and overpowering, wrestling to throw him. The rain stopped and the sky brightened a little, taking on pale yellowish lights, as if the clouds that hid the sun were growing thin. The column halted at the edge of a group of farms and barns that scattered along the road. The men sprawled in all directions along the roadside, hiding the bright green grass with the mud color of their uniforms. Chrisfield lay in the field beside the road, pressing his hot face into the wet, sprouting clover. The blood throbbed through his ears. His arms and legs seemed to cleave to the ground, as if he would never be able to move them again. He closed his eyes. Gradually a cold chill began stealing through his body. He sat up and slipped his arms out of the harness of his pack. Someone was handing him a cigarette, and he sniffed a little acrid, sweet smoke. Andrews was lying beside him, his head propped against his pack, smoking, and poking a cigarette towards his friend with a muddy hand. His blue eyes looked strangely from out the flaming red of his mud-splotched face. Chrisfield took the cigarette and fumbled in his pocket for a match. "That nearly did it for me," said Andrews. Chrisfield grunted. He pulled greedily on the cigarette. A whistle blew. Slowly the men dragged themselves off the ground and fell into line, drooping under the weight of their equipment. The companies marched off separately. Chrisfield overheard the lieutenant saying to a sergeant: "Damn fool business, that. Why the hell couldn't they have sent us here in the first place?" "So we ain't goin' to the front after all?" said the sergeant. "Front, hell," said the lieutenant. The lieutenant was a small man who looked like a jockey with a coarse, red face which, now that he was angry, was almost purple. "I guess they're going to quarter us here," said somebody. Immediately everybody began saying, "We're going to be quartered here." They stood waiting in formation a long while, the packs cutting into their backs and shoulders. At last the sergeant shouted out, "All right, take your stuff upstairs." Stumbling on each other's heels, they climbed up into a dark loft, where the air was heavy with the smell of hay and with an acridity of cow manure from the stables below. There was a little straw in the corners, on which those who got there first spread their blankets. Chrisfield and Andrews tucked themselves in a corner from which, through a hole where the tiles had fallen off the roof, they could see down into the barnyard, where white and speckled chickens pecked about with jerky movements. A middle-aged woman stood in the doorway of the house looking suspiciously at the files of khaki-clad soldiers that shuffled slowly into the barns by every door. An officer went up to her, a little red book in his hand. A conversation about some matter proceeded painfully. The officer grew very red. Andrews threw back his head and laughed, luxuriously rolling from side to side in the straw. Chrisfield laughed too, he hardly knew why. Over their heads they could hear the feet of pigeons on the roof, and a constant drowsy roo-coo-coo-coo. Through the barnyard smells began to drift, the greasiness of food cooking in the field kitchen. "I hope they give us something good to eat," said Chrisfield. "I'm hongry as a thrasher." "So'm I," said Andrews. "Say, Andy, you can talk their language a little, can't you?" Andrews nodded his head vaguely. "Well, maybe we can get some eggs or something out of the lady there. Will you try after mess?" "All right." They both lay back in the straw and closed their eyes. Their cheeks still burned from the rain. Everything seemed very peaceful. The men sprawled about talking in low, drowsy voices. Outside another shower had come up and beat softly on the tiles of the roof. Chrisfield thought he had never been so comfortable in his life, although his soaked shoes pinched his cold feet and his knees were wet and cold. But in the drowsiness of the rain and of voices talking quietly about him, he fell asleep. He dreamed he was at home in Indiana, but instead of his mother cooking at the stove in the kitchen, there was the Frenchwoman who had stood in the farmhouse door, and near her stood a lieutenant with a little red book in his hand. He was eating cornbread and syrup off a broken plate. It was fine cornbread with a great deal of crust on it, crisp and hot, on which the butter was cold and sweet to his tongue. Suddenly he stopped eating and started swearing, shouting at the top of his lungs: "You goddamn," he started, but he couldn't seem to think of anything more to say. "You goddamn," he started again. The lieutenant looked towards him, wrinkling his black eyebrows that met across his nose. He was Sergeant Anderson. Chris drew his knife and ran at him, but it was Andy, his bunkie, he had run his knife into. He threw his arms round Andy's body, crying hot tears. He woke up. Mess kits were clinking all about the dark, crowded loft. The men had already started piling down the stairs. The larks filled the wine-tinged air with a constant chiming of little bells. Chrisfield and Andrews were strolling across a field of white clover that covered the brow of a hill. Below in the valley they could see a cluster of red roofs of farms and the white ribbon of the road where long trains of motor trucks crawled like beetles. The sun had just set below the blue hills on the other side of the shallow valley. The air was full of the smell of clover and of hawthorn from the hedgerows. They took deep breaths as they crossed the field. "It's great to get away from that crowd," Andrews was saying. Chrisfield walked on silently, dragging his feet through the matted clover. A leaden dullness weighed like some sort of warm choking coverlet on his limbs, so that it seemed an effort to walk, an effort to speak. Yet under it his muscles were taut and trembling as he had known them to be before when he was about to get into a fight or make love to a girl. "Why the hell didn't they let us get into it?" he said suddenly. "Yes, anything'd be better than this. Wait. They walked on, hearing the constant chirrup of the larks, the brush of their feet through the clover, the faint jingle of some coins in Chrisfield's pocket, and in the distance the irregular snoring of an aeroplane motor. As they walked, Andrews leaned over from time to time and picked a couple of the white clover flowers. The aeroplane came suddenly nearer and swooped in a wide curve above the field, drowning every sound with the roar of its exhaust. They made out the figures of the pilot and the observer before the plane rose again and vanished against the ragged purple clouds of the sky. The observer had waved a hand at them as he passed. They stood still in the darkening field, staring up at the sky, where a few larks still hung chirruping. "I'd like to be one of them guys," said Chrisfield. "You would?" "God damn it, I'd do anything to get out of this hellish infantry. This ain't no sort of a life for a man to be treated like he was a nigger." "No, it's no sort of life for a man." "If they'd let us git to the front and do some fightin' and be done with it. But all we do is drill and have grenade practice and drill again and then have bayonet practice and drill again. 'Nough to drive a feller crazy. What the hell's the use of talking about it, Chris? We can't be any lower than we are, can we?" Andrews laughed. "There's that plane again." "Where?" "There, just goin' down behind the piece of woods." "That's where their field is." "I bet them guys has a good time. I put in an application back in trainin' camp for aviation. Ain't never heard nothin' from it though. If I had, I wouldn't be lower than dirt in this hog pen." "It's wonderful up here on the hill this evening," said Andrews, looking dreamily at the pale orange band of light where the sun had set. "Let's go down and get a bottle of wine." "Now you're talking. I wonder if that girl's down there tonight." "Antoinette?" "Um. Boy, I'd like to have her by myself some night." Their steps grew brisker as they strode along a grass-grown road that led through high hedgerows to a village under the brow of the hill. It was almost dark under the shadow of the bushes on either side. Overhead the purple clouds were washed over by a pale yellow light that gradually faded to grey. Birds chirped and rustled among the young leaves. Andrews put his hand on Chrisfield's shoulder. "Let's walk slow," he said. "We don't want to get out of here too soon." He grabbed carelessly at a little cluster of hawthorn flowers as he passed them, and seemed reluctant to untangle the thorny branches that caught in his coat and on his loosely wound puttees. "Hell, man," said Chrisfield, "we won't have time to get a bellyful. It must be getting late already." They hastened their steps again, and came in a moment to the first tightly shuttered houses of the village. In the middle of the road was an M.P., who stood with his legs wide apart, waving his billy languidly. He had a red face. His eyes were fixed on the shuttered upper window of a house, through the chinks of which came a few streaks of yellow light. His lips were puckered as if to whistle, but no sound came. He swayed back and forth indecisively. An officer came suddenly out of the little green door of the house in front of the M.P., who brought his heels together with a jump and saluted, holding his hand a long while to his cap. The officer flicked a hand up hastily to his hat, snatching his cigar out of his mouth for an instant. As the officer's steps grew fainter down the road, the M.P. gradually returned to his former position. Chrisfield and Andrews had slipped by on the other side, and gone in at the door of a small ramshackle house, of which the windows were closed by heavy wooden shutters. "I bet there ain't many of them bastards at the front," said Chris. "Not many of either kind of bastards," said Andrews, laughing, as he closed the door behind them. They were in a room that had once been the parlor of a farmhouse. The chandelier with its bits of crystal, and the orange blossoms on a dusty piece of red velvet under a bell glass on the mantelpiece, denoted that. The furniture had been taken out, and 4 square oak tables crowded in. At one of the tables sat 3 Americans, and at another a very young olive-skinned French soldier, who sat hunched over his table, looking moodily down into his glass of wine. A girl in a faded frock of some purplish material that showed the strong curves of her shoulders and breasts slouched into the room, her hands in the pocket of a dark blue apron against which her rounded forearms showed golden brown. Her face had the same golden tan under a mass of dark blonde hair. She smiled when she saw the 2 soldiers, drawing her thin lips away from her ugly yellow teeth. "Ça va bien, Antoinette?" asked Andrews. "Oui," she said, looking beyond their heads at the French soldier who sat at the other side of the little room. "A bottle of vin rouge, vite," said Chrisfield. "You needn't be so damn vite about it tonight, Chris," said one of the men at the other table. "Why?" "Ain't a goin' to be no roll call. Corporal told me hisself. Sarge has gone out to git stewed an' the loot's away." "Sure," said another man. "We can stay out as late's we goddam please tonight." "There's a new M.P. in town," said Chrisfield. "I saw him myself. Didn't you too, Andy?" Andrews nodded. He was looking at the Frenchman, who sat with his face in shadow and his black lashes covering his eyes. A purplish flush had suffused the olive skin at his cheekbones. "Oh, boy," said Chrisfield, "that ole wine sure do go down fast. Say, Antoinette, got any cognac?" "I'm going to have some more wine," said Andrews. "Go ahead, Andy, have all you want. I want something to warm my guts." Antoinette brought a bottle of cognac and 2 small glasses, and sat down in an empty chair with her red hands crossed on her apron. Her eyes moved from Chrisfield to the Frenchman and back again. Chrisfield turned a little round in his chair and looked at the Frenchman, feeling in his eyes for a moment a glance of the man's yellowish brown eyes. Andrews leaned back against the wall, sipping his dark-colored wine, his eyes contracted dreamily, fixed on the shadows of the chandelier, which the cheap oil lamp with its tin reflector cast on the peeling plaster of the wall opposite. Chrisfield punched him. "Wake up, Andy, are you asleep?" "No," said Andy, smiling. "Have a little more cognac." Chrisfield poured out 2 more glasses unsteadily. His eyes were on Antoinette again. The faded purple frock was hooked at the neck. The first 3 hooks were undone, revealing a V shape of golden brown skin, and a bit of whitish underwear. "Say, Andy," he said, putting his arm round his friend's neck and talking into his ear. "Talk up to her for me, will yer, Andy? I won't let that goddam frog get her, no, I won't, by Gawd. Talk up to her for me, Andy." Andrews laughed. "I'll try," he said, "but there's always the Queen of Sheba, Chris." "Antoinette, j'ai un ami," started Andrews, making a gesture with his long dirty hand towards Chris. Antoinette showed her bad teeth in a smile. "Joli garçon," said Andrews. Antoinette's face became impassive and beautiful again. Chrisfield leaned back in his chair with an empty glass in his hand and watched his friend admiringly. "Antoinette, mon ami vous admire," said Andrews in a courtly voice. A woman put her head in the door. It was the same face and hair as Antoinette's, 10 years older, only the skin, instead of being golden brown, was sallow and wrinkled. "Viens," said the woman in a shrill voice. Antoinette got up, brushed heavily against Chrisfield's leg as she passed him, and disappeared. The Frenchman walked across the room from his corner, saluted gravely and went out. Chrisfield jumped to his feet. The room was like a white box reeling about him. "That frog's gone after her," he shouted. "No, he ain't, Chris," cried someone from the next table. "Sit tight, old boy. We're betting on you." "Yes, sit down and have a drink, Chris," said Andy. "I've got to have something more to drink. I haven't had a thing to drink all the evening." He pulled him back into his chair. Chrisfield tried to get up again. Andrews hung on him so that the chair upset. Then both sprawled on the red tiles of the floor. "The house is pinched," said a voice. Chrisfield saw Judkins standing over him, a grin on his large red face. He got to his feet and sat sulkily in his chair again. Andrews was already sitting opposite him, looking impassive as ever. The tables were full now. Someone was singing in a droning voice: "Oh, the oak and the ash and the weeping willow tree, oh, green grows the grass in God's country." "Ole Indiana," shouted Chris, "that's the only God's country I know." He suddenly felt that he could tell Andy all about his home and the wide cornfields shimmering and rustling under the July sun, and the creek with red clay banks where he used to go in swimming. He seemed to see it all before him, to smell the winey smell of the silo, to see the cattle with their chewing mouths always stained a little with green, waiting to get through the gate to the water trough, and the yellow dust and roar of wheat thrashing, and the quiet evening breeze cooling his throat and neck when he lay out on a shack of hay that he had been tossing all day long under the tingling sun. But all he managed to say was: "Indiana's God's country, ain't it, Andy?" "Oh, he has so many," muttered Andrews. "I've seen a hailstone measured 9 inches around at home. Honest to God, I have. Must be as good as a barrage. I'd like to see any goddam barrage do the damage one of our thunder and lightning storms'll do," shouted Chris. "I guess all the barrage we're going to see is grenade practice." "Don't you worry, buddy," said somebody across the room. "You'll see enough of it. This war's going to last damn long." "I'd like to get in some licks at those Huns tonight. Honest to Gawd, I would, Andy," muttered Chris in a low voice. He felt his muscles contract with a furious irritation. He looked through half-closed eyes at the men in the room, seeing them in distorted white lights and reddish shadows. He thought of himself throwing a grenade among a crowd of men. Then he saw the face of Anderson, a ponderous white face with eyebrows that met across his nose and a bluish shaved chin. "Where does he stay at, Andy? I'm going to get him." Andrews guessed what he meant. "Sit down and have a drink, Chris. Remember, you're going to sleep with the Queen of Sheba tonight." "Not if I can't git them goddam..." His voice trailed off into an inaudible muttering of oaths. Oh, the oak and the ash and the weeping willow tree. Oh, green grows the grass in God's country. Somebody sang again. Chrisfield saw a woman standing beside the table, with her back to him, collecting the bottles. Andy was paying her. "Antoinette," he said. He got to his feet and put his arms round her shoulders. With a quick movement of the elbows she pushed him back into the chair. She turned round. He saw the sallow face and thin breasts of the older sister. She looked in his eyes with surprise. He was grinning drunkenly. As she left the room, she made a sign to him with her head to follow her. He got up and staggered out the door, pulling Andrews after him. In the inner room was a big bed with curtains where the women slept, and the fireplace where they did their cooking. It was dark except for the corner where he and Andrews stood blinking in the glare of a candle on the table. Beyond they could only see ruddy shadows and the huge curtained bed with its red coverlet. The Frenchman, somewhere in the dark of the room, said something several times. "Avion bouche." "Sst." They were quiet. Above them they heard the snoring of aeroplane motors, rising and falling like the buzzing of a fly against a window pane. They all looked at each other curiously. Antoinette was leaning against the bed, her face expressionless. Her heavy hair had come undone and fell in smoky gold waves about her shoulders. The older woman was giggling. "Come on, let's see what's doing, Chris," said Andrews. They went out into the dark village street. "To hell with women, Chris. This is the war," cried Andrews in a loud, drunken voice as they reeled arm in arm up the street. "You bet it's the war. I'm a goin' to beat up..." Chrisfield felt his friend's hand clapped over his mouth. He let himself go limply, feeling himself pushed to the side of the road. Somewhere in the dark he heard an officer's voice say: "Bring those men to me." "Yes, sir," came another voice. Slow, heavy footsteps came up the road in their direction. Andrews kept pushing him back along the side of a house, until suddenly they both fell sprawling in a manure pit. "Lie still, for God's sake," muttered Andrews, throwing an arm over Chrisfield's chest. A thick odor of dry manure filled their nostrils. They heard the steps come nearer, wander about irresolutely, and then go off in the direction from which they had come. Meanwhile the throb of motors overhead grew louder and louder. "Well?" came the officer's voice. "Couldn't find them, sir," mumbled the other voice. "Nonsense, those men were drunk," came the officer's voice. "Yes, sir," came the other voice humbly. Chrisfield started to giggle. He felt he must yell aloud with laughter. The nearest motor stopped its sing-song roar, making the night seem deathly silent. Andrews jumped to his feet. The air was split by a shriek, followed by a racking, snorting explosion. They saw the wall above their pit light up with a red momentary glare. Chrisfield got to his feet, expecting to see flaming ruins. The village street was the same as ever. There was a little light from the glow the moon, still under the horizon, gave to the sky. A window in the house opposite showed yellow. In it was a blue silhouette of an officer's cap and uniform. A little group stood in the street below. "What was that?" the form in the window was shouting in a peremptory voice. "German aeroplane just dropped a bomb, Major," came a breathless voice in reply. "Why the devil don't he close that window?" a voice was muttering all the while. "Just a target for 'em to aim at, a target to aim at." "Any damage done?" asked the major. Through the silence the snoring of the motors sing-songed ominously overhead, like giant mosquitoes. "I seem to hear more," said the major in his drawling voice. "Oh, yes, sir, lots," answered an eager voice. "For God's sake tell him to close the window, Lieutenant," muttered another voice. How the hell can I tell him? You tell him. We'll all be killed, that's all there is about it. There are no shelters or dugouts, drawled the major from the window. That's headquarters' fault. There's the cellar, cried the eager voice again. Oh, said the major. 3 snorting explosions in quick succession drowned everything in a red glare. The street was suddenly filled with a scuttle of villagers running to shelter. "Say, Andy, they may have a roll call," said Chrisfield. "We'd better cut for home across country," said Andrews. They climbed cautiously out of their manure pit. Chrisfield was surprised to find that he was trembling. His hands were cold. It was with difficulty he kept his teeth from chattering. "God, we'll stink for a week. Let's git out," muttered Chrisfield, "o' this goddam village." They ran out through an orchard, broke through a hedge, and climbed up the hill across the open fields. Down the main road an anti-aircraft gun had started barking, and the sky sparkled with exploding shrapnel. The put, put, put of a machine gun had begun somewhere. Chrisfield strode up the hill in step with his friend. Behind them, bomb followed bomb, and above them the air seemed full of exploding shrapnel and droning planes. The cognac still throbbed a little in their blood. They stumbled against each other now and then as they walked. From the top of the hill they turned and looked back. Chrisfield felt a tremendous elation thumping stronger than the cognac through his veins. Unconsciously he put his arm round his friend's shoulders. They seemed the only live things in a reeling world. Below in the valley a house was burning brightly. From all directions came the yelp of anti-aircraft guns, and overhead, unperturbed, continued the leisurely sing-song of the motors. Suddenly Chrisfield burst out laughing. "By God, I always have fun when I'm out with you, Andy," he said. They turned and hurried down the other slope of the hill towards the farms where they were quartered. Section 7 of 3 Soldiers. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by M.B. 3 Soldiers by John Dos Passos. Section 7. 2. As far as he could see in every direction were the grey trunks of beeches, bright green with moss on one side. The ground was thick with last year's leaves, that rustled maddeningly with every step. In front of him his eyes followed other patches of olive drab moving among the tree trunks. Overhead, through the mottled light and dark green of the leaves, he could see now and then a patch of heavy grey sky, greyer than the silvery trunks that moved about him in every direction as he walked. He strained his eyes down each alley until they were dazzled by the reiteration of mottled grey and green. Now and then the rustling stopped ahead of him, and the olive drab patches were still. Then, above the clamor of the blood in his ears, he could hear batteries pong, pong, pong in the distance, and the woods ringing with a sound like hail as a heavy shell hurtled above the tree tops to end in a dull rumble miles away. Chrisfield was soaked with sweat, but he could not feel his arms or legs. Every sense was concentrated in eyes and ears and in the consciousness of his gun. Time and again he pictured himself taking sight at something grey that moved and firing. His forefinger itched to press the trigger. He would take aim very carefully, he told himself. He pictured a dab of grey starting up from behind a grey tree trunk, and the sharp detonation of his rifle, and the dab of grey rolling among the last year's leaves. A branch carried his helmet off his head so that it rolled at his feet and bounced with a faint metallic sound against the root of a tree. He was blinded by the sudden terror that seized him.
His heart seemed to roll from side to side in his chest. He stood stiff as if paralyzed for a moment before he could stoop and pick the helmet up. There was a curious taste of blood in his mouth. "I'll pay him for that," he muttered between clenched teeth. His fingers were still trembling when he stooped to pick up the helmet, which he put on again very carefully, fastening it with the strap under his chin. Furious anger had taken hold of him. The olive drab patches ahead had moved forward again. He followed, looking eagerly to the right and the left, praying he might see something. In every direction were the silvery trunks of the beeches, each with a vivid green streak on one side. With every step the last year's russet leaves rustled underfoot, maddeningly loud. Almost out of sight among the moving tree trunks was a log. It was not a log, it was a bunch of grey-green cloth. Without thinking, Chrisfield strode towards it. The silver trunks of the beeches circled about him, waving jagged arms. It was a German, lying full length among the leaves. Chrisfield was furiously happy in the angry pumping of blood through his veins. He could see the buttons on the back of the long coat of the German, and the red band on his cap. He kicked the German. He could feel the ribs against his toes through the leather of his boot. He kicked again and again with all his might. The German rolled over heavily. He had no face. Chrisfield felt the hatred suddenly ebb out of him. Where the face had been was a spongy mass of purple and yellow and red, half of which stuck to the russet leaves when the body rolled over. Large flies with bright shiny green bodies circled about it. In a brown clay-grimed hand was a revolver. Chrisfield felt his spine go cold. The German had shot himself. He ran off suddenly, breathlessly, to join the rest of the reconnoitering squad. The silent beeches whirled about him, waving gnarled boughs above his head. The German had shot himself. That was why he had no face. Chrisfield fell into line behind the other men. The corporal waited for him. "See anything?" he asked. "Not a goddamn thing," muttered Chrisfield, almost inaudibly. The corporal went off to the head of the line. Chrisfield was alone again. The leaves rustled, maddeningly loud, underfoot. 3. Chrisfield's eyes were fixed on the leaves at the top of the walnut trees, etched like metal against the bright colorless sky, edged with flicks and fringes of gold where the sunlight struck them. He stood stiff and motionless at attention, although there was a sharp pain in his left ankle that seemed swollen enough to burst the worn boot. He could feel the presence of men on both sides of him, and of men again beyond them. It seemed as if the stiff line of men in olive drab standing at attention, waiting endlessly for someone to release them from their erect paralysis, must stretch unbroken round the world. He let his glance fall to the trampled grass of the field where the regiment was drawn up. Somewhere behind him he could hear the clinking of spurs at some officer's heels. Then there was the sound of a motor on the road suddenly shut off, and there were steps coming down the line of men, and a group of officers passed hurriedly, with a businesslike stride, as if they did nothing else all their lives. Chrisfield made out eagles on tight khaki shoulders, then a single star and a double star, above which there was a red ear and some grey hair. The general passed too soon for him to make out his face. Chrisfield swore to himself a little because his ankle hurt so. His eyes travelled back to the fringe of the trees against the bright sky. So this was what he got for those weeks in dugouts, for all the times he had thrown himself on his belly in the mud, for the bullets he had shot into the unknown at grey specks that moved among the grey mud. Something was crawling up the middle of his back. He wasn't sure if it were a louse or if he were imagining it. An order had been shouted. Automatically he had changed his position to parade rest. Somewhere, far away, a little man was walking towards the long drab lines. A wind had come up, rustling the stiff leaves of the grove of walnut trees. The voice squeaked above it, but Chrisfield could not make out what it said. The wind in the trees made a vast rhythmic sound like the churning of water astern of the transport he had come over on. Gold flicks and olive shadows danced among the indented clusters of leaves as they swayed, as if sweeping something away against the bright sky. An idea came into Chrisfield's head. Suppose the leaves should sweep in broader and broader curves until they should reach the ground and sweep until all this was swept away, all these panes and lice and uniforms and officers with maple leaves or eagles or single stars or double stars or triple stars on their shoulders. He had a sudden picture of himself in his old comfortable overalls, with his shirt open so that the wind caressed his neck, like a girl blowing down it playfully, lying on a shuck of hay under the hot Indiana sun. Funny he'd thought all that, he said to himself. Before he'd known Andy, he'd never have thought of that. What had come over him these days? The regiment was marching away in columns of fours. Chrisfield's ankle gave him sharp hot pain with every step. His tunic was too tight, and the sweat tingled on his back. All about him were sweating, irritated faces. The woolen tunics with their high collars were like straitjackets that hot afternoon. Chrisfield marched with his fists clenched. He wanted to fight somebody, to run his bayonet into a man as he ran it into the dummy in that everlasting bayonet drill. He wanted to strip himself naked, to squeeze the wrists of a girl until she screamed. His company was marching past another company that was lined up to be dismissed in front of a ruined barn which had a roof that sagged in the middle like an old cow's back. The sergeant stood in front of them with his arms crossed, looking critically at the company that marched past. He had a white, heavy face and black eyebrows that met over his nose. Chrisfield stared hard at him as he passed, but Sergeant Anderson did not seem to recognize him. It gave him a dull, angry feeling, as if he'd been cut by a friend. The company melted suddenly into a group of men unbuttoning their shirts and tunics in front of the little board shanty where they were quartered, which had been put up by the French at the time of the Marne, years before, so a man had told Andy. "What are you dreaming about, Indiana?" said Judkins, punching Chrisfield jovially in the ribs. Chrisfield doubled his fists and gave him a smashing blow in the jaw that Judkins warded off just in time. Judkins's face flamed red. He swung with a long bent arm. "What the hell do you think this is?" shouted somebody. "What's he want to hit me for?" spluttered Judkins, breathless. Men had edged in between them. "Let me get at him." "Shut up, you fool," said Andy, drawing Chrisfield away. The company scattered sullenly. Some of the men lay down in the long uncut grass in the shade of the ruins of the house, one of the walls of which made a wall of the shanty where they lived. Andrews and Chrisfield strolled in silence down the road, kicking their feet into the deep dust. Chrisfield was limping. On both sides of the road were fields of ripe wheat, golden under the sun. In the distance were low green hills fading to blue, pale yellow in patches with the ripe grain. Here and there a thick clump of trees or a screen of poplars broke the flatness of the long smooth hills. In the hedgerows were blue cornflowers and poppies in all colors from carmine to orange that danced in the wind on their wiry stalks. At the turn in the road they lost the noise of the division and could hear the bees droning in the big, dull, purple clover heads and in the gold hearts of the daisies. "You're a wild man, Chris.
What the hell came over you to try and smash poor old Judkie's jaw? He could lick you anyway, he's twice as heavy as you are."
Chrisfield walked on in silence.
"God, I should think you'd had enough of that sort of thing. I should think you'd be sick of wanting to hurt people. You don't like pain yourself, do you?"
Andrews spoke in spurts, bitterly, his eyes on the ground.
"I think I sprained my goddam ankle when I tumbled off the back of the truck yesterday. Better go on sick call. Say, Chris, I'm sick of this business. Almost like you'd rather shoot yourself than keep on. I guess you're getting the dolefuls, Andy. Look, let's go in swimmin'. There's a lake down the road. I've got my soap in my pocket. We can wash a few cooties off. Don't walk so goddam fast. Andy, you got more learnin' than I have. You ought to be able to tell me what it is makes a feller go crazy like that. I guess I got a bit of the devil in me."
Andrews was brushing the soft silk of a poppy petal against his face.
"I wonder if it'd have any effect if I ate some of these," he said. "Why?" "They say you go to sleep if you lie down in a poppy field. Wouldn't you like to do that, Chris, and not wake up till the war was over and you could be a human being again?"
Andrews bit into the green seed capsule he held in his hand. A milky juice came out.
"It's bitter. I guess it's the opium," he said. "What's that?" "A stuff that makes you go to sleep and have wonderful dreams. In China." "Dreams?" interrupted Chrisfield. "I had one of them last night. Dreamed I saw a feller that had shot hisself that I saw one time reconnoitering out in the Bringy Wood." "What was that?" "Nothin'. Juss a Fritzie had shot hisself." "Better than opium," said Andrews, his voice trembling with sudden excitement. "I dreamed the flies buzzin' round him was aeroplanes. Remember the last rest village? And the major who wouldn't close the window? You bet I do." They lay down on the grassy bank that sloped from the road to the pond. The road was hidden from them by the tall reeds, through which the wind lisped softly. Overhead, huge white cumulus clouds, piled tier on tier like fantastic galleons in full sail, floated, changing slowly in a greenish sky. The reflection of clouds in the silvery glisten of the pond's surface was broken by clumps of grasses and bits of floating weeds. They lay on their backs for some time before they started taking their clothes off, looking up at the sky that seemed vast and free, like the ocean, vaster and freer than the ocean. "Sarge says a delousing machine's comin' through this way soon." "We need it, Chris." Andrews pulled his clothes off slowly. "It's great to feel the sun and the wind on your body, isn't it, Chris?" Andrews walked towards the pond and lay flat on his belly on the fine soft grass near the edge. "It's great to have your body there, isn't it?" he said in a dreamy voice. "Your skin's so soft and supple, and nothing in the world has the feel a muscle has. Gee, I don't know what I'd do without my body." Chrisfield laughed. "Look how my ole ankle's raised. Found any cooties yet?" he said. "I'll try and drown 'em," said Andrews. "Chris, come away from those stinking uniforms and you'll feel like a human being with the sun on your flesh instead of like a lousy soldier." "Hello, boys," came a high-pitched voice unexpectedly. A "Y" man with a sharp nose and chin had come up behind them. "Hello," said Chrisfield sullenly, limping towards the water. "Want the soap?" said Andrews. "Goin' to take a swim, boys?" asked the "Y" man. Then he added in a tone of conviction, "That's great." "Better come in too," said Andrews. "Thanks, thanks. Say, if you don't mind my suggestion, why don't you fellers get under the water? You see there's two French girls looking at you from the road." The "Y" man giggled faintly. "They don't mind," said Andrews, soaping himself vigorously. "I reckon they like it," said Chrisfield.
I know they haven't any morals, but still. And why should they not look at us? Maybe there won't be many people who get a chance." "What do you mean?" "Have you ever seen what a little splinter of shell does to a fellow's body?" asked Andrews savagely. He splashed into the shallow water and swam towards the middle of the pond. "You might ask 'em to come down and help us pick the cooties off," said Chrisfield, and followed in Andrews's wake. In the middle he lay on a sandbank in the warm shallow water, and looked back at the "Y" man, who still stood on the bank. Behind him were other men undressing, and soon the grassy slope was filled with naked men and yellowish grey underclothes, and many dark heads and gleaming backs were bobbing up and down in the water. When he came out he found Andrews sitting cross-legged near his clothes. He reached for his shirt and drew it on him. "God, I can't make up my mind to put the damn thing on again," said Andrews in a low voice, almost as if he were talking to himself. "I feel so clean and free. It's like voluntarily taking up filth and slavery again. I think I'll just walk off naked across the fields." "Do you call serving your country slavery, my friend?" The "Y" man, who had been roaming among the bathers, his neat uniform and well-polished boots and puttees contrasting strangely with the mud-clotted, sweat-soaked clothing of the men about him, sat down on the grass beside Andrews. "You're goddam right I do." "You'll get into trouble, my boy, if you talk that way," said the "Y" man in a cautious voice. "Well, what is your definition of slavery?" "You must remember that you are a voluntary worker in the cause of democracy. You're doing this so that your children will be able to live peaceful..." "Ever shot a man?" "No. No, of course not. But I'd have enlisted, really I would. Only my eyes are weak." "I guess so," said Andrews under his breath. "Remember that your women folks, your sisters and sweethearts and mothers are praying for you at this instant." "I wish somebody'd pray me into a clean shirt," said Andrews, starting to get into his clothes. "How long have you been over here?" "Just 3 months." The man's sallow face, with its pinched nose and chin, lit up. "But boys, those 3 months have been worth all the other years of my he caught himself. Life. I've heard the great heart of America beat. Oh, boys, never forget you are in a great Christian undertaking." "Come on, Chris, let's beat it." They left the "Y" man wandering among the men along the bank of the pond, to which the reflection of the greenish, silvery sky and the great piled white clouds gave all the free immensity of space. From the road they could still hear his high-pitched voice. "And that's what'll survive you and me," said Andrews. "Say, Andy, you sure can talk to them guys," said Chris admiringly. "What's the use of talking? God, there's still a bit of honeysuckle in bloom. Doesn't that smell like home to you, Chris? Say, how much do they pay these Y men, Andy?" "Damned if I know." They were just in time to fall into line for mess. In the line everyone was talking and laughing, enlivened by the smell of food and the tinkle of mess kits. Near the field kitchen, Chrisfield saw Sergeant Anderson talking with Higgins, his own sergeant. They were laughing together, and he heard Anderson's big voice saying jovially: "We've pulled through this time, Higgins. I guess we will again." The two sergeants looked at each other and cast a paternal, condescending glance over their men, and laughed aloud. Chrisfield felt powerless as an ox under the yoke. All he could do was work and strain and stand at attention, while that white-faced Anderson could lounge about as if he owned the earth, and laugh importantly like that. He held out his plate. The K.P. splashed the meat and gravy into it. He leaned against the tar-papered wall of the shack, eating his food and looking sullenly over at the two sergeants, who laughed and talked with an air of leisure, while the men of their two companies ate hurriedly as dogs all round them. Chrisfield glanced suddenly at Anderson, who sat in the grass at the back of their house, looking out over the great white fields,
while the smoke of a cigarette rose in spirals about his face and his fair hair. He looked peaceful, almost happy. Chrisfield clenched his fists and felt the hatred of that other man rising stingingly within him. "Guess I got a bit of the devil in me," he thought. The windows were so near the grass that the faint light had a greenish color in the shack where the company was quartered. It gave men's faces, tanned as they were, the sickly look of people who work in offices when they lay on their blankets in the bunks made of chicken wire, stretched across mouldy scantlings. Swallows had made their nests in the peak of the roof, and their droppings made white daubs and blotches on the floorboards in the alley between the bunks, where a few patches of yellow grass had not been completely crushed away by footsteps. Now that the shack was empty, Chrisfield could hear plainly the peep peep of the little swallows in their mud nests. He sat quiet on the end of one of the bunks, looking out of the open door at the blue shadows that were beginning to lengthen on the grass of the meadow behind. His hands, that had got to be the color of terra cotta, hung idly between his legs. He was whistling faintly. His eyes, in their long black eyelashes, were fixed on the distance, though he was not thinking. He felt a comfortable, unexpressed well-being all over him. It was pleasant to be alone in the barracks like this, when the other men were out at grenade practice. There was no chance of anyone shouting orders at him. A warm drowsiness came over him. From the field kitchen alongside came the voice of a man singing, "Oh, my girl's a Lulu, every inch a Lulu, is Lulu that pretty little girl o' mine." In their mud nests the young swallows twittered faintly overhead. Now and then there was a beat of wings, and a big swallow skimmed into the shack. Chrisfield's cheeks began to feel very softly flushed. His head drooped over on his chest. Outside the cook was singing over and over again in a low voice, amid a faint clatter of pans. "Oh, my girl's a Lulu, every inch a Lulu, is Lulu that pretty little girl o' mine." Chrisfield fell asleep. He woke up with a start. The shack was almost dark. A tall man stood out black against the bright oblong of the door. "What are you doing here?" said a deep snarling voice. Chrisfield's eyes blinked. Automatically he got to his feet. It might be an officer. His eyes focused suddenly. It was Anderson's face that was between him and the light. In the greenish obscurity the skin looked chalk white in contrast to the heavy eyebrows that met over the nose and the dark stubble on the chin. "How is it you ain't out with the company?" "I'm barracks guard," muttered Chrisfield. He could feel the blood beating in his wrists and temples, stinging his eyes like fire. He was staring at the floor in front of Anderson's feet. "Orders was all the companies was to go out and not leave any guard." "Ah! We'll see about that when Sergeant Higgins comes in. Is this place tidy?" "You say I'm a goddam liar, do you?" Chrisfield felt suddenly cool and joyous. He felt anger taking possession of him. He seemed to be standing somewhere away from himself, watching himself get angry. "This place has got to be cleaned up. That damn general may come back to look over quarters," went on Anderson coolly. "You call me a goddam liar," said Chrisfield again, putting as much insolence as he could summon into his voice. "I guess you don't remember me." "Yes, I know, you're the guy tried to run a knife into me once," said Anderson coolly, squaring his shoulders. "I guess you've learned a little discipline by this time. Anyhow, you've got to clean this place up. God, they haven't even brushed the birds' nests down. Must be some company," said Anderson with a half laugh. "I ain't a-goin' to neither, for you." "Look here, you do it, or it'll be the worse for you," shouted the sergeant in his deep rasping voice. "If ever I gits out of the army I'm goin' to shoot you. You've picked on me enough." Chrisfield spoke slowly, as coolly as Anderson. Well, we'll see what a court-martial has to say to that. I don't give a hoot in hell what you do. Sergeant Anderson turned on his heel and went out, twisting the corner button of his tunic in his big fingers. Already the sound of tramping feet was heard and the shouted order, "Dismissed." Then men crowded into the shack, laughing and talking. Chrisfield sat still on the end of the bunk, looking at the bright oblong of the door. Outside he saw Anderson talking to Sergeant Higgins. They shook hands, and Anderson disappeared. Chrisfield heard Sergeant Higgins call after him, "I guess the next time I see you I'll have to put my heels together and salute." Anderson's booming laugh faded as he walked away. Sergeant Higgins came into the shack and walked straight up to Chrisfield, saying in a hard, official voice, "You're under arrest. Small, guard this man. Get your gun and cartridge belt. I'll relieve you so you can get mess." He went out. Everyone's eyes were turned curiously on Chrisfield. Small, a red-faced man with a long nose that hung down over his upper lip, shuffled sheepishly over to his place beside Chrisfield's cot and let the butt of his rifle come down with a bang on the floor. Somebody laughed. Andrews walked up to them, a look of trouble in his blue eyes and in the lines of his lean, tanned cheeks. "What's the matter, Chris?" he said in a low voice. "Told that bastard I didn't give a hoot in hell what he did," said Chrisfield in a broken voice. "Say, Andy, I don't think I ought to let anybody talk to him," said Small in an apologetic tone. "I don't see why Sarge always gives me all his dirty work." Andrews walked off without replying. "Never mind, Chris. They won't do nothing to you," said Jenkins, grinning at him good-naturedly from the door. "I don't give a hoot in hell what they do," said Chrisfield again. He lay back in his bunk and looked at the ceiling. The barracks was full of a bustle of cleaning up. Judkins was sweeping the floor with a broom made of dry sticks. Another man was knocking down the swallows' nests with a bayonet. The mud nests crumbled and fell on the floor and the bunks, filling the air with a flutter of feathers and a smell of bird-lime. The little naked bodies with their orange bills too big for them gave a soft plump when they hit the boards of the floor, where they lay giving faint gasping squeaks. Meanwhile, with shrill little cries, the big swallows flew back and forth in the shanty, now and then striking the low roof. "Say, pick 'em up, can't ye?" said Small. Judkins was sweeping the little gasping bodies out among the dust and dirt. A stoutish man stooped and picked the little birds up one by one, puckering his lips into an expression of tenderness. He made his two hands into a nest-shaped hollow, out of which stretched the long necks and the gaping orange mouths. Andrews ran into him at the door. "Hello, Dad," he said. "What the hell?" "I just picked these up." "So they couldn't let the poor little devils stay there? God, it looks to me as if they went out of their way to give pain to everything, bird, beast or man." "War ain't no picnic," said Judkins. "Well, goddammit, isn't that a reason for not going out of your way to raise more hell with people's feelings than you have to?" A face with peaked chin and nose on which was stretched a parchment-colored skin appeared in the door. "Hello, boys," said the "Y" man. "I just thought I'd tell you I'm going to open up the canteen tomorrow, in the last shack on the Beaucourt road. There'll be chocolate, ciggies, soap and everything." Everybody cheered. The "Y" man beamed. His eye lit on the little birds in Dad's hands. "How could you?" he said. "An American soldier being deliberately cruel. I would never have believed it." "You've got something to learn," muttered Dad, waddling out into the twilight on his bandy legs. Chrisfield had been watching the scene at the door with unseeing eyes. A terrified nervousness that he tried to beat off had come over him. It was useless to repeat to himself again and again that he didn't give a damn. The prospect of being brought up alone before all those officers, of being cross-questioned by those curt voices, frightened him. He would rather have been lashed. Whatever was he to say, he kept asking himself. He would only get mixed up, or say things he didn't mean to, or else he wouldn't be able to get a word out at all. If only Andy could go up with him. Andy was educated like the officers were. He had more learning than the whole shooting match put together. He'd be able to defend himself, and defend his friends too, if only they'd let him. "I felt just like those little birds that time they got the bead on our trench at Boticourt," said Jenkins, laughing. Chrisfield listened to the talk about him as if from another world. Already he was cut off from his outfit. He'd disappear and they'd never know or care what became of him. The mess call blew, and the men filed out. He could hear their talk outside, and the faint sound of their mess kits as they opened them. He lay on his bunk, staring up into the dark. A faint blue light still came from outside, giving a curious purple color to Small's red face and long drooping nose, at the end of which hung a glistening drop of moisture. Chrisfield found Andrews washing a shirt in the brook that flowed through the ruins of the village the other side of the road from the buildings where the division was quartered. The blue sky, flecked with pinkish white clouds, gave a shimmer of blue and lavender and white to the bright water. At the bottom could be seen battered helmets and bits of equipment and tin cans that had once held meat. Andrews turned his head. He had a smudge of mud down his nose and soap suds on his chin. "Hello, Chris," he said, looking him in the eyes with his sparkling blue eyes. "How's things?" There was a faint anxious frown on his forehead. 2/3 of 1 month's pay in confined quarters," said Chrisfield cheerfully. "Gee, they were easy." "Um. Said I was a good shot and all that, so they'd let me off this time." Andrews started scrubbing at his shirt again. "I've got this shirt so full of mud I don't think I ever will get it clean," he said. "Move your old hide away, Andy, I'll wash it. You ain't no good for nothin'." "Hell no, I'll do it." "Move your hide out of there." "Thanks awfully." Andrews got to his feet and wiped the mud off his nose with his bare forearm. "I'm going to shoot that bastard," said Chrisfield, scrubbing at the shirt. "Don't be an ass, Chris." "I swear to God I am." "What's the use of getting all wrought up? The thing's over. You'll probably never see him again." "I ain't all het up." "I'm going to do it, though." He wrung the shirt out carefully and flipped Andrews in the face with it. "There you are," he said. "You're a good fellow, Chris, even if you are an ass. Tell me we're goin' into the line in a day or two. There's been a devil of a lot of artillery going up the road. French, British, every old kind. They tell me they's raisin' hell in the Oregon forest." They walked slowly across the road. A motorcycle dispatch rider whizzed past them. "It's them guys has the fun," said Chrisfield. "I don't believe anybody has much." "What about the officers?" "They're too busy feeling important to have a real hell of a time." The hard, cold rain beat like a lash in his face. There was no light anywhere and no sound but the hiss of the rain in the grass. His eyes strained to see through the dark until red and yellow blotches danced before them. He walked very slowly and carefully, holding something very gently in his hand under his raincoat. He felt himself full of strange, subdued fury. He seemed to be walking behind himself, spying on his own actions. And what he saw made him feel joyously happy, made him want to sing. He turned so that the rain beat against his cheek. Under his helmet he felt his hair full of sweat that ran with the rain down his glowing face. His fingers clutched very carefully the smooth stick he had in his hand. He stopped and shut his eyes for a moment. Through the hiss of the rain he had heard a sound of men talking in one of the shanties. When he shut his eyes he saw the white face of Anderson before him, with its unshaven chin and the eyebrows that met across the nose. Suddenly he felt the wall of a house in front of him. He put out his hand. His hand jerked back from the rough, wet feel of the tar paper, as if it had touched something dead. He groped along the wall, stepping very cautiously. He felt as he had felt reconnoitering in the Bringy wood. Phrases came to his mind as they had then. Without thinking what they meant, the words "make the world safe for democracy" formed themselves in his head. They were very comforting. They occupied his thoughts. He said them to himself again and again. Meanwhile his free hand was fumbling very carefully with the fastening that held the wooden shutter over a window. The shutter opened very little, creaking loudly, louder than the patter of rain on the roof of the shack. A stream of water from the roof was pouring into his face. Suddenly a beam of light transformed everything, cutting the darkness in two. The rain glittered like a bead curtain. Chrisfield was looking into a little room where a lamp was burning. At a table covered with printed blanks of different sizes sat a corporal. Behind him was a bunk and a pile of equipment. The corporal was reading a magazine. Chrisfield looked at him a long time. His fingers were tight about the smooth stick. There was no one else in the room. A sort of panic seized Chrisfield. He strode away noisily from the window and pushed open the door of the shack. "Where's Sergeant Anderson?" he asked in a breathless voice of the first man he saw. "Corp's there, if it's anything important," said the man. "Anderson's gone to an O.T.C. Left day before yesterday." Chrisfield was out in the rain again. It was beating straight in his face, so that his eyes were full of water. He was trembling. He had suddenly become terrified. The smooth stick he held seemed to burn him. He was straining his ears for an explosion. Walking straight before him down the road, he went faster and faster, as if trying to escape from it. He stumbled on a pile of stones. Automatically he pulled the string out of the grenade and threw it far from him. There was a minute's pause. Red flame spurted in the middle of the wheat field. He felt the sharp crash in his eardrums. He walked fast through the rain. Behind him, at the door of the shack, he could hear excited voices. He walked recklessly on, the rain blinding him. When he finally stepped into the light he was so dazzled he could not see who was in the wine shop. "Well, I'll be damned, Chris," said Andrews's voice. Chrisfield blinked the rain out of his lashes. Andrews sat writing with a pile of papers before him and a bottle of champagne. It seemed to Chrisfield to soothe his nerves to hear Andy's voice. He wished he would go on talking a long time without a pause. "If you aren't the crowning idiot of the ages," Andrews went on in a low voice. He took Chrisfield by the arm and led him into the little back room, where there was a high bed with a brown coverlet and a big kitchen table on which were the remnants of a meal. "What's the matter? Your arm's trembling like the devil. But why... Oh, pardon, Crimpette. C'est un ami. You know Crimpette, don't you?" He pointed to the youngish woman who had just appeared from behind the bed. She had a flabby rose face and violet circles under her eyes, dark as if they'd been made by blows, and untidy hair. A dirty grey muslin dress with half the hooks off held in badly her large breasts and flabby figure. Chrisfield looked at her greedily, feeling his furious irritation flame into one desire. "What's the matter with you, Chris? You're crazy to break out of quarters this way. Say, Andy, get out of here. I ain't your sort anyway. Get out of here. You're a wild man, I'll grant you that. But I'd just as soon be your sort as anyone else's. Have a drink." "Not now." Andrews sat down with his bottle and his papers, pushing away the broken plates full of stale food to make a place on the greasy table. He took a gulp out of the bottle that made him cough, then put the end of his pencil in his mouth and stared gravely at the paper. "No, I'm your sort, Chris," he said over his shoulder. "Only they've tamed me. O God, how tame I am." Chrisfield did not listen to what he was saying. He stood in front of the woman, staring in her face. She looked at him in a stupid, frightened way. He felt in his pockets for some money. As he had just been paid, he had a 50-franc note. He spread it out carefully before her. Her eyes glistened. The pupils seemed to grow smaller as they fastened on the bit of daintily colored paper. He crumpled it up suddenly in his fist and shoved it down between her breasts. Some time later, Chrisfield sat down in front of Andrews. He still had his wet slicker on. "I guess you think I'm a swine," he said in his normal voice. "I guess you're about right." "No, I don't," said Andrews. Something made him put his hand on Chrisfield's hand that lay on the table. It had a feeling of cool health. "Say, why were you trembling so when you came in here? You seem all right now." "Oh, I don't know," said Chrisfield in a soft, resonant voice. They were silent for a long while. They could hear the woman's footsteps going and coming behind them. "Let's go home," said Chrisfield. "All right. Bonsoir, Crimpette." Outside the rain had stopped. A stormy wind had torn the clouds to rags. Here and there clusters of stars showed through. They splashed merrily through the puddles, but here and there reflected a patch of stars when the wind was not ruffling them. "Christ, I wish I was like you, Andy," said Chrisfield. "You don't want to be like me, Chris. I'm no sort of person at all. I'm tame. Oh, you don't know how damn tame I am. Learnin' sure do help a feller to git along in the world." "Yes, but what's the use of getting along if you haven't any world to get along in? Chris, I belong to a crowd that just fakes learning. I guess the best thing that can happen to us is to get killed in this butchery. We're a tame generation. It's you that it matters to kill. I ain't no good for anything. I don't give a damn. Lawdy, I feel sleepy." As they slipped into the door of their quarters, the sergeant looked at Chrisfield searchingly. Andrews spoke up at once. "There's some rumors going on at the latrine, Sarge. The fellows from the 32nd say we're going to march into Hell's Half Acre about Thursday." "A lot they know about it." "That's the latest edition of the latrine news. The hell it is. Well, do you want to know something, Andrews? It'll be before Thursday or I'm a Dutchman." Sergeant Higgins put on a great air of mystery. Chrisfield went to his bunk, undressed quietly and climbed into his blankets. He stretched his arms languidly a couple of times, and while Andrews was still talking to the sergeant, fell asleep. End of Section 7. Section 8 of Three Soldiers. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by M.B. Three Soldiers by John Dos Passos. Section 8. 4. The moon lay among the clouds on the horizon, like a big red pumpkin among its leaves. Chrisfield squinted at it through the boughs of the apple trees laden with apples that gave a winy fragrance to the crisp air. He was sitting on the ground, his legs stretched limply before him, leaning against the rough trunk of an apple tree. Opposite him, leaning against another tree, was the square form, surmounted by a large, long-jawed face, of Judkins. Between them lay two empty cognac bottles. All about them was the rustling orchard, with its crooked twigs that made a crackling sound rubbing together in the gusts of the autumn wind, that came heavy with a smell of damp woods and of rotting fruits and of all the ferment of the overripe fields. Chrisfield felt it stirring the moist hair on his forehead, and through the buzzing haze of the cognac heard the plunk, plunk, plunk of apples dropping that followed each gust, and the twanging of night insects, and, far in the distance, the endless rumble of guns, like tom-toms beaten for a dance. "You heard what the colonel said, didn't you?" said Judkins in a voice hoarse from too much drink. Chrisfield belched and nodded his head vaguely. He remembered Andrews's white fury after the men had been dismissed,
how he had sat down on the end of a log by the field kitchen, staring at the patch of earth he beat into mud with the toe of his boot. "Then," went on Judkins, trying to imitate the colonel's solemn, efficient voice, "on the subject of prisoners." He hiccuped and made a limp gesture with his hand. "On the subject of prisoners, well, I'll leave that to you, but just remember what the Huns did to Belgium, and I might add that we have barely enough emergency rations as it is, and the more prisoners you have, the less fellers'll get to eat." "That's what he said, Judky, that's what he said." "And the more prisoners you have, the less youse'll get to eat," chanted Judkins, making a triumphal flourish with his hand. Chrisfield groped for the cognac bottle. It was empty. He waved it in the air a minute, and then threw it into the tree opposite him. A shower of little apples fell about Judkins's head. He got unsteadily to his feet. "I tell you, fellers," he said, "war ain't no picnic." Chrisfield stood up and grabbed at an apple. His teeth crunched into it. "Sweet," he said. "Sweet nothin'," mumbled Judkins. "War ain't no picnic. I tell you, buddy, if you take any prisoners," he hiccuped, "after what the colonel said, I'll lick the spots out of you, by God I will. Rip up their guts, that's all, like they was dummies. Rip up their guts." His voice suddenly changed to one of childish dismay. "Gee, Chris, I'm gonna be sick," he whispered. "Look out," said Chrisfield, pushing him away. Judkins leaned against a tree and vomited. The full moon had risen above the clouds and filled the apple orchard with chilly golden light that cast a fantastic shadow pattern of interlaced twigs and branches upon the bare ground littered with apples. The sound of the guns had grown nearer. There were loud, eager rumbles as of bowls being rolled very hard on a bowling alley, combined with a continuous roar like sheets of iron being shaken. "I bet it's hell out there," said Chrisfield. "I feel better," said Judkins. "Let's go get some more cognac." "I'm hungry," said Chrisfield. "Let's go and get that ole woman to cook us up some eggs." "Too damn late," growled Judkins. "How the hell late is it?" "Dunno. I sold my watch." They were walking at random through the orchard. They came to a field full of big pumpkins that gleamed in the moonlight and cast shadows black as holes. In the distance they could see wooded hills. Chrisfield picked up a medium-sized pumpkin and threw it as hard as he could into the air. It split into three when it landed with a thud on the ground, and the moist yellow seeds spilled out. "Some strong man you are," said Judkins, tossing up a bigger one. "Say, there's a farmhouse. Maybe we could get some eggs from the hen roost." "Hell of a lot of hens." At that moment the crowing of a rooster came across the silent fields. They ran towards the dark farm buildings. "Look out, there may be officers quartered there." They walked cautiously round the square, silent group of buildings. There were no lights. The big wooden door of the court pushed open easily without creaking. On the roof of the barn the pigeon cot was etched dark against the disk of the moon. A warm smell of stables blew in their faces as the two men tiptoed into the manure-littered farmyard. Under one of the sheds they found a table on which a great many pears were set to ripen. Chrisfield put his teeth into one. The rich sweet juice ran down his chin. He ate the pear quickly and greedily, and then bit into another. "Fill your pockets with 'em," whispered Judkins. "They might catch us." "Catch us, hell. We'll be goin' into the offensive in a day or two." "Ah sure would like to git some eggs." Chrisfield pushed open the door of one of the barns. A smell of creamy milk and cheeses filled his nostrils. "Come here," he whispered. "Want some cheese?" A lot of cheeses ranged on a board shone silver in the moonlight that came in through the open door. "Hell no, ain't fit to eat," said Judkins, pushing his heavy fist into one of the new soft cheeses. "Don't do that." "Well, ain't we saved 'em from the Huns?" "But, hell." "War ain't no picnic, that's all," said Judkins. In the next door they found chickens roosting in a small room with straw on the floor. The chickens ruffled their feathers and made a muffled squeaking as they slept. Suddenly there was a loud squawking and all the chickens were cackling with terror. "Beat it," muttered Judkins, running for the gate of the farmyard. There were shrill cries of women in the house. A voice shrieking, "C'est les Boches! C'est les Boches!" rose above the cackling of chickens and the clamor of guinea hens. As they ran, they heard the rasping cries of a woman in hysterics, rending the rustling autumn night. "God damn," said Judkins, breathless. "They ain't got no right, those frogs ain't, to carry on like that." They ducked into the orchard again. Above the squawking of the chicken Judkins still held, swinging it by its legs, Chrisfield could hear the woman's voice shrieking. Judkins dexterously wrung the chicken's neck. Crushing the apples underfoot, they strode fast through the orchard. The voice faded into the distance until it could not be heard above the sound of the guns. "Gee, I'm kind o' cut up 'bout that lady," said Chrisfield. "Well, ain't we saved her from the Huns?" "Andy don't think so." "Well, if you want to know what I think about that guy Andy, I don't think much of him. I think he's yaller, that's all," said Judkins. "No, he ain't." "I heard the lieutenant say so. He's a goddam yeller dawg." Chrisfield swore sullenly. "Well, just you wait and see. I tell you, buddy, war ain't no picnic." "What the hell are we goin' to do with that chicken?" said Judkins. "You remember what happened to Eddie White?" "Hell, we'd better leave it here." Judkins swung the chicken by its neck around his head and threw it as hard as he could into the bushes. They were walking along the road between chestnut trees that led to their village. It was dark except for irregular patches of bright moonlight in the center that lay white as milk among the indentated shadows of the leaves. All about them rose a cool scent of woods, of ripe fruits and of decaying leaves, of the ferment of the autumn countryside. The lieutenant sat at a table in the sun, in the village street outside the company office. In front of him sparkled piles of money and daintily tinted banknotes. Beside him stood Sergeant Higgins with an air of solemnity, and the second sergeant and the corporal. The men stood in line, and as each came before the table he saluted with deference, received his money, and walked away with a self-conscious air. A few villagers looked on from the small windows with grey frames of their rambling whitewashed houses. In the ruddy sunshine the line of men cast an irregular blue-violet shadow, like a gigantic centipede, on the yellow gravel road. From the table by the window of the cafe of Nos Braves Poilus, where Small and Judkins and Chrisfield had established themselves with their pay crisp in their pockets, they could see the little front garden of the house across the road, where, behind a hedge of orange marigolds, Andrews sat on the doorstep talking to an old woman hunched on a low chair in the sun just inside the door, who leant her small white head over towards his yellow one. "There you are," said Judkins in a solemn tone. "He don't even go after his pay. That guy thinks he's the whole show, he does." Chrisfield flushed, but said nothing. "He don't do nothing all day long but talk to that old lady," said Small with a grin. "Guess she reminds him of his mother or somethin'. He always does go round with all the frogs he can. Looks to me like he'd rather have a drink with a frog than with an American." "Reckon he wants to learn their language," said Small. "He won't never come to much in this army, that's what I'm tellin' you," said Judkins. The little houses across the way had flushed red with the sunset. Andrews got to his feet slowly and languidly, and held out his hand to the old woman. She stood up, a small tottering figure in a black silk shawl. He leaned over towards her and she kissed both his cheeks vigorously several times. He walked down the road towards the billets, with a fatigue cap in his hand, looking at the ground. "He's got a flower behind his ear, like a cigarette," said Judkins with a disgusted snort. "Well, I guess we'd better go," said Small. "We've got to be in quarters at 6." They were silent a moment. In the distance the guns kept up a continual tom-tom sound. "Guess we'll be in that soon," said Small. Chrisfield felt a chill go down his spine. He moistened his lips with his tongue. "Guess it's hell out there," said Judkins. "War ain't no picnic." "I don't give a hoot in hell," said Chrisfield. The men were lined up in the village street with their packs on, waiting for the order to move. Thin wreaths of white mist still lingered in the trees and over the little garden plots. The sun had not yet risen, but ranks of clouds in the pale blue sky overhead were brilliant with crimson and gold. The men stood in an irregular line, bent over a little by the weight of their equipment, moving back and forth, stamping their feet and beating their arms together, their noses and ears red from the chill of the morning. The haze of their breath rose above their heads. Down the misty road a drab-colored limousine appeared, running slowly. It stopped in front of the line of men. The lieutenant came hurriedly out of the house opposite, drawing on a pair of gloves. The men standing in line looked curiously at the limousine. They could see that two of the tires were flat and that the glass was broken. There were scratches on the drab paint, and in the door 3 long jagged holes that obliterated the number. A little murmur went down the line of men. The door opened with difficulty, and a major in a light buff-colored coat stumbled out. One arm, wrapped in bloody bandages, was held in a sling made of a handkerchief. His face was white and drawn into a stiff mask with pain. The lieutenant saluted. "For God's sake, where's a repair station?" he asked in a loud, shaky voice. "There's none in this village, Major." "Where the hell is there one?" "I don't know," said the lieutenant in a humble tone. "Why the hell don't you know? This organization's rotten, no good. Major Stanley's just been killed. What the hell's the name of this village?" "Teocor." "Where the hell's that?" The chauffeur had leaned out. He had no cap and his hair was full of dust. "You see, Lieutenant, we wants to get to Chalons." "Yes, that's it, Chalons-sur-Marne," said the major. "The billeting officer has a map," said the lieutenant. "Last house to the left." "Oh, let's get there quick," said the major. He fumbled with the fastening of the door. The lieutenant opened it for him. As he opened the door, the men nearest had seen a glimpse of the interior of the car. On the far side was a long object huddled in blankets, propped up on the seat. Before he got in, the major leaned over and pulled a woolen rug out, holding it away from him with his one good arm. The car moved off slowly, and all down the village street the men, lined up waiting for orders, stared curiously at the 3 jagged holes in the door. The lieutenant looked at the rug that lay in the middle of the road. He touched it with his foot. It was soaked with blood that in places had dried into clots. The lieutenant and the men of his company looked at it in silence. The sun had risen and shone on the roofs of the little whitewashed houses behind them. Far down the road a regiment had begun to move. 5. At the brow of the hill they rested. Chrisfield sat on the red clay bank and looked about him, his rifle between his knees. In front of him on the side of the road was a French burying ground, where the little wooden crosses, tilting in every direction, stood up against the sky, and the bead wreaths glistened in the warm sunlight. All down the road, as far as he could see, was a long drab worm, broken in places by strings of motor trucks, a drab worm that wriggled down the slope, through the roofless shell of the village, and up into the shattered woods on the crest of the next hills. Chrisfield strained his eyes to see the hills beyond. They lay blue and very peaceful in the noon mist. The river glittered about the piers of the wrecked stone bridge and disappeared between rows of yellow poplars. Somewhere in the valley a big gun fired. The shell shrieked into the distance, towards the blue, peaceful hills. Chrisfield's regiment was moving again. The men,
Their feet slipping in the clayey mud went downhill with long strides, the straps of their packs tugging at their shoulders. "Isn't this great country?" said Andrews, who marched beside him. "I'd liever to be an O.T.C. like that bastard Anderson." "Oh, to hell with that," said Andrews. He still had a big faded orange marigold in one of the buttonholes of his soiled tunic. He walked with his nose in the air and his nostrils dilated, enjoying the tang of the autumnal sunlight. Chrisfield took the cigarette, that had gone out half smoked, from his mouth and spat savagely at the heels of the man in front of him. "This ain't no life for a white man," he said. "I'd rather be this than that," said Andrews bitterly. He tossed his head in the direction of a staff car full of officers that was stalled at the side of the road. They were drinking something out of a thermos bottle that they passed round with the air of Sunday excursionists. They waved with a conscious relaxation of discipline at the men they passed. One, a little lieutenant with a black mustache with pointed ends, kept crying: "They're running like rabbits, fellers, they're running like rabbits." A wavering half cheer would come from the column now and then where it was passing the staff car. The big gun fired again. Chrisfield was near it this time and felt the concussion like a blow in the head. "Some baby," said the man behind him. Someone was singing: "Good morning, Mr. Zip Zip Zip, with your haircut just as short as, with your haircut just as short as, with your haircut just as short as mine." Everybody took it up. Their steps rang in rhythm in the paved streets that zigzagged among the smashed houses of the village. Ambulances passed them, big trucks full of huddled men with grey faces, from which came a smell of sweat and blood and carbolic. Somebody went on: "Oh, ashes to ashes and dust to dust." "Can that," cried Judkins, "it ain't lucky." But everybody had taken up the song. Chrisfield noticed that Andrews's eyes were sparkling. If he ain't the damnedest, he thought to himself. But he shouted at the top of his lungs with the rest: "Oh, ashes to ashes and dust to dust, if the gas bombs don't get yer, the 88s must." They were climbing the hill again. The road was worn into deep ruts, and there were many shell holes full of muddy water, into which their feet slipped. The woods began, a shattered skeleton of woods, full of old artillery emplacements and dugouts, where torn camouflage fluttered from splintered trees. The ground and the road were littered with tin cans and brass shell cases. Along both sides of the road the trees were festooned as with creepers, with strand upon strand of telephone wire. When next they stopped, Chrisfield was on the crest of the hill beside a battery of French 75s. He looked curiously at the Frenchmen, who sat about on logs in their pink and blue shirt sleeves, playing cards and smoking. Their gestures irritated him. "Say, tell 'em we're advancin'," he said to Andrews. "Are we?" said Andrews. "All right." "Dis donc, les Boches, quand il comme des lapins?" he shouted. One of the men turned his head and laughed. "He said they'd been running that way for years," said Andrews. He slipped his pack off, sat down on it, and fished for a cigarette. Chrisfield took off his helmet and rubbed a muddy hand through his hair. He took a bite of chewing tobacco and sat with his hands clasped over his knees. "How the hell long are we going to wait this time?" he muttered. The shadows of the tangled and splintered trees crept slowly across the road. The French artillerymen were eating their supper. A long train of motor trucks growled past, splashing mud over the men crowded along the sides of the road. The sun set, and a lot of batteries down in the valley began firing, making it impossible to talk. The air was full of a shrieking and droning of shells overhead. The Frenchmen stretched and yawned and went down into their dugout. Chrisfield watched them enviously. The stars were beginning to come out, in the green sky behind the tall lacerated trees. Chrisfield's legs ached with cold. He began to get crazily anxious for something to happen, for anything to happen. But the column waited, without moving,
through the gathering darkness. Chrisfield chewed steadily, trying to think of nothing but the taste of the tobacco in his mouth. The column was moving again. As they reached the brow of another hill, Chrisfield felt a curious, sweetish smell that made his nostrils smart. Gas, he thought, full of panic, and put his hand to the mask that hung round his neck. But he did not want to be the first one to put it on. No order came. He marched on, cursing the sergeant and the lieutenant. But maybe they'd been killed by it. He had a vision of the whole regiment sinking down in the road suddenly, overcome by the gas. "Smell anything, Andy?" he whispered cautiously. "I can smell a combination of dead horses and tube rolls and banana oil and the ice cream we used to have at college and dead rats in the garret, but what the hell do we care now?" said Andrews, giggling. "This is the damnedest fool business ever." "He's crazy," muttered Chrisfield to himself. He looked at the stars in the black sky that seemed to be going along with the column on its march. Or was it that they and the stars were standing still while the trees moved away from them, waving their skinny, shattered arms? He could hardly hear the tramp of feet on the road, so loud was the pandemonium of the guns ahead and behind. Every now and then a rocket would burst in front of them, and its red and green lights would mingle for a moment with the stars. But it was only overhead he could see the stars. Everywhere else white and red glows rose and fell as if the horizon were on fire. As they started down the slope, the trees suddenly broke away, and they saw the valley between them full of the glare of guns and the white light of star shells. It was like looking into a stove full of glowing embers. The hillside that sloped away from them was full of crashing detonations and yellow tongues of flame. In a battery near the road, that seemed to crush their skulls each time a gun fired, they could see the dark forms of the artillerymen silhouetted in fantastic attitudes against the intermittent red glare. Stunned and blinded, they kept on marching down the road. It seemed to Chrisfield that they were going to step any minute into the flaring muzzle of a gun. At the foot of the hill, beside a little grove of uninjured trees, they stopped again. A new train of trucks was crawling past them, huge blots in the darkness. There were no batteries near, so they could hear the grinding roar of the gears as the trucks went along the uneven road, plunging in and out of shell holes. Chrisfield lay down in the dry ditch, full of bracken, and dozed with his head on his pack. All about him were stretched other men. Someone was resting his head on Chrisfield's thigh. The noise had subsided a little. Through his doze he could hear men's voices talking in low crushed tones as if they were afraid of speaking aloud. On the road the truck drivers kept calling out to each other shrilly, raspingly. The motors stopped running one after another, making almost a silence, during which Chrisfield fell asleep. Something woke him. He was stiff with cold and terrified. For a moment he thought he had been left alone, that the company had gone on, for there was no one touching him. Overhead was a droning as of gigantic mosquitoes, growing fast to a loud throbbing. He heard the lieutenant's voice calling shrilly, "Sergeant Higgins! Sergeant Higgins!" The lieutenant stood out suddenly black against a sheet of flame. Chrisfield could see his fatigue cap a little on one side, and his trench coat drawn in tight at the waist and sticking out stiffly at the knees. He was shaken by the explosion. Everything was black again. Chrisfield got to his feet, his ears ringing. The column was moving on. He heard moaning near him in the darkness. The tramp of feet and jingle of equipment drowned all other sound. He could feel his shoulders becoming raw under the tugging of the pack. Now and then the flare from aeroplane bombs behind him showed up wrecked trucks on the side of the road. Somewhere a machine gun spluttered. But the column tramped on, weighed down by the packs, by the deadening exhaustion.
The turbulent, flaring darkness was calming to the grey of dawn when Chrisfield stopped marching. His eyelids stung as if his eyeballs were flaming hot. He could not feel his feet and legs. The guns continued incessantly like a hammer beating on his head. He was walking very slowly in a single file, now and then stumbling against the man ahead of him. There was earth on both sides of him, clay walls that dripped moisture. All at once he stumbled down some steps into a dugout where it was pitch black. An unfamiliar smell struck him, made him uneasy, but his thoughts seemed to reach him from out of a great distance. He groped to the wall. His knees struck against a bunk with blankets in it. In another second he was sunk fathoms deep in sleep. When he woke up his mind was very clear. The roof of the dugout was of logs. A bright spot far away was the door. He hoped desperately that he wasn't on duty. He wondered where Andy was. Then he remembered that Andy was crazy. A yeller dog, Judkins had called him. Sitting up with difficulty he undid his shoes and puttees, wrapped himself in his blanket. All round him were snores and the deep breathing of exhausted men. He closed his eyes. He was being court-martialed. He stood with his hands at his sides before 3 officers at a table. All 3 had the same white faces with heavy blue jaws and eyebrows that met above the nose. They were reading things out of papers aloud, but, although he strained his ears, he couldn't make out what they were saying. All he could hear was a faint moaning. Something had a curious unfamiliar smell that troubled him. He could not stand still at attention, although the angry eyes of the officers stared at him from all round. "Anderson? Sergeant Anderson, what's that smell?" he kept asking in a small whining voice. "Please tell a feller what that smell is." But the 3 officers at the table kept reading from their papers, and the moaning grew louder and louder in his ears until he shrieked aloud. There was a grenade in his hand. He pulled out the string and threw it, and he saw the lieutenant's trench coat stand out against a sheet of flame. Someone sprang at him. He was wrestling for his life with Anderson, who turned into a woman with huge flabby breasts. He crushed her to him and turned to defend himself against the 3 officers who came at him, their trench coats drawn in tightly at the waist until they looked like wasps. Everything faded. He woke up. His nostrils were still full of the strange, troubling smell. He sat on the edge of the bunk, wriggling in his clothes, for his body crawled with lice. "Gee, it's funny to be in where the Fritzies were not long ago," he heard a voice say. "Kiddo, we're advancin'," came another voice. "But hell, this ain't no kind of an advance. I ain't seen a German yet. I can smell 'em though," said Chrisfield, getting suddenly to his feet. Sergeant Higgins's head appeared in the door. "Fall in," he shouted. Then he added in his normal voice, "It's up and at 'em, fellows." Chrisfield caught his puttee on a clump of briars at the edge of the clearing and stood kicking his leg back and forth to get it free. At last he broke away, the torn puttee dragging behind him. Out in the sunlight in the middle of the clearing he saw a man in olive drab kneeling beside something on the ground. A German lay face down with a red hole in his back. The man was going through his pockets. He looked up into Chrisfield's face. "Souvenirs," he said. "What outfit are you in, buddy?" "143rd," said the man, getting to his feet slowly. "Where the hell are we?" "Damned if I know." The clearing was empty, except for the 2 Americans and the German with the hole in his back. In the distance they heard a sound of artillery, and nearer the put, put, put of isolated machine guns. The leaves of the trees about them, all shades of brown and crimson and yellow, danced in the sunlight. "Say, that damn money ain't no good, is it?" asked Chrisfield. "German money? Hell no. I got a watch that's a peach though." The man held out a gold watch, looking suspiciously at Chrisfield all the while through half-closed eyes. "I saw a feller had a gold-handled sword," said Chrisfield. "Where's that?" "Back there in the wood." He waved his hand vaguely. "I've got to find my outfit. Comin' along?" Chrisfield started towards the other edge of the clearing. "Looks to me all right here," said the other man, lying down on the grass in the sun. The leaves rustled underfoot as Chrisfield strode through the wood. He was frightened by being alone. He walked ahead as fast as he could, his puttee still dragging behind him. He came to a barbed wire entanglement half embedded in fallen beech leaves. It had been partly cut in one place, but in crossing he tore his thigh on a barb. Taking off the torn puttee, he wrapped it round the outside of his trousers and kept on walking, feeling a little blood trickle down his leg. Later he came to a lane that cut straight through the wood, where there were many ruts through the putty-colored mud puddles. Down the lane in a patch of sunlight he saw a figure, towards which he hurried. It was a young man with red hair and a pink and white face. By the gold bar on the collar of his shirt, Chrisfield saw he was a lieutenant. He had no coat or hat, and there was a greenish slime all over the front of his clothes, as if he had lain on his belly in a mud puddle. "Where are you going?" "Dunno, sir." "All right, come along." The lieutenant started walking as fast as he could up the lane, swinging his arms wildly. "Seen any machine gun nests?" "Not a one." He followed the lieutenant, who walked so fast he had difficulty keeping up, splashing recklessly through the puddles. "Where's the artillery, that's what I want to know?" cried the lieutenant, suddenly stopping in his tracks and running a hand through his red hair. "Where the hell's the artillery?" He looked at Chrisfield savagely out of green eyes. "No use advancing without artillery." He started walking faster than ever. All at once they saw sunlight ahead of them and olive drab uniforms. Machine guns started firing all around them in a sudden gust. Chrisfield found himself running forward across a field full of stubble and sprouting clover, among a group of men he did not know. The whip-like sound of rifles had chimed in with the stuttering of the machine guns. Little white clouds sailed above him in a blue sky, and in front of him was a group of houses that had the same color, white with lavender grey shadows, as the clouds. He was in a house, with a grenade like a tin pineapple in each hand. The sudden loneliness frightened him again. Outside the house was a sound of machine gun firing, broken by the occasional bursting of a shell. He looked at the red tiled roof and at a chromo of a woman nursing a child that hung on the whitewashed wall opposite him. He was in a small kitchen. There was a fire in the hearth where something boiled in a black pot. Chrisfield tiptoed over and looked in. At the bottom of the bubbling water he saw 5 potatoes. At the other end of the kitchen, between 2 broken chairs, was a door. Chrisfield crept over to it, the tiles seeming to sway underfoot. He put his finger to the latch and took it off again suddenly. Holding in his breath, he stood a long time looking at the door. Then he pulled it open recklessly. A young man with fair hair was sitting at a table, his head resting on his hands. Chrisfield felt a spurt of joy when he saw that the man's uniform was green. Very coolly he pressed the spring, held the grenade a second, and then threw it, throwing himself backwards into the middle of the kitchen. The light-haired man had not moved. His blue eyes still stared straight before him. In the street, Chrisfield ran into a tall man who was running. The man clutched him by the arm and said: "The barrage is moving up." "What barrage?" "Our barrage. We've got to run. We're ahead of it." His voice came in wheezy pants. There were red splotches on his face. They ran together down the empty village street. As they ran they passed the little red-haired lieutenant, who leaned against a whitewashed wall, his legs a mass of blood and torn cloth. He was shouting in a shrill, delirious voice that followed them out along the open road. "Where's the artillery? That's what I want to know. Where's the artillery?" The woods were grey and dripping with dawn. Chrisfield got stiffly to his feet from the pile of leaves where he had slept. He felt numb with cold and hunger, lonely and lost away from his outfit. All about him were men of another division. A captain with a sandy mustache was striding up and down with a blanket about him, on the road just behind a clump of beech trees. Chrisfield had watched him passing back and forth, behind the wet clustered trunks of the trees, ever since it had been light. Stamping his feet among the damp leaves, Chrisfield strolled away from the group of men. No one seemed to notice him. The trees closed about him. He could see nothing but moist trees, grey-green and black, and the yellow leaves of saplings that cut off the view in every direction. He was wondering dully why he was walking off that way. Somewhere in the back of his mind there was a vague idea of finding his outfit. Sergeant Higgins and Andy and Judkins and Small. He wondered what had become of them. He thought of the company lined up for mess, and the smell of greasy food that came from the field kitchen. He was desperately hungry. He stopped and leaned against the moss-covered trunk of a tree. The deep scratch in his leg was throbbing as if all the blood in his body beat through it. Now that his rustling footsteps had ceased, the woods were absolutely silent, except for the dripping of dew from the leaves and branches. He strained his ears to hear some other sound. Then he noticed that he was staring at a red tree full of small crab apples. He picked a handful greedily, but they were hard and sour and seemed to make him hungrier. The sour flavor in his mouth made him furiously angry. He kicked at the thin trunk of the tree while tears smarted in his eyes. Swearing aloud in a whining sing-song voice, he strode off through the woods with his eyes on the ground. Twigs snapped viciously in his face, crooked branches caught at him, but he plunged on. All at once he stumbled against something hard that bounced among the leaves. He stopped still, looking about him, terrified. 2 grenades lay just under his foot. A little further on, a man was propped against a tree with his mouth open. Chrisfield thought at first he was asleep, as his eyes were closed. He looked at the grenades carefully. The fuses had not been sprung. He put one in each pocket, gave a glance at the man who seemed to be asleep, and strode off again, striking another alley in the woods, at the end of which he could see sunlight. The sky overhead was full of heavy purple clouds, tinged here and there with yellow. As he walked towards the patch of sunlight, the thought came to him that he ought to have looked in the pockets of the man he had just passed to see if he had any hard bread. He stood still a moment in hesitation, but started walking again doggedly towards the patch of sunlight. Something glittered in the irregular fringe of sun and shadow. A man was sitting hunched up on the ground with his fatigue cap pulled over his eyes so that the little gold bar just caught the horizontal sunlight. Chrisfield's first thought was that he might have food on him. "Say, Lieutenant," he shouted, "do you know where a fellow can get something to eat?" The man lifted his head slowly. Chrisfield turned cold all over when he saw the white heavy face of Anderson. An unshaven beard was very black on his square chin. There was a long scratch clotted with dried blood from the heavy eyebrow across the left cheek to the corner of the mouth. "Give me some water, buddy," said Anderson in a weak voice. Chrisfield handed him his canteen roughly in silence. He noticed that Anderson's arm was in a sling, and that he drank greedily, spilling the water over his chin and his wounded arm. "Where's Colonel Evans?" asked Anderson in a thin, petulant voice. Chrisfield did not reply, but stared at him sullenly. The canteen had dropped from his hand and lay on the ground in front of him. The water gleamed in the sunlight as it ran out among the russet leaves. A wind had come up, making the woods resound. A shower of yellow leaves dropped about them. "First you was a corporal, then you was a sergeant, and now you're a lieutenant," said Chrisfield slowly. "You'd better tell me where Colonel Evans is. You must know. He's up that road somewhere," said Anderson, struggling to get to his feet. Chrisfield walked away without answering. A cold hand was round the grenade in his pocket. He walked away slowly, looking at his feet. Suddenly he found he had pressed the spring of the grenade. He struggled to pull it out of his pocket. It stuck in the narrow pocket. His arm and his cold fingers that clutched the grenade seemed paralyzed. Then a warm joy went through him. He had thrown it. Anderson was standing up, swaying backwards and forwards. The explosion made the woods shake. A thick rain of yellow leaves came down. Anderson was flat on the ground. He was so flat he seemed to have sunk into the ground. Chrisfield pressed the spring of the other grenade and threw it with his eyes closed. It burst among the thick new fallen leaves. A few drops of rain were falling. Chrisfield kept on along the lane, walking fast, feeling full of warmth and strength. The rain beat hard and cold against his back. He walked with his eyes to the ground. A voice in a strange language stopped him. A ragged man in green with a beard that was clotted with mud stood in front of him with his hands up. Chrisfield burst out laughing. "Come along," he said. "Quick." The man shambled in front of him. He was trembling so hard he nearly fell with each step. Chrisfield kicked him. The man shambled on without turning round. Chrisfield kicked him again, feeling the point of the man's spine and the soft flesh of his rump against his toes with each kick, laughing so hard all the while that he could hardly see where he was going. "Halt!" came a voice. "I've got a prisoner," shouted Chrisfield, still laughing. "He ain't much of a prisoner," said the man, pointing his bayonet at the German. "He's gone crazy, I guess. I'll take keer of him. Ain't no use sendin' him back." "All right," said Chrisfield, still laughing. "Say, buddy, where can I get something to eat? I ain't had nothin' for a day and a half." "There's a reconnoitering squad up the line. They'll give you something. How's things goin' up that way?" The man pointed up the road. "Gawd, I dunno. I ain't had nothin' to eat for a day and a half." The warm smell of a stew rose to his nostrils from the mess kit. Chrisfield stood feeling warm and important, filling his mouth with soft, greasy potatoes and gravy, while men about him asked him questions. Gradually he began to feel full and content, and a desire to sleep came over him. But he was given a gun and had to start advancing again with the reconnoitering squad. The squad went cautiously up the same lane through the woods. "Here's an officer done for," said the captain who walked ahead. He made a little clucking noise of distress with his tongue. "Two of you fellows go back and get a blanket and take him to the crossroads. Poor fellow." The captain walked on again, still making the little clucking noises with his tongue. Chrisfield looked straight ahead of him. He did not feel lonely any more, now that he was marching in ranks again. His feet beat the ground in time with the other feet. He would not have to think whether to go to the right or to the left. He would do as the others did. End of section 8. Section 9 of Three Soldiers. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by M.B. Three Soldiers by John Dos Passos. Section 9. Part 4. Rust. 1. There were tiny green frogs in one of the putty-colored puddles by the roadside. John Andrews fell out of the slowly advancing column a moment to look at them.
The frogs' triangular heads stuck out of the water in the middle of the puddle. He leaned over, his hands on his knees, easing the weight of the equipment on his back. That way he could see their tiny jeweled eyes, topaz-colored. His eyes felt as if tears were coming to them with tenderness towards the minute, lithe bodies of the frogs. Something was telling him that he must run forward and fall into line again, that he must shamble on through the mud, but he remained staring at the puddle, watching the frogs. Then he noticed his reflection in the puddle. He looked at it curiously. He could barely see the outlines of a stained, grimacing mask, and the silhouette of a gun barrel slanting behind it. So this was what they had made of him. He fixed his eyes again on the frogs that swam with elastic, leisurely strokes in the putty-colored water. Absently, as if he had no connection with all that went on about him, he heard the twang of bursting shrapnel down the road. He had straightened himself wearily and taken a step forward, when he found himself sinking into the puddle. A feeling of relief came over him. His legs sunk in the puddle. He lay without moving against the muddy bank. The frogs had gone, but from somewhere a little stream of red was creeping out slowly into the putty-colored water. He watched the irregular files of men in olive drab shambling by. Their footsteps drummed in his ears. He felt triumphantly separated from them, as if he were in a window somewhere watching soldiers pass, or in a box of a theatre watching some dreary monotonous play. He drew farther and farther away from them until they had become very small, like toy soldiers forgotten among the dust in a garret. The light was so dim he couldn't see. He could only hear their feet tramping interminably through the mud. John Andrews was on a ladder that shook horribly. A gritty sponge in his hand, he was washing the windows of a barracks. He began in the left corner and soaped the small oblong panes one after the other. His arms were like lead, and he felt that he would fall from the shaking ladder, but each time he turned to look towards the ground before climbing down, he saw the top of the general's cap, and the general's chin protruding from under the visor, and a voice snarled, "Attention!" terrifying him so that the ladder shook more than ever. And he went on smearing soap over the oblong panes with the gritty sponge through interminable hours, though every joint in his body was racked by the shaking of the ladder. Bright light flared from inside the windows which he soaped pane after pane methodically. The windows were mirrors. In each pane he saw his thin face in shadow, with the shadow of a gun barrel slanting beside it. The jolting stopped suddenly. He sank into a deep pit of blackness. A shrill, broken voice was singing in his ear. "There's a girl in the heart of Maryland, with a heart that belongs to me." John Andrews opened his eyes. It was pitch black, except for a series of bright yellow oblongs that seemed to go up into the sky where he could see the stars. His mind became suddenly acutely conscious. He began taking account of himself in a hurried, frightened way. He craned his neck a little. In the darkness he could make out the form of a man stretched out flat beside him, who kept moving his head strangely from side to side, singing at the top of his lungs in a shrill, broken voice. At that moment Andrews noticed that the smell of carbolic was overpoweringly strong, and that it dominated all the familiar smells of blood and sweaty clothes. He wriggled his shoulders so that he could feel the two poles of the stretcher. Then he fixed his eyes again on the three bright yellow oblongs, one above the other, that rose into the darkness. Of course, they were windows. He was near a house. He moved his arms a little. They felt like lead, but unhurt. Then he realized that his legs were on fire. He tried to move them. Everything went black again in a sudden agony of pain. The voice was still shrieking in his ears. There's a girl in the heart of Maryland with a heart that belongs to me. But another voice could be heard softer, talking endlessly in tender, clear tones. And he said they were going to take me way down south where there was a little house on the beach, all so warm and quiet. The song of the man beside him rose to a tuneless shriek like a phonograph running down. And Maryland was a fairyland when she said that mine she'd be. Another voice broke in suddenly in short spurts of whining groans that forced themselves into fragments of drawn-out, intricate swearing. And all the while the soft voice went on. Andrews strained his ears to hear it. It soothed his pain as if some cool, fragrant oil were being poured over his body. And there'll be a garden full of flowers, roses and hollyhocks, way down there in the south, and it'll be so warm and quiet, and the sun'll shine all day, and the sky'll be so blue. Andrews felt his lips repeating the words like lips following a prayer. And it'll be so warm and quiet without any noise at all, and the garden'll be full of roses and... But the other voices kept breaking in, drowning out the soft voice with groans and strings of whining oaths. And he said I could sit on the porch, and the sun'll be so warm and quiet, and the garden'll smell so good, and the beach'll be all white, and the sea... Andrews felt his head suddenly rise in the air, and then his feet. He swung out of the darkness into a brilliant white corridor. His legs throbbed with flaming agony. The face of a man with a cigarette in his mouth peered close to his. A hand fumbled at his throat where the tag was, and someone read, "Andrews, 1432286." But he was listening to the voice out in the dark behind him that shrieked in rasping tones of delirium, "There's a girl in the heart of Maryland with a heart that belongs to me." Then he discovered that he was groaning. His mind became entirely taken up in the curious rhythm of his groans. The only parts of his body that existed were his legs and something in his throat that groaned and groaned. It was absorbing. White figures hovered about him. He saw the hairy forearms of a man in shirt sleeves. Lights glared and went out. Strange smells entered at his nose and circulated through his whole body. But nothing could distract his attention from the sing-song of his groans. Rain fell in his face. He moved his head from side to side, suddenly feeling conscious of himself. His mouth was dry like leather. He put out his tongue to try to catch raindrops on it. He was swung roughly about in the stretcher. He lifted his head cautiously, feeling a great throb of delight that he could still lift his head. "Keep your head down, can't ye?" snarled a voice beside him. He had seen the back of a man in a gleaming wet slicker at the end of the stretcher. "Be careful my leg, can't ye?" he found himself whining over and over again. Then suddenly there was a lurch that rapped his head against the cross piece of the stretcher, and he found himself looking up at a wooden ceiling from which the white paint had peeled in places. He smelt gasoline and could hear the throb of an engine. He began to think back. How long was it since he had looked at the little frogs in the puddle? A vivid picture came to his mind of the puddle with its putty-colored water and the little triangular heads of the frogs, but it seemed as long ago as a memory of childhood. All of his life before was not so long as the time that had gone by since the car had started. And he was jolting and swinging about in the stretcher, clutching hard with his hands at the poles of the stretcher. The pain in his legs grew worse. The rest of his body seemed to shrivel under it. From below him came a rasping voice that cried out at every lurch of the ambulance. He fought against the desire to groan, but at last he gave in and lay lost in the monotonous sing-song of his groans. The rain was in his face again for a moment, then his body was tilted. A row of houses and russet trees and chimney pots against a leaden sky swung slowly up into sight and were instantly replaced by a ceiling and the coffered vault of a staircase. Andrews was still groaning softly, but his eyes fastened with sudden interest on the sculptured rosettes of the coffre and the coats of arms that made the center of each ceiling. Then he found himself staring in the face of the man who was carrying the lower end of the stretcher. It was a white face with pimples round the mouth and good-natured, watery blue eyes. Andrews looked at the eyes and tried to smile, but the man carrying the stretcher was not looking at him. Then, after more endless hours of tossing about on the stretcher, lost in a groaning agony of pain, hands laid hold of him roughly and pulled his clothes off and lifted him on a cot where he lay gasping, breathing in the cool smell of disinfectant that hung about the bedclothes. He heard voices over his head. "Isn't bad at all, this leg wound. I thought you said we'd have to amputate." "Well, what's the matter with him then?" "Maybe shell shock." A cold sweat of terror took hold of Andrews. He lay perfectly still with his eyes closed. Spasm after spasm of revolt went through him. No, they hadn't broken him yet. He still had hold of his nerves, he kept saying to himself. Still, he felt that his hands clasped across his belly were trembling. The pain in his legs disappeared in the fright in which he lay, trying desperately to concentrate his mind on something outside himself. He tried to think of a tune to hum to himself, but he only heard again shrieking in his ears the voice which, it seemed to him months and years ago, had sung, "There's a girl in the heart of Maryland, with a heart that belongs to me." The voice shrieking the blurred tune and the pain in his legs mingled themselves strangely, until they seemed one and the pain seemed merely a throbbing of the maddening tune. He opened his eyes. Darkness fading into a faint yellow glow. Hastily he took stock of himself, moved his head and his arms. He felt cool and very weak and quiet. He must have slept a long time. He passed his rough, dirty hand over his face. The skin felt soft and cool. He pressed his cheek on the pillow and felt himself smiling contentedly, he did not know why. The Queen of Sheba carried a parasol with little vermilion bells all around it, that gave out a cool tinkle as she walked towards him. She wore her hair in a high headdress, thickly powdered with blue iris powder, and on her long train, that a monkey held up at the end, were embroidered in gaudy colors the signs of the zodiac. She was not the Queen of Sheba, she was a nurse, whose face he could not see in the obscurity, and, sticking an arm behind his head in a deft, professional manner, she gave him something to drink from a glass without looking at him. He said, "Thank you," in his natural voice, which surprised him in the silence. But she went off without replying, and he saw that it was a trayful of glasses that had tinkled as she had come towards him. Dark as it was, he noticed the self-conscious tilt of the nurse's body as she walked silently to the next cot, holding the tray of glasses in front of her. He twisted his head round on the pillow to watch how gingerly she put her arm under the next man's head to give him a drink. A virgin, he said to himself, very much a virgin, and he found himself giggling softly, notwithstanding the twinges of pain from his legs. He felt suddenly as if his spirit had awakened from a long torpor. The spell of dejection that had deadened him for months had slipped off. He was free. The thought came to him gleefully that as long as he stayed in that cot in the hospital, no one would shout orders at him. No one would tell him to clean his rifle, there would be no one to salute. He would not have to worry about making himself pleasant to the sergeant. He would lie there all day long, thinking his own thoughts. Perhaps he was badly enough wounded to be discharged from the army. The thought set his heart beating like mad. That meant that he, who had given himself up for lost, who had let himself be trampled down unresistingly into the mud of slavery, who had looked for no escape from the treadmill but death, would live. He, John Andrews, would live. and it seemed inconceivable that he had ever given himself up, that he had ever let the grinding discipline have its way with him. He saw himself vividly once more, as he had seen himself before his life had suddenly blotted itself out, before he had become a slave among slaves. He remembered the garden where in his boyhood he had sat dreaming through the droning summer afternoons under the crepe myrtle bushes, while the cornfields beyond rustled and shimmered in the heat. He remembered the day he had stood naked in the middle of a base room while the recruiting sergeant prodded him and measured him. He wondered suddenly what the date was. Could it be that it was only a year ago? Yet in that year all the other years of his life had been blotted out. But now he would begin living again. He would give up this cowardly cringing before external things. He would be recklessly himself. The pain in his legs was gradually localizing itself into the wounds. For a while he struggled against it to go on thinking, but its constant throb kept impinging on his mind until, although he wanted desperately to comb through his pale memories to remember, if ever so faintly, all that had been vivid and lusty in his life, to build himself a new foundation of resistance against the world from which he could start afresh to live, he became again the querulous piece of hurt flesh, the slave broken on the treadmill. He began to groan. Cold, steel grey light filtered into the ward, drowning the yellow glow which first turned ruddy and then disappeared. Andrews began to make out the row of cots opposite him and the dark beams of the ceiling above his head. This house must be very old, he said to himself, and the thought vaguely excited him. Funny that the Queen of Sheba had come to his head. It was ages since he'd thought of all that. From the girl at the crossroads singing under her street lamp to the patrician pulling roses to pieces from the height of her litter, all the aspects half guessed, all the imaginings of your desire, that was the Queen of Sheba. He whispered the words aloud, La Reine de Saba, La Reine de Saba, and with a tremor of anticipation, of the sort he used to feel when he was a small boy the night before Christmas, with a sense of new things in store for him, he pillowed his head on his arm and went quietly to sleep. "Ain't it just like them frogs to make a place like this into a hauspital?" said the orderly, standing with his feet wide apart and his hands on his hips, facing a row of cots and talking to anyone who felt well enough to listen. "Honest, I don't see why you fellers don't all cash in your checks in this hole. There warn't even electric light till we put it in. What d'you think of that? That shows how much the goddam frogs care." The orderly was a short man with a sallow lined face and large yellow teeth. When he smiled the horizontal lines in his forehead and the lines that ran from the sides of his nose to the ends of his mouth deepened so that his face looked as if it were made up to play a comic part in the movies. "It's kind of artistic though, ain't it?" said Applebaum, whose cot was next Andrews's. The skinny man with large frightened eyes and an inordinately red face that looked as if the skin had been peeled off. "Look at the work there is on that ceiling. Must have cost some dough when it was new. Wouldn't be bad as a dance hall with a little fixin' up, but a hauspital? Hell!" Andrews lay comfortable in his cot, looking into the ward out of another world. He felt no connection with the talk about him, with the men who lay silent or tossed about groaning in the rows of narrow cots that filled the Renaissance hall. In the yellow glow of the electric lights, looking beyond the orderly's twisted face and narrow head, he could see very faintly, where the beams of the ceiling sprung from the wall, a row of half obliterated shields, supported by figures carved out of the grey stone of the wall, handed satyrs with horns and goats' beards and deep-set eyes, little squat figures of warriors and townsmen in square hats with swords between their bent knees, naked limbs twined in scrolls of spiked acanthus leaves, all seen very faintly, so that when the electric lights swung back and forth in the wind made by the orderly's hurried passing,
They all seemed to wink and wriggle in shadowy mockery of the rows of prostrate bodies in the room beneath them. Yet they were familiar, friendly to Andrews. He kept feeling a half-formulated desire to be up there too, crowded under a beam, grimacing through heavy wreaths of pomegranates and acanthus leaves, the incarnation of old rich lusts, of clear fires that had sunk to dust ages since. He felt at home in that spacious hall, built for wide gestures and stately steps, in which all the little routine of the army seemed unreal, and the wounded men discarded automatons, broken toys laid away in rows. Andrews was snatched out of his thoughts. Applebaum was speaking to him. He turned his head. "How do you loike it bein' wounded, buddy?" "Fine." "Fine, I should think it was. Better than doing squads right all day." "Where did you get yours?" "Ain't got only one arm now. I don't give a damn. I've driven my last fare, that's all." "How do you mean?" "I used to drive a taxi." "That's a pretty good job, isn't it?" "You bet. Big money in it if you're in right." "So you used to be a taxi driver, did you?" broke in the orderly. "That's a fine job. When I was in the Providence hospital half the fractures was caused by taxis. We had a little girl of 6 in the children's ward had her feet cut clean off at the ankles by a taxi. Pretty yellow hair she had too. Gangrene. Only lasted a day. Well, I'm going off. I guess you guys wish you was going to be where I'm going to be tonight. That's one thing you guys are lucky in, you don't have to worry about Profo." The orderly wrinkled his face up and winked elaborately. "Say, will you do something for me?" asked Andrews. "Sure, if it ain't no trouble. Will you buy me a book? Ain't you got enough with all the books at the Y?" "No, this is a special book," said Andrews, smiling. "A French book." "A French book, is it? Well, I'll see what I can do. What's it called?" "By Flaubert. Look, if you've got a piece of paper and a pencil, I'll write it down." Andrews scrawled the title on the back of an order slip. "There." "What the hell? Who's Antoine? Gee whiz, I bet that's hot stuff. I wish I could read French. We'll have you breaking loose out of here and going down to number 4 Rue Villiers if you read that kind of book." "Has it got pictures?" asked Applebaum. "One fellow did break out of here a month ago. Couldn't stand it any longer, I guess. Well, his wound opened and he had a hemorrhage, and now he's planted out in the back lot. But I'm going. Good night." The orderly bustled to the end of the ward and disappeared. The lights went out, except for the bulb over the nurse's desk at the end, beside the ornate doorway with its wreathed pinnacles carved out of the grey stone, which could be seen above the white canvas screen that hid the door. "What's that book about, buddy?" asked Applebaum, twisting his head at the end of his lean neck so as to look Andrews full in the face. "Oh, it's about a man who wants everything so badly that he decides there's nothing worth wanting." "I guess youse had a college edication," said Applebaum sarcastically. Andrews laughed. "Well, I was goin' to tell youse about when I used to drive a taxi. I was making big money when I enlisted. Was you drafted?" "Yes." "Well, so was I. I don't think nothin' of them guys that are so stuck up 'cause they enlisted, do you?" "Not a hell of a lot." "Don't ye?" came a voice from the other side of Andrews, a thin voice that stuttered. Well, all I can say is it'd have spoiled my business if I hadn't enlisted. No, sir, nobody can say I didn't enlist." "Well, that's your lookout," said Applebaum. "You're goddam right, it was." "Well, ain't your business spoiled anyway?" "No, sir. I can pick it right up where I left off. I've got an established reputation." "What at?" "I'm an undertaker by profession. My dad was before me." "Gee, you were right at home," said Andrews. "You haven't any right to say that, young feller," said the undertaker angrily. "I'm a humane man.
I wouldn't never be at home in this dirty butchery." The nurse was walking by their cots. "How can you say such dreadful things?" she said. "But lights are out. You boys have got to keep quiet. And you," she plucked at the undertaker's bedclothes, "just remember what the Huns did in Belgium. Poor Miss Cavell. A nurse just like I am." Andrews closed his eyes. The ward was quiet except for the rasping sound of the snores and heavy breathing of the shattered men all about him. "And I thought she was the Queen of Sheba," he said to himself, making a grimace in the dark. Then he began to think of the music he had intended to write about the Queen of Sheba before he had stripped his life off in the bare room where they had measured him and made a soldier of him. Standing in the dark in the desert of his despair, he would hear the sound of a caravan in the distance, tinkle of bridles, rasping of horns, braying of donkeys, and the throaty voices of men singing the songs of desolate roads. He would look up, and before him he would see, astride their foaming wild asses, the three green horsemen, motionless, pointing at him with their long forefingers. Then the music would burst in a sudden hot whirlwind about him, full of flutes and kettle drums and braying horns and whining bagpipes, and torches would flare red and yellow, making a tent of light about him, on the edges of which would crowd the sumpter mules and the brown mule drivers, and the gaudily caparisoned camels, and the elephants glistening with jeweled harness. Naked slaves would bend their gleaming backs before him as they laid out a carpet at his feet. And, through the flare of torchlight, the Queen of Sheba would advance towards him, covered with emeralds and dull gold ornaments, with a monkey hopping behind holding up the end of her long train. She would put her hand with its slim fantastic nails on his shoulder, and looking into her eyes he would suddenly feel within reach all the fiery imaginings of his desire. Oh, if only he could be free to work. All the months he had wasted in his life seemed to be marching like a procession of ghosts before his eyes. And he lay in his cot, staring with wide open eyes at the ceiling, hoping desperately that his wounds would be long in healing. Applebaum sat on the edge of his cot, dressed in a clean new uniform, of which the left sleeve hung empty, still showing the creases in which it had been folded. "So you really are going," said Andrews, rolling his head over on his pillow to look at him. "You bet your pants I am, Andy. And so could you, poifectly well, if you'd talk it up to him a little." "Oh, I wish to God I could. Not that I want to go home now, but if I could get out of uniform." "I don't blame you a bit, kid. Well, next time we'll know better. Local board chairman's going to be my job." Andrews laughed. "If I wasn't a sucker..." "You weren't the only wee one," came the undertaker's stuttering voice from behind Andrews. "Hell, I thought you enlisted, undertaker." "Well, I did, by God, but I didn't think it was going to be like this." "What did you think it was going to be, a picnic?" "Hell, I don't care about that or gettin' gassed and smashed up or anything, but I thought we was going to put things right by comin' over here. Look here, I had a lively business in the undertaking way, like my father had had before me. We did all the swellest work in Tilletsville." "Where?" interrupted Applebaum, laughing. "Tilletsville, don't you know any geography?" "Go ahead, tell us about Tilletsville," said Andrews soothingly. "Why, when Senator Wallace deceased there, who d'you think had charge of embalming the body and taking it to the station and seeing everything was done fitting? We did. And I was going to be married to a dandy girl, and I knowed I had enough pull to get fixed up somehow, or to get a commission even, but there I went like a sucker and enlisted in the infantry too. But hell, everybody was saying that we were going to fight to make the world safe for democracy, and that if a fellow didn't go, no one'd trade with him any more." He started coughing suddenly and seemed unable to stop. At last he said weakly, in a thin little voice between coughs: "Well, here I am. There ain't nothing to do about it." "Democracy?
That's democracy, ain't it? We eat stinkin' goulash, and that there fat Y woman goes out with colonels eatin' chocolate souffle. Poifect democracy. But I'll tell you what, it don't do to be the goat." "But there's so damn many more goats than anything else," said Andrews. "There's a sucker born every minute, as Barnum said. You learn that drivin' a taxicab if you don't larn nothin' else. No, sir, I'm goin' into politics. I've got good connections up 125th Street way. You see, I've got an aunt, Mrs. Sally Schultz, owns a hotel up on 133rd Street. Heard of Jim Ryan, ain't you? Well, he's a good friend of hers, see? Bein' as they're both Catholics. But I'm goin' out this afternoon, see what the town's like. And old Ford says the skirts are just peaches and cream." "He just says that to torment a fella," stuttered the undertaker. "I wish I were going with you," said Andrews. "You'll get well plenty soon enough, Andy, and get yourself marked Class A and get given a gun and over the top, boys, to see if the Fritzies won't make a better shot next time. Talk about suckers. You're the most poifect sucker I ever met. What did you ever want to tell the loot your legs didn't hurt bad for? They'll have you out of here before you know it. Well, I'm going out to see what the mamsells look like." Applebaum, the uniform hanging in folds about his skinny body, swaggered to the door, followed by the envious glances of the whole ward. "Gee, guess he thinks he's going to get to be president," said the undertaker bitterly. "He probably will," said Andrews. He settled himself in his bed again, sinking back into the dull contemplations of the teasing, smarting pain where the torn ligaments of his thighs were slowly knitting themselves together. He tried desperately to forget the pain. There was so much he wanted to think out. If he could only lie perfectly quiet and piece together the frayed ends of thoughts that kept flickering to the surface of his mind. He counted up the days he had been in the hospital. 15. Could it be that long? And he had not thought of anything yet. Soon, as Applebaum said, they'd be putting him in Class A and sending him back to the treadmill, and he would not have reconquered his courage, his dominion over himself. What a coward he had been, anyway, to submit. The man beside him kept coughing. Andrews stared for a moment at the silhouette of the yellow face on the pillow, with its pointed nose and small greedy eyes. He thought of the swell undertaking establishment, of the black gloves and long faces and soft tactful voices. That man and his father before him lived by pretending things they didn't feel, by swathing reality with all manner of crepe and trumpery. For those people no one ever died, they passed away, they deceased. Still, there had to be undertakers. There was no more stain about that than about any other trade. And it was so as not to spoil his trade that the undertaker had enlisted, and to make the world safe for democracy too. The phrase came to Andrews's mind amid an avalanche of popular tunes, of visions of patriotic numbers on the vaudeville stage. He remembered the great flags waving triumphantly over Fifth Avenue, and the crowds dutifully cheering. But those were valid reasons for the undertaker. But for him, John Andrews, were they valid reasons? No. He had no trade, he had not been driven into the army by the force of public opinion, he had not been carried away by any wave of blind confidence in the phrases of bought propagandists. He had not had the strength to live. The thought came to him of all those who, down the long tragedy of history, had given themselves smilingly for the integrity of their thoughts. He had not had the courage to move a muscle for his freedom, but he had been fairly cheerful about risking his life as a soldier in a cause he believed useless. What right had a man to exist who was too cowardly to stand up for what he thought and felt, for his whole make-up, for everything that made him an individual apart from his fellows, and not a slave to stand cap in hand waiting for someone of stronger will to tell him to act? Like a sudden nausea, disgust surged up in him. His mind ceased formulating phrases and thoughts. He gave himself over to disgust as a man who has drunk a great deal, holding on tight to the reins of his will, suddenly gives himself over pell-mell to drunkenness. He lay very still, with his eyes closed, listening to the stir of the ward, the voices of the men talking, and the fits of coughing that shook the man next him. The smarting pain throbbed monotonously. He felt hungry and wondered vaguely if it were supper time. How little they gave you to eat in the hospital. He called over to the man in the opposite cot. "Hey, Stalky, what time is it?" "It's after mess time now. Got a good appetite for the steak and onions and French fried potatoes?" "Shut up." A rattling of tin dishes at the other end of the ward made Andrews wriggle up further on his pillow. Verses from the Shropshire Lad jingled mockingly through his head. The world, it was the old world yet. I was I, my things were wet, and nothing now remained to do but begin the game anew. After he had eaten, he picked up the Tentation de Saint Antoine that lay on the cot beside his immovable legs, and buried himself in it, reading the gorgeously modulated sentences voraciously, as if the book were a drug in which he could drink deep forgetfulness of himself. He put the book down and closed his eyes. His mind was full of intangible floating glow, like the ocean on a warm night, when every wave breaks into pale flame, and mysterious milky lights keep rising to the surface out of the dark waters, and gleaming and vanishing. He became absorbed in the strange fluid harmonies that permeated his whole body, as a grey sky at nightfall suddenly becomes filled with endlessly changing patterns of light and color and shadow. When he tried to seize hold of his thoughts, to give them definite musical expression in his mind, he found himself suddenly empty, the way a sandy inlet on the beach that has been full of shoals of silver fishes becomes suddenly empty when a shadow crosses the water, and the man who is watching sees wanly his own reflection, instead of the flickering of thousands of tiny silver bodies. John Andrews awoke to feel a cold hand on his head. "Feeling all right?" said a voice in his ear. He found himself looking in a puffy, middle-aged face, with a lean nose and grey eyes, with dark rings under them. Andrews felt the eyes looking him over inquisitively. He saw the red triangle on the man's khaki sleeve. "Yes," he said. "If you don't mind, I'd like to talk to you a little while, buddy." "Not a bit. Have you got a chair?" said Andrews, smiling. "I don't suppose it was just right of me to wake you up, but you see it was this way. You were the next in line, and I was afraid I'd forget you if I skipped you." "I understand," said Andrews, with a sudden determination to take the initiative away from the "Y" man. "How long have you been in France? Do you like the war?" he asked hurriedly. The "Y" man smiled sadly. "You seem pretty spry," he said. "I guess you're in a hurry to get back at the front and get some more Huns." He smiled again with an air of indulgence. Andrews did not answer. "No, sonny, I don't like it here," the "Y" man said after a pause. "I wish I was home. But it's great to feel you're doing your duty." "It must be," said Andrews. "Have you heard about the great air raids our boys have pulled off? They've bombarded Frankfurt. Now if they could only wipe Berlin off the map." "Say, do you hate 'em awful hard?" said Andrews in a low voice. "Because if you do, I can tell you something will tickle you most to death. Lean over." The "Y" man leant over curiously. "Some German prisoners come to this hospital at 6 every night to get the garbage. Now, all you need to do if you really hate 'em so bad is borrow a revolver from one of your officer friends and just shoot up the convoy." "Say, where were you raised, boy?" The "Y" man sat up suddenly with a look of alarm on his face. "Don't you know that prisoners are sacred? Do you know what our colonel told us before going into the Argonne offensive? The more prisoners we took, the less grub there'd be. And do you know what happened to the prisoners that were taken? Why do you hate the Huns? Because they are barbarians, enemies of civilization. You must have enough education to know that, said the "Y" man, raising his voice angrily. What church do you belong to? None. But you must have been connected with some church, boy. You can't have been raised a heathen in America. Every Christian belongs or has belonged to some church or other from baptism. I make no pretensions to Christianity. Andrews closed his eyes and turned his head away. He could feel the "Y" man hovering over him irresolutely. After a while he opened his eyes. The "Y" man was leaning over the next bed. Through the window at the opposite side of the ward he could see a bit of blue sky among white scroll-like clouds with mauve shadows. He stared at it until the clouds, beginning to grow golden into evening, covered it. Furious, hopeless irritation consumed him. How these people enjoyed hating! At that rate it was better to be at the front. Men were more humane when they were killing each other than when they were talking about it. So was civilization nothing but a vast edifice of sham, and the war, instead of its crumbling, was its fullest and most ultimate expression. Oh, but there must be something more in the world than greed and hatred and cruelty. Were they all shams too, these gigantic phrases that floated like gaudy kites high above mankind? Kites, that was it, contraptions of tissue paper that held at the end of a string, ornaments not to be taken seriously. He thought of all the long procession of men who had been touched by the unutterable futility of the lives of men, who had tried by phrases to make things otherwise, who had taught unworldliness. Dim, enigmatic figures they were: Democritus, Socrates, Epicurus, Christ. So many of them, and so vague in the silvery mist of history that he hardly knew that they were not his own imagining. Lucretius, St. Francis, Voltaire, Rousseau, and how many others, known and unknown through the tragic centuries. They had wept, some of them, and some of them had laughed, and their phrases had risen glittering, soap bubbles to dazzle men for a moment, and had shattered. And he felt a crazy desire to join the forlorn ones, to throw himself into an inevitable defeat, to live his life as he saw it in spite of everything, to proclaim once more the falseness of the gospels under the cover of which greed and fear filled with more and yet more pain the already unbearable agony of human life. As soon as he got out of the hospital he would desert. The determination formed suddenly in his mind, making the excited blood surge gloriously through his body. There was nothing else to do. He would desert. He pictured himself hobbling away in the dark, on his lame legs, stripping his uniform off, losing himself in some out-of-the-way corner of France, or slipping by the sentries to Spain and freedom. He was ready to endure anything, to face any sort of death, for the sake of a few months of liberty in which to forget the degradation of this last year. This was his last run with the pack. An enormous exhilaration took hold of him. It seemed the first time in his life that he had ever determined to act. All the rest had been aimless drifting. The blood sang in his ears. He fixed his eyes on the half obliterated figures that supported the shields under the beams in the wall opposite. They seemed to be wriggling out of their contorted positions and smiling encouragement to him. He imagined them, warriors out of old tales, on their way to slay dragons in enchanted woods, clever-fingered guildsmen and artisans, cupids and satyrs and fauns, jumping from their niches and carrying him off with them in a headlong rout to a sound of flutes, on a last forlorn assault on the citadels of pain. The lights went out, and an orderly came round with chocolate that poured with a pleasant soothing sound into the tin cups. With the greasiness of chocolate in his mouth, and the warmth of it in his stomach, John Andrews went to sleep. There was a stir in the ward when he woke up. Reddish sunlight filtered in through the window opposite, and from outside came a confused noise, a sound of bells ringing and whistles blowing. Andrews looked past his feet towards Stocky's cot opposite. Stocky was sitting bolt upright in bed with his eyes round as quarters. "Fellers, the war's over." "Put him out. Cut that. Pull the chain. Tie that bull outside," came from every side of the ward. "Fellers," shouted Stocky louder than ever, "it's straight dope. The war's over. I just dreamt the Kaiser came up to me on 14th Street and bummed a nickel for a glass of beer. The war's over. Don't you hear the whistles?" "All right, let's go home." "Shut up. Can't you let a feller sleep?" The ward quieted down again, but all eyes were wide open. Men lay strangely still in their cots, waiting, wondering. "All I can say," shouted Stocky again, "is that she was some war while she lasted. What did I tell you?" As he spoke, the canvas screen in front of the door collapsed, and the major appeared with his cap askew over his red face and a brass bell in his hand, which he rang frantically as he advanced into the ward. "Men," he shouted in the deep roar of one announcing baseball scores, "the war ended at 4:03 a.m. this morning. The armistice is signed. To hell with the Kaiser." Then he rang the dinner bell madly and danced along the aisle between the rows of cots, holding the head nurse by one hand, who held a little yellow-headed lieutenant by the other, who, in turn, held another nurse, and so on. The line advanced jerkily into the ward. The front part was singing "The Star-Spangled Banner," and the rear "The Yanks Are Coming," and through it all the major rang his brass bell. The men who were well enough sat up in bed and yelled. The others rolled restlessly about, sickened by the din. They made the circuit of the ward and filed out, leaving confusion behind them. The dinner bell could be heard faintly in the other parts of the building. "Well, what do you think of it, undertaker?" said Andrews. "Nothing." "Why?" The undertaker turned his small black eyes on Andrews and looked him straight in the face. "You know what's the matter with me, don't you, outside of this wound?" "No." "Coughing like I am, I'd think you'd be more observant. I got TB, young fella." "How do you know that?" "They're going to move me out of here to a TB ward tomorrow." "The hell they are." Andrews's words were lost in the paroxysm of coughing that seized the man next to him. "Home, boys, home, it's home we want to be," those well enough were singing. Stocky conducting, standing on the end of his cot in his pink Red Cross pajamas, that were too short and showed a long expanse of skinny leg, fuzzy with red hairs. He banged together two bedpans to beat time. "Home! I won't never go home," said the undertaker when the noise had subsided a little. "Do you know what I wish? I wish the ward had gone on until every one of them bastards had been killed in it." "Which bastards?" "The men who got us fellers over here." He began coughing again weakly. "But they'll be safe if every other human being," began Andrews. He was interrupted by a thundering voice from the end of the ward. "Attention! Home, boys, home, it's home we want to be," went on the song. Stocky glanced towards the end of the ward, and seeing it was the major, dropped the bedpans that smashed at the foot of his cot, and got as far as possible under his blankets. "Attention!" thundered the major again. A sudden uncomfortable silence fell upon the ward, broken only by the coughing of the man next to Andrews. "If I hear any more noise from this ward, I'll chuck every one of you men out of this hospital. If you can't walk, you'll have to crawl. The war may be over, but you men are in the army, and don't you forget it." The major glared up and down the lines of cots. He turned on his heel and went out of the door, glancing angrily as he went at the overturned screen. The ward was still. Outside, whistles blew and church bells rang madly, and now and then there was a sound of singing. End of Section 9